Tonight, my tired little ones, we drift across the open steppe into a world shaped by wind, distance, and a man whose name travelled farther than he ever did. Genghis Khan ruled an empire held together not by walls or cities, but by movement, memory, and an unusual sense of order in a vast, restless world. If you enjoy these slow journeys through history, you can like the video, subscribe, and let me know where you're listening from and what time it is. Now dim the lights, let a fan or soft background noise fill the room, and allow the night to settle in. You're standing on the Mongolian steppe, and the first thing that strikes you isn't the silence, it's the wind. It moves across these grasslands like water over stone, constant and patient, carrying with it the smell of wild thyme and the distant promise of rain. The grass itself stretches in every direction, a sea of green and gold that ripples in waves when the wind picks up, and you realise quickly that this landscape doesn't just surround you, it consumes you, makes you small, and teaches you that survival here means reading the land the way others read books. The sky overhead is impossibly blue, the kind of blue that makes you understand why these people would later call it the eternal blue sky. Their primary deity, their witness to every oath and promise. In summer, the sun hammers down with an intensity that makes the air shimmer above the distant hills, turning everything beyond a certain distance into wavering mirages. In winter, that same sky turns hard and pale, and the cold descends with a cruelty that can kill a person in hours if they're caught unprepared, freezing fingers and toes before you even realise you're in danger. You notice the herds first, horses mostly, moving in loose groups across the grassland, their coats shaggy and thick, built for this climate's extremes. These aren't the sleek, refined animals you might picture from later centuries. These are sturdy creatures, barrel-chested and short-legged, capable of surviving on whatever tough grass pokes through the snow, capable of travelling 50 miles in a day without complaint. Near them, sheep cluster in tighter groups, their wool thick and oily, providing protection against weather that would kill lesser breeds. The occasional camel stands apart, chewing thoughtfully, looking vaguely offended by everything, as camels do. The camps themselves are temporary constellations scattered across this ocean of grass. You approach one now, and the smell of smoke becomes specific. Burning argol, dried dung that serves as the primary fuel source out here where trees are rare luxuries. It's not an unpleasant smell, earthy and practical, mixed with the scent of boiling meat and fermented mare's milk. The gyrs, felt-covered lattice structures that others would later call yurts, sit in rough circles, their doors always facing south to catch the sun and avoid the north wind that brings the worst weather. Inside a gyr, the world contracts to something manageable, almost cosy. The felt walls, several layers thick, trap warmth from a central hearth, where a fire burns low and steady. The lattice framework creates a satisfying geometric pattern, and everything has its place. Weapons and saddles on the western side, cooking implements near the door, and the family's treasured possessions arranged around the back wall opposite the entrance. The floor is covered with felt and furs, and the air smells of smoke, wool, and whatever's cooking in the pot suspended over the fire. You're learning the rhythm of steppe life, and it's tied entirely to the animals and the seasons. Spring means following the herds to fresh grazing, watching for the births of new foals and lambs, and moving camp every few weeks as the animals exhaust the grass in one area. The work is constant during these months, assisting difficult births, protecting newborns from predators, and keeping track of which animals belong to which families in the communal herding arrangements that characterize steppe society. A good spring can set a family up for prosperity. A bad one, where disease strikes the herds or weather kills the young, can mean poverty or worse. Summer brings the easiest living, abundant grass, warm days, and time for the great gatherings where clans would meet, arrange marriages, settle disputes, race horses, and wrestle. You attend one of these summer gatherings, and it's part festival, part political convention, and part market. Young men compete in archery contests, their arrows flying toward distant targets with accuracy that seems impossible. Wrestlers grapple in competitions that draw huge crowds, the winners gaining prestige that will follow them for years. Horse races cover distances that would exhaust animals bred for speed rather than endurance, and the victorious riders become local celebrities, their horses sought after for breeding. Between the competitions, serious business gets conducted. Elders meet in council, discussing grazing rights, resolving feuds that have simmered since the previous gathering, and arranging marriages between families to cement alliances or heal rifts. Young people circle each other with the careful choreography of potential courtship, chaperoned but given enough freedom to assess whether they might suit each other. Merchants set up temporary stalls, offering goods that can't be made on the steppe. Metal tools, Chinese silk, grain and tea for those who can afford such luxuries. Autumn means preparing for winter, and the work becomes frantic. Meat must be preserved, dried, smoked, or sometimes buried in the permafrost in northern regions where the ground stays frozen even in summer. Felt gets made from wool, the fibres pounded and worked until they mat together into material that will keep wind and cold at bay. Every piece of equipment gets inspected and repaired. Saddles, bridles, tent frames, and the 100 small items that might seem unimportant until they break in the middle of winter and can't be replaced. Women work on clothing, stitching new garments and repairing old ones, adding layers of insulation that will mean the difference between comfort and frostbite. Winter means hunkering down in more sheltered valleys, keeping the herds alive through the coldest months, and surviving on preserved foods and the milk from animals hardy enough to still produce in the cold. The work doesn't stop. Animals still need to be moved to whatever grazing can be found, sometimes requiring you to break through ice on ponds so they can drink, always watching for signs of weakness or disease that might signal an animal won't survive. To spring. Inside the jers, crafts get practiced, making rope from horsehair, carving wood, working leather, and teaching children the skills they'll need when they're old enough to contribute fully to the household's survival. The people you meet here move with an economy of motion born from necessity. There's no wasted effort when every calorie burned must be replaced by food that's never guaranteed. Children as young as 3 or 4 already sit confidently on horseback, learning balance before they learn to form complex sentences. By 6 or 7, they're helping herd animals, their small fingers already capable of the intricate work required to maintain equipment, repair tack, and perform the 100 small tasks that keep a nomadic household functioning. You notice the sounds that mark the hours here, not bells or clocks, but the movement of animals, the changing quality of wind, and the calls that pass between herders watching their flocks. Someone shouts a warning about a wandering sheep, and the sound carries impossibly far across the open grassland, crisp and clear. Somewhere, a horse whinnies, and others answer. A conversation in a language older than words. At night, the sounds shift. Owls hunting, the occasional distant wolf, the settling noises of animals bedding down, and the low conversation of adults sitting around fires, their faces lit from below, making them look carved from copper and shadow. The night sky here is violent with stars, more than you've ever seen, more than seems possible. The Milky Way isn't a faint smudge, but a river of light cutting the heavens in half. You can see why these people developed such sophisticated understanding of celestial navigation, why their shamans could read meaning in the patterns overhead, and why travellers could orient themselves on moonless nights by learning the constellations as intimately as you know your own neighbourhood. The stars wheel overhead in their eternal dance, and you begin to understand why the Mongols saw the sky as a living presence, a witness to oaths and promises, something worthy of reverence. The shamans themselves are fascinating figures, operating at the intersection of medicine, psychology and spirituality. You watch one working, drumming himself into trance states, his consciousness supposedly travelling to the spirit world to negotiate with entities who control weather, health and fortune. Whether you believe in the spiritual mechanics or not, there's no denying the psychological impact of the way a good shaman can calm an anxious community, provide explanations for misfortune that make it bearable, and offer rituals that give people a sense of control over an otherwise unpredictable existence. This is the world that shaped the boy who would become Genghis Khan. A world where strength and skill determined survival, where alliances shifted like the grass in wind, and where a person's worth was measured in their ability to endure, to adapt. and to master the arts of riding, archery, and reading the subtle signs that meant the difference between life and death. It's a world that seems harsh from the outside, but you're beginning to understand its own particular beauty, the freedom in its vastness, and the clarity in its demands. There are no abstractions here, no philosophical debates about the nature of reality. Reality is the grass under your feet, the horse between your legs, the weather overhead, and the animals that mean survival or starvation. You're watching a boy, perhaps 9 years old, standing beside a frozen river in the depths of winter. His name is Temujin, and he's just watched his father die, poisoned by Tartars during what should have been a simple feast. The death itself was days ago, but you're seeing the aftermath now, the moment when his father's followers make a choice that will define the rest of his life. They're leaving. The decision makes a certain brutal sense. Temujin's father, Yasuge, was a minor chieftain, respected but not wealthy, and without his leadership, there's no reason for these families to stay attached to his widow and children. Resources on the steppe are finite and carefully calculated. Every mouth to feed is a genuine burden, and a widow with several young children and no powerful male protector represents a liability that most can't afford. So they pack their possessions onto their horses and carts and they leave, and you watch Temujin watching them go, his face revealing nothing, though he's surely calculating what this means. What it means is hunger. You follow the family through that first winter and it's a grinding, relentless thing. His mother, Holun, keeps them alive through sheer determination, digging for wild roots, catching fish in the summer months, hunting small game, and teaching her children the difference between edible and poisonous plants. They live in something barely qualifying as a jur, more of a lean-to constructed from whatever materials they could salvage, and you can see the physical toll on all of them. The way their faces grow gaunt, the way their movements become careful and economical, conserving energy. Helen herself is remarkable, a woman who refuses to break under circumstances that would destroy most people. You watch her maintaining discipline among her children, keeping them focused on survival rather than despair, teaching them skills while also instilling in them the belief that this poverty is temporary, that they come from noble lineage and will reclaim their position. It's part delusion, part determination, and entirely necessary. Without that belief, they might simply give up, might fail to put in the exhausting work required to survive another day. Temujin learns to fish with an intensity that suggests his life depends on it, which it does. You watch him standing knee-deep in an icy stream, completely still, waiting for the flicker of movement that signals a fish swimming near. When he strikes, it's with the speed of a hunting bird, his hands darting into the water, and more often than not he comes up empty, his fingers numb and useless from the cold. But sometimes he succeeds, and there's no celebration, just the quiet satisfaction of another meal secured, another day of survival guaranteed. The family hunts small game, marmots, rabbits, and occasionally birds. Temujin makes his own arrows, carving them from wood scavenged wherever he can find it, making points from bone or stone when metal is unavailable. His bow is simple, nothing like the sophisticated composite weapons that wealthy warriors carry, but it works well enough to bring down a rabbit at 20 paces, and that's all that matters. He becomes intimately familiar with the habits of every edible animal in the region, learning their tracks, their feeding patterns, and the times of day when they're most vulnerable. There are moments of genuine danger beyond starvation. Other families, some barely better off than Temujin's, see them as potential targets, weak, unprotected, possessing what little they have. You witness an attempted raid one night, men approaching the family's miserable camp thinking it will be easy prey. They're wrong. Temujin and his brothers fight with the desperation of people who have nothing left to lose, and the would-be raiders retreat, leaving behind one of their own wounded. It's a small victory, but it teaches Temujin something important, that perceived weakness can be strategic, that enemies who underestimate you hand you an advantage. The family's horses get stolen one night, and you follow Temujin as he tracks the thieves across the grassland. He's maybe 14 now, gangly and still growing into his frame, but there's already something in his eyes that suggests he's done being pushed around. He tracks for 3 days, sleeping rough, eating nothing, and focused with the single-mindedness of someone who understands that those horses represent the difference between survival and slow starvation. When he finds them, he doesn't attack directly. He watches, waits, learns the patterns of the camp that's taken them, and then he simply walks in during the day when most of the men are out hunting and leads his horses away. The audacity of it makes you want to laugh, but he's not joking. He's already learned that sometimes the direct approach works precisely because no one expects it. On his way back, he encounters a young man named Boghyurchu, who sees what Temujin has done and is impressed enough to help him get the horses home safely. It's Temujin's first real ally since his father's death, and the two form a bond that will last decades. Boghyurchu comes from a relatively prosperous family, but he sees something in this desperate, determined teenager that makes him think following Temujin might lead somewhere interesting. You see him making his next significant alliance during this period, with Jamuka, another young man who would eventually become his greatest rival. For now, though, they're friends, bound by the traditional Mongolian practice of Anda, sworn brotherhood. They exchange gifts, the ritual simple but binding, and you watch them hunting together, racing horses, and learning the skills that will later make them both formidable warriors. There's genuine affection here, you think, but also calculation. Even at this age, Temujin understands the value of allies. The way survival on the steppe often depends on having people you can trust to watch your back. His relationship with his half-brother Begter deteriorates during these years. Resources are so scarce that even within the family, competition becomes vicious. The breaking point comes when Begter takes fish and game that Temujin and his full brother Kasar have caught, asserting the privileges of being the eldest. For most families, this would be a minor dispute, something resolved through parental intervention. But here, with survival hanging by a thread, it becomes something more serious. Temujin and Kasar kill Begter, shooting him with arrows, and their mother's rage when she discovers what they've done is terrible to witness. She calls them destroyers and predators, and compares them to monsters from legend. The guilt and shame of this moment will follow Temujin for the rest of his life, but he doesn't back down, doesn't apologise. He'd made a calculation about survival and loyalty, and he'd acted on it. The Taichud clan captures Temujin during his teenage years, seeing him as a potential threat or perhaps just exercising dominance over a weakened family. They place him in a kang, a wooden restraint worn around the neck that prevents lying down or reaching one's own head, and parade him around as a warning to others. You watch him endure this humiliation, his face impassive but his eyes constantly calculating, watching for opportunity. When it comes, during a celebration when his guards are drunk, he escapes, using the kang itself as a weapon to knock one guard unconscious, then hiding in a river, submerged except for his face, breathing through reeds while search parties pass. Overhead, a man named Sorgan Shira finds him during this escape, recognizes him, and makes the split-second decision to help rather than turn him in. He hides Temujin in a cart full of wool, and risks his own family's safety to protect this fugitive teenager. Later, Temujin will remember this kindness, will elevate Sorgan Shira's family, and will build a reputation for rewarding loyalty that becomes one of his most powerful recruiting tools. But in the moment, he's just a boy hiding in wool, heart-pounding, understanding that his life depends on the choices of strangers. His marriage to Burr is arranged when he's still young, a match organised by his father before his death. You're present when he finally brings her home to his meagre camp, travelling to her family's encampment to claim his bride. She's strong-willed and practical, exactly the kind of partner needed for this life, and you can see them establishing the patterns of their partnership. She manages the household with an efficiency that keeps them fed and warm, and he ranges farther, afield, building connections, gathering followers, and slowly accumulating the resources and reputation needed to become something more than a struggling orphan. Then the Merkits come. They raid the camp at dawn, and it's chaos. Shouting, the thunder of hooves, and Temujin making the split-second decision to flee with his mother and siblings rather than die in a pointless fight. They take Burr, and you watch him ride away, and there's shame in it certainly, but also the cold pragmatism of someone who understands that dead men rescue no one. What happens next tells you everything about who he's becoming. He doesn't mourn, doesn't waste time on regret. Instead, He activates every alliance he's built, calls in every favour, goes to Toghrul Khan, his father's old ally, and essentially says, "Help me get my wife back, and you'll have my loyalty." Toghrul agrees, likely seeing opportunity in this. Intense young man who clearly knows how to inspire followers despite having nothing material to offer them. Together with Yamuka's warriors, they assemble a force large enough to strike back at the Merkits. Perhaps 20,000 men, a significant army by steppe standards. The raid succeeds. You watch them hit the Merkit camp at dawn, returning the favour, and Temujin finds Burr among the scattered Gers. She calls out his name, and the reunion is brief and functional. There's no time for emotion when you're in enemy territory. Only later, when they're safely away, does he allow himself to feel anything. And what he feels, you suspect, isn't just relief, but a kind of vindication. He's proven he can strike back, can organise a military operation, and can lead men into battle and bring them out victorious. Berta gives birth months later to a son they name Yochi. There will always be quiet questions about the child's paternity. The math of conception makes the timeline ambiguous, but Temujin claims him as his own without hesitation, publicly and repeatedly. You understand that this too is part of his emerging character, the ability to choose loyalty over doubt, to decide what matters and then commit to it completely, and to refuse to let shame or uncertainty undermine what he's building. You're riding now, part of a Mongol warrior's daily routine, and the first thing you notice is that you never really stop moving. The horse beneath you has a rolling gait that covers ground efficiently, and you're learning to relax into it, to let your body move with the animal rather than against it. Your legs ache from the unfamiliar position, and your inner thighs are rubbed raw despite the protection of your deal, the traditional long robe that everyone wears. The Mongols around you sit their horses like they're extensions of their own bodies, comfortable whether walking, trotting or galloping across the grassland. Breakfast, when it comes, is eaten in the saddle. Dried meat, hard cheese made from compressed curds, perhaps some of the yogurt drinks they carry in leather flasks. There's no stopping for meals when you're travelling, no setting up elaborate camps for lunch. You eat what you can carry, and you keep moving, because distance covered equals safety, equals new grazing for the animals, equals whatever objective has set you in motion. The meat is tough enough to require extended chewing, which is probably good because it makes limited rations last longer and keeps your mouth occupied during the long hours of riding. The bow strap to your side is smaller than you expected, a recurved design that's asymmetric to accommodate shooting from horseback. The craftsmanship is extraordinary. Layers of wood, horn and sinew glue together with precise attention to grain direction and tensile properties, wrapped in birch bark to protect against moisture, requiring months to construct properly. During a break, not for the riders but to let the horses graze and drink from a stream, you watch warriors practicing, and the skill level is absurd. They shoot forward, backward and sideways, hanging off the sides of their horses, hitting targets while moving at full gallop. The secret, someone explains, is breathing with the horse's gait, releasing the arrow during that fraction of a second when all four hooves are off the ground and the horse is essentially floating, providing a momentarily stable platform. You learn about the remuda system. Each warrior travelling with multiple horses, sometimes 3 or 4, switching mounts every few hours to keep them fresh. It's why Mongol armies could cover distances that seemed impossible to their enemies. Why they could appear suddenly where no one expected them, strike, and vanish before reinforcements arrived. The horses themselves are hardy enough to survive on whatever forage they can find, requiring no grain, no special feeding, and capable of pouring through snow to reach grass when necessary. They're not fast compared to breeds developed for racing, but they're tireless, capable of maintaining a steady pace hour after hour, day after day. The warriors carry minimal personal gear, a few changes of clothing, their weapons, tools for maintaining equipment, and perhaps some personal items like a lucky charm or a small container of kumis. Everything must be light enough to be transported on horseback, and durable enough to survive the rigours of constant movement and extreme weather. You notice how well maintained everything is. Leather kept oiled, metal kept free of rust, and wood inspected regularly for cracks or weakness. A broken stirrup or frayed bowstring at the wrong moment can mean death, so maintenance isn't optional. It's a daily ritual performed with religious attention to detail. Camp that night is established with practiced efficiency. The jers go up in less than an hour, the lattice frames unfolding like wooden flowers. The felt covers lash down against the wind with ropes weighted with stones. Inside, the fire is started with flint and steel, coaxed to life with dried grass and small twigs before the argol is added. The smoke finds its way out through the opening at the top, though enough lingers to make your eyes water until you learn to position yourself correctly, staying low where the air is clearer. Dinner is communal, the pot passed around, everyone eating from personal bowls carved from wood, or occasionally fashioned from leather sewn so tightly it holds liquid. The meat is mutton tonight, boiled with wild onions and whatever greens someone managed to gather during the day's travel. Perhaps some wild garlic or sorrel, plants that add flavour and provide nutrients often lacking in a meat-heavy diet. It's simple food, but after a day of riding it tastes perfect, warming you from the inside, restoring energy depleted by hours in the saddle. The fermented mare's milk, earug, gets passed around in a leather bag, and everyone takes a drink before passing it on. It's mildly alcoholic and tangy, an acquired taste that grows on you, providing calories, and a slight buzz that takes the edge off exhaustion. The bag goes around multiple times and the conversation flows with it. Stories and jokes, gossip about other clans, and speculation about weather and grazing conditions ahead. Someone tells a story about a particularly stupid sheep that wandered into a wolf den and somehow wandered back out unharmed, and the laughter that follows is genuine, the kind that comes from people who spend their days together and have developed their own rhythms of humour. You notice how disputes get settled, not immediately with violence, though violence is always an option held in reserve, but through discussion, consensus, and appealing to respected elders whose word carries weight. Someone accuses another of taking more than his fair share of the meat. There's a brief argument, voices raised, hands moving toward weapons. Then an older warrior intervenes, suggests they measure the portions, and points out that the accused has actually been eating less than his share for days. The tension deflates, the accuser apologises, and the matter is settled. It's not always this peaceful. You've heard stories of feuds that last generations, of murders committed over insults, but there's a genuine attempt to maintain cohesion within the group, because divided groups don't survive long on the steppe. You learn the hierarchy through observation. Age commands respect, but so does skill. The best archers, the finest horsemen, the warriors who've proven themselves in raids. These people have status regardless of birth. It's meritocratic in a way that might surprise you, though family connections certainly still matter, particularly when it comes to access to resources and opportunities to prove oneself. A talented young warrior from a poor family can rise, but a mediocre warrior from a powerful clan will still have advantages. The night watch gets organised, with warriors taking turns staying alert while others sleep. You're learning that raids are common enough that no camp is ever truly unguarded, that the price of carelessness can be waking up to find your horses gone, your possessions stolen, and your people scattered or dead. The steppe breeds a certain kind of vigilance, a low-grade awareness that never quite turns off. Even in sleep, you're subconsciously monitoring sounds, ready to wake at anything unusual. A horse's alarmed whinny, the sound of many hooves approaching, or the whistle that serves as a warning signal. Before sleep, there are small rituals, prayers to the eternal blue sky, offerings of mare's milk sprinkled on the ground, and acknowledgement of the spirits that inhabit this landscape. The shamans hold their own ceremonies, working themselves into trances with drums and chanting, communing with the spirits for guidance or healing. You watch one treating a sick child, performing what looks like mystical theatre, but might also involve genuine medicinal knowledge of herbs and remedies, the line between magic and medicine thoroughly blurred. The shaman chants, dances, and makes dramatic gestures, while also preparing a tea from plants he's gathered, and whether the healing comes from spiritual intervention or herbal medicine or the placebo effect of belief doesn't really matter if the child recovers. Sleep comes quickly out here, with a combination of physical exhaustion and the particular quality of darkness when you're far from any artificial light. You dream of horizons, of movement, of the rhythm of hoofbeats that's been pounding through your awareness all day. The dreams blend with half-waking moments when you shift position, adjust your furs against the cold, and hear the sounds of animals moving outside, guards changing shifts, and the night continuing its slow wheel toward dawn. When you wake before sunrise, roused by the quiet activity of people preparing for another day of travel, you understand a little better why these people were so formidable. They lived every day as practice for the kind of endurance and mobility that would later allow them to conquer half the known world. There was no separation between daily life and military preparedness. Every skill needed for survival was also a skill needed for warfare. The riding, the archery, the ability to endure hardship and maintain function, and the coordination developed through constant group movement, all of it translated directly into military capability. You're watching Temujin in his late 20s now, and something fundamental has shifted. The desperate orphan is gone, replaced by someone who moves through the political landscape of the steppe like he's reading a map no one else can see. He's gathered followers, not through birth or inherited prestige, but through a combination of military success, strategic generosity, and an emerging reputation for fairness that makes people think maybe, just maybe, following him might lead somewhere interesting. His relationship with power is different from the traditional steppe model. Most chiefs inherit their position and rely on family connections and the loyalty of their clan. Temujin has had to build his following from scratch, which means everyone who follows him has made an active choice to do so. This creates a different dynamic. His followers are invested in his success in ways that hereditary subjects might not be, but they also feel entitled to share in rewards, to have their voices heard, and to receive the benefits they signed up for. His break with Yamuka comes gradually, then all at once. They're both attracting followers and building power bases, and the steppe isn't really big enough for two ambitious men who used to be brothers. The proximate cause is a dispute over stolen horses, always horses, the currency of steppe wealth and power. But the underlying issue is that they've developed incompatible visions for how power should be structured. Jamuka represents the traditional aristocracy, believing that noble birth and family connections should determine who leads. Temujin, shaped by his years of poverty and exclusion, believes that competence and loyalty should determine rank. The split crystallizes at a feast where followers must choose which man to support. You watch warriors making calculations, weighing their options. Some follow family ties, supporting Jamuka because their clans have always been allied with his. Others see opportunity with Temujin, believing that someone building a new system might reward them better than someone maintaining an old one. The division is roughly even at first, but Temujin has been strategic about who he courts, targeting talented warriors who feel undervalued by the traditional system, people who have something to prove. The battle at Dalan Balzut is messy and inconclusive, the kind of fight where both sides claim victory and both are probably lying. The forces meet on an open plain, and it's chaos. Thousands of mounted warriors swirling in combat, arrows darkening the sky, and the sound of impact and screaming filling the air. Temujin's forces don't break, which is a victory of sorts, but he doesn't win decisively either. What matters is what he does afterward. You watch him treat captured enemies with unexpected leniency, offering them the chance to join his forces rather than killing them outright. His speech to the captives is pragmatic rather than inspirational. He doesn't promise easy victory or certain wealth. Instead, he offers them a place in a system where their skills will be recognized, where promotion comes from performance rather than birth, and where the spoils of future victories will be distributed fairly. Some accept, calculating that a leader who spares enemies might be worth following. Others refuse, choosing death or slavery over joining their captor, and Temujin has them executed without ceremony. The message is clear. Join me and prosper, resist and die, but betray me after joining and your death will be considerably worse. He's building something new, you realise. The traditional steppe model was tribe-based, your loyalty determined by blood relationships, your clan, your universe. Temujin is systematically dismantling this structure, organising his followers by military unit rather than tribal affiliation, promoting based on competence rather than family connections, and creating a meritocracy that terrifies the old. Aristocracy because it means their birth doesn't guarantee them anything. The decimal system he implements is brilliant in its simplicity. Units of 10, 100, 1,000 and 10,000, each with a clear command structure and responsibilities. An Arban of 10 men is commanded by the best warrior among them. 10 Arbans form a Yakun of 100, commanded by the best Arban leader. 10 Yaguns form a Mingun of 1,000, and so on up to the Tumen of 10,000. A warrior knows exactly where he fits, who he reports to, and who reports to him. It's portable and scalable, and it means that when the army moves, it moves as one organism rather than a collection of independent tribal groups pursuing their own agendas. What makes the system revolutionary is that it deliberately breaks up tribal loyalties. Men from different clans get mixed together in the same units, forced to develop loyalty to their new brothers in arms rather than their traditional family groups. The commanders who prove themselves get promoted regardless of where they came from. Temujin even incorporates former enemies into his units, understanding that demonstrated competence matters more than past allegiances. You watch him conducting a training exercise and the organisation is impressive. Units respond to signal flags and whistles, executing coordinated manoeuvres that require each level of command to understand and implement their role. The practice involves fake raids on a mock enemy camp, and you see the tactics that will later terrorise armies across Eurasia. The feigned retreat that draws enemies into ambushes, the use of a light cavalry to harass and exhaust before heavy cavalry, delivers the decisive blow and the coordination between units that allows them to appear to be everywhere at once. His intelligence gathering is sophisticated for this era. You meet men whose primary job is travelling to distant regions, learning languages, mapping terrain, and identifying potential allies and enemies. They pose as merchants, wandering monks and refugees from distant wars. They gather information about military strength, political factions, economic conditions, and anything that might be useful when Temujin eventually turns his attention to conquest beyond the steppe. You're present at the Kurultai of 1206, the great gathering where the various Mongol clans formally acknowledge Temujin as Genghis Khan, roughly universal ruler, though the translation never quite captures the full meaning, which suggests something closer to fierce ruler or ocean ruler, implying power vast and implacable as the sea. The ceremony is elaborate, involving shamans and sacrifices and formal oaths. But underneath the ritual is hard political reality. These clans are agreeing to follow him because he's proven he can lead them to victory, can distribute spoils fairly, can protect them from enemies, and can offer them something more valuable than their traditional independence, the chance to be part of something larger, something that might last. You watch warriors taking oaths of loyalty, swearing to follow Genghis Khan to death, to never abandon their comrades, and to share in both victory and defeat. The oaths are binding in ways that transcend mere words. Breaking them brings shame not just to the individual, but to their entire family. Curses that follow them through life and into death. His law code, the Asa, starts taking shape around this time. You listen as he lays out rules that seem designed to prevent the exact kind of chaos that dominated his youth. Theft is harshly punished, often with death, because in a nomadic society where property is limited and valuable, stealing threatens everyone's survival. The punishment is public, performed in ways that make it memorable. Adultery is forbidden, and family bonds are sacred, because stable families mean a stable society. The penalties are severe, extending to both parties involved, sending a message that some behaviours will not be tolerated regardless of who commits them. Loyalty is elevated above almost everything else, because an army where warriors switch sides whenever convenient is no army at all. Desertion in battle brings death, but so does abandoning wounded comrades. A warrior who leaves a brother behind faces execution, while one who retrieves a wounded comrade earns reward and recognition. The code creates a culture where mutual support isn't just encouraged, it's mandated, making the army significantly more effective because warriors know their comrades won't abandon them. There's an interesting tension in the code between harshness and fairness. The punishments are severe, certainly, but they apply equally. A noble who steals faces the same consequences as a commoner who steals. A commander who fails through incompetence gets replaced, regardless of his family connections. A wealthy merchant who cheats receives the same treatment as a poor herder who cheats. It's meritocratic and brutal, and it creates a society where talent can rise, but mistakes carry genuine consequences. Religious tolerance becomes one of his unexpected policies. You watch him grant exemptions to shamans, Buddhist monks, Muslim imams, and Christian priests. Anyone devoted to spiritual matters gets a pass from taxes and military service. It's partly pragmatic. Why alienate potential subjects over something as abstract as theology? But there's also a genuine curiosity about different belief systems, a willingness to see what works and adopt it regardless of where it comes from. He consults shamans for traditional guidance, but also listens to Buddhist monks discussing philosophy and Muslim scholars explaining mathematics. The intelligence network he builds is sophisticated, almost modern. Merchants who travel his territories are debriefed about conditions, prices, and political situations in distant regions. They provide information not through coercion but through incentive. Genghis Khan protects trade, which means merchants prosper under his rule, which means they're willing to share what they know. Spies are sent ahead of military campaigns, sometimes years in advance, learning languages, mapping terrain, and identifying factions within target cities who might be bribed or persuaded to cooperate. By the time Mongol armies arrive at a city, they often know more about its defences than the defenders do. They know which gates are weakest, where water supplies enter the city, what internal politics might be exploited, and which merchants might be willing to open gates in exchange for promises of safety and profit. This transforms warfare from a simple application of force into something more sophisticated, more strategic, and more likely to succeed with minimal casualties among Mongol forces. You're standing at a caravanserai now, one of the fortified rest stops that dot the trade routes connecting east and west, and the diversity of people here would astonish anyone who thought the medieval world was isolated and provincial. There are Chinese merchants with silk so fine it catches light like water, the fabric moving with an almost liquid quality that makes you understand why it was worth its weight in gold. Persian traders offer spices that smell like concentrated sunshine, saffron, cardamom, cinnamon and nutmeg, aromas so intense they make your head swim. Russian fur dealers spread pelts that could keep someone warm through any winter, sable, fox, bear, wolf. Their price is negotiated in a mixture of languages and hand gestures that somehow communicates precise value. Indian merchants display gems that flash colours you didn't know existed. Sapphires like captured sky, rubies like frozen fire, and emeralds that hold the green of deep jungle. The building itself is practical. Thick walls that can be defended, a central courtyard where animals can be secured at night, rooms around the perimeter for sleeping, and a common area where meals get served and deals get negotiated. The architecture reflects Persian influence, with arched doorways and decorative tile work, but adapted to local materials and defensive requirements. There are wells that provide fresh water, stores of grain in case caravans arrive depleted, blacksmiths who can repair equipment, and always guards who watch for bandits or hostile forces. The Mongol approach to trade is refreshingly straightforward. Protect the merchants, tax them reasonably, and stay out of their way. Under Genghis Khan and his successors, the Silk Road becomes safer than it's been in centuries. The Paisa system helps immensely. These are tablets of authority, usually bronze or silver, sometimes gold for the most important bearers, inscribed with text and the Khan's seal. They essentially function as passports, granted to merchants and envoys, guaranteeing safe passage through Mongol territory. Soldiers who harass someone carrying a paisa face severe punishment, which means the system actually works. The tablets carry weight because everyone knows that interfering with a paisa holder means answering to the Khan himself. You watch a caravan preparing to depart, and the organisation involved is impressive. The camels are loaded with practised efficiency, goods packed and balanced to prevent shifting during travel. Each animal carries perhaps 400 pounds, distributed in carefully balanced loads on either side. The packers are skilled professionals who can judge weight by eye and create stable loads that will travel hundreds of miles without coming loose. Guards are hired, often Mongol veterans who've retired from active military service but still know how to use their weapons, men whose reputation for competence makes bandits think twice about attacking. The route is planned carefully, accounting for water sources. absolutely critical in desert regions where going dry means death for animals and humans alike. There are maps, though not in any form you'd recognise, more like mental catalogues of landmarks and distances that experienced travellers carry in their heads. They know that from this caravanserai to the next is 3 days' travel if the weather cooperates, that there's a reliable well halfway, and that the mountain pass is usually clear from late spring through early autumn, but becomes impassable once the snows start. The conversations you overhear are fascinating, a mixture of languages, Chinese, Persian, Arabic, Turkish and Mongolian, with most experienced travellers knowing at least a smattering of multiple tongues. A Persian merchant and a Chinese trader are negotiating the price of silk, using a combination of their respective languages plus a trade pidgin that's emerged along the route, a practical Creole that facilitates commerce. Numbers get worked out on abacuses or by scratching calculations in the dust, and prices are adjusted based on quality, quantity and market conditions in various cities. The postal system, the YAM, is even more impressive. You see riders arriving at relay stations, switching to fresh horses in the time it takes to gulp down some water and perhaps grab a handful of food. They carry messages that sometimes travel 100 miles in a day, occasionally more when the route is good and the urgency high. The stations are spaced about 25 miles apart, a distance a horse can cover at speed without collapsing. The system allows the Khan to communicate with commanders thousands of miles away, to coordinate military campaigns across continents, and to receive intelligence and send orders faster than any previous empire managed. The riders themselves are tough, weathered men who've proven themselves capable of enduring the hardships of constant travel. They know the routes intimately, can navigate in the dark, and can read weather signs that tell them when to seek shelter and when to push on. They carry cylindrical message containers strapped to their bodies, made from leather or bamboo, sealed to protect contents from weather. The messages themselves are written on silk when available, because silk is light and durable, or on special paper treated to resist moisture. Cultural exchange happens almost accidentally along these routes. You see Chinese paper-making techniques travelling west, a Persian merchant watching a Chinese papermaker and realising he could replicate the process back home, that knowledge worth more than any single load of trade goods. Persian astronomical knowledge heads east, carried by scholars fleeing political instability, finding eager audiences in Chinese courts interested in improving their calendar systems. European metalworking methods show up in Central Asian workshops, taught by captured craftsmen who've been given the choice between teaching their skills or dying. The Mongols themselves adopt freely from the cultures they encounter. You watch Chinese siege engineers being integrated into Mongol armies, their knowledge of catapults and trebuchets transforming the Mongols from steppe raiders into forces capable of reducing fortified cities. Persian administrators get recruited to manage conquered territories, their experience with complex bureaucracies proving invaluable. Captured craftsmen from everywhere get established in workshops, teaching their skills to apprentices, creating goods that blend techniques from multiple traditions. The wealth flowing through these trade routes is staggering. A successful merchant can retire rich after a single journey from Beijing to Baghdad, assuming they survive the trip and avoid being robbed. Both significant assumptions. The profits are large enough to justify the risks. Silk purchased in China for silver might sell in Persia for 3 times what it cost, and Persian carpets or glassware can command similar markups when sold in China. The taxes collected from this trade help fund the empire's military operations, creating a feedback loop where successful conquests make trade safer, which generates more tax revenue, which funds more conquests. You notice how cosmopolitan the larger Mongol cities become. Karakoram, the capital established by Ögedei, hosts Buddhist temples, Muslim mosques, Christian churches, and shamanistic shrines, often within sight of each other. Scholars debate theology in marketplaces. Scientists exchange ideas in multilingual discussions facilitated by translators, and artists blend styles from different traditions. It's messy and chaotic and occasionally violent when religious tensions flare, but it's also genuinely innovative in ways that isolated, homogeneous societies rarely manage. The food available in these trading cities reflects the routes passing through them. You find yourself in a marketplace where Chinese noodles sit beside Persian rice dishes, Russian bread shares shelf space with Indian flatbreads, and Central Asian dumplings compete with Middle Eastern stews. The cuisines blend and influence each other, creating fusion dishes that wouldn't exist without this forced proximity. Noodle dishes seasoned with Middle Eastern spices, dumplings filled with ingredients from multiple culinary traditions, and breads, incorporating techniques from different baking cultures. You try a dish that combines elements from 3 different culinary traditions, and it works somehow, the flavours complementing rather than fighting each other. The Chinese noodles are served in a Persian-style sauce with spices that smell like India, topped with meat prepared using Mongol techniques. It shouldn't work, but it does, the different elements balancing each other, creating something new that's greater than its component parts. At night, the caravanserai becomes something like a combination marketplace, newsroom and social club. Merchants share information about conditions ahead, warn each other about bandits or corrupt officials. There's always someone trying to extract unofficial taxes and negotiate deals for the next leg of their journeys. The information exchange is valuable, sometimes more valuable than the physical goods being traded. A warning about plague in a certain city might save lives and fortunes. News about political instability might change route choices, and intelligence about good harvests or famines affects pricing strategies. Someone produces a stringed instrument you don't recognise, perhaps a Persian tar or a Chinese pipa, and someone else starts singing in a language you don't understand, but the music itself transcends the language barrier, telling a story about longing, and distance and the peculiar loneliness of being far from home. Others join in, some harmonising, some adding percussion by slapping their knees or clapping hands, creating something spontaneous and beautiful that exists only in this moment, never to be exactly replicated. You're learning that the Silk Road isn't really about silk, though silk certainly travels it, but about the movement of everything: goods, ideas, technologies, religions, diseases, and stories. It's a network that connects East and West in ways that shape both, that makes isolation impossible, and that creates a medieval world considerably more interconnected than most people imagine. You're examining the administrative structure of the Mongol Empire now, and it's more sophisticated than you expected from your initial assumptions about nomadic conquerors. The common image of Mongol rule as purely military conquest followed by extractive exploitation misses the complexity of how they actually governed the territories they acquired. Sure, the military conquest came first, brutal, efficient, often horrifying in its completeness, but afterward came the harder work of actually running these places, extracting resources without killing the golden goose, and maintaining order across vast distances with limited manpower. The census system they implement across conquered territories is comprehensive, almost oppressive in its thoroughness. You watch bureaucrats, often recruited from the local population because the Mongols lack sufficient literate administrators of their own, going door to door, counting people, livestock and resources. Every household gets registered, assigned a number, and recorded in documents that eventually make their way to regional administrators and ultimately to Karakorum. Every taxable asset gets noted. How many horses, sheep, camels, acres of farmland, workshops, wells, and even trees if they're fruit-bearing and represent economic value. It seems invasive because it is, but it also means the tax burden can be distributed more fairly, or at least more predictably, and revenue collection becomes systematic rather than arbitrary. The old system, where tax collectors showed up demanding whatever they felt like demanding, gets replaced by fixed rates based on recorded assets. You still pay a lot, but you know roughly how much, and there's recourse if collectors try to extract more than what's listed. Local rulers who submit without fighting often keep their positions, though now they're answering to Mongol overseers called darugachi, who make sure tax revenue flows correctly and rebellions don't brew. It's a clever system that minimises the number of administrators needed from the Mongol core population, which remains small compared to the vast territories they control. Better to let local elites continue handling day-to-day governance. They understand local customs, speak the language, and know who's who. While Mongol officials focus on the big picture, revenue, military matters, maintaining order, and ensuring the road stays safe. The darugachi are usually veteran warriors, men who've proven themselves in conquest and understand both military matters and the empire's priorities. You meet one, a grizzled soldier named Subaete, who now governs a Chinese province larger than many European kingdoms. He doesn't speak Chinese fluently and relies on interpreters and local advisors, but he understands numbers and loyalty. He knows exactly how much revenue his province should generate, knows which local officials are reliable and which need watching, and he's utterly ruthless about crushing dissent while being surprisingly lenient about cultural practices that don't threaten Mongol interests. The legal system gets reformed to reflect Mongol priorities. Criminal law becomes harsher and more consistent than in many conquered territories. Murder carries the death penalty, applied swiftly and publicly. Theft, especially horse theft, brings severe punishment, often death, sometimes mutilation as a warning to others. Adultery is punished harshly, though you notice the punishments fall harder on women than men, reflecting the patriarchal structures the Mongols share with most conquered societies. Rape carries the death penalty, which is actually more severe than in many medieval legal codes, though enforcement varies depending on the status of the victim and perpetrator. At the same time, commercial law becomes clearer and more favourable to merchants than under previous regimes. Contracts are enforced with the empire's full backing. A merchant cheated in a deal can appeal to Mongol authorities, who will investigate and punish violators regardless of their local status. Property rights get protected better than before. Less arbitrary confiscation by local authorities who now answer to Mongol overseers interested in keeping commerce flowing. Debts are enforced, bankruptcy regulated, and partnerships formalised in ways that make long-distance trade less risky. You notice how the Mongols handle religious institutions, cautiously but not oppressively unless provoked. Religious leaders receive exemptions from taxes and military service, and in return they're expected to pray for the Khan and not cause trouble. It's a pragmatic arrangement that mostly works. Buddhist monasteries in Tibet and China continue their practices. Muslim mosques throughout Central Asia and Persia maintain their rituals, and Christian churches in conquered Russian territories keep celebrating their sacraments. The Mongols don't care which gods you worship as long as you also acknowledge their sovereignty and pay your taxes. Tensions occasionally flare when religious authorities overstep. When a Buddhist monastery starts accumulating too much wealth without paying taxes, when Muslim clerics preach against Mongol rule, or when Christian priests claim they're spiritual, authority supersedes temporal power. The Mongol response is consistent. Spiritual matters are yours to manage, but political authority and economic obligations are non-negotiable. Step over that line, and the exemptions disappear, often violently. The military administration remains central to everything. The empire is divided into regions, each responsible for providing a certain number of warriors when called upon. The decimal system extends beyond the military proper into civilian administration. Units of households are assigned responsibility for supporting specific military units, creating clear chains of supply and support. 10 households support one soldier, providing his equipment, horses and provisions. It's a system that makes military mobilization faster and more predictable than the ad hoc recruitment methods used by most medieval states. Every male between roughly 15 and 60 is technically available for military service, though in practice the Mongols are selective, preferring to maintain the quality of their forces rather than simply maximising numbers. You watch a military inspection where young men are tested on horsemanship, archery and endurance. Those who pass get incorporated into units and begin training that will turn them into the kind of warriors who terrify professional armies. Those who don't pass receive other assignments, support roles, messenger service, or garrison duty in less critical locations. Communication remains crucial, and the YAM system expands to cover the entire empire like a nervous system connecting brain to limbs. You visit a relay station in Central Asia, and it's impressive. Stables with 20 horses, supplies for riders, simple accommodations for official messengers, and a small garrison to protect the station and enforce its privileges. The system is expensive to maintain. All those horses, all that grain, all those guards. But it allows the central government to remain informed about conditions in distant provinces and to respond to crises faster than any previous empire managed. The cost is borne by local populations required to maintain the stations as a form of tax obligation. Villages near stations must provide horses, food, and labour. It's burdensome, but it also means that Mongol officials can travel quickly when needed, that merchants with paisa can move safely, and that rebellion in one province can trigger responses from forces several provinces away before the rebels can consolidate their gains. Taxation is surprisingly diverse, reflecting the different economies the Mongols have conquered. In pastoral regions, it's primarily in animals. Every year, a certain percentage of your herd goes to the empire. In agricultural areas, it's grain and other crops, typically around 10 to 20% of the harvest. Higher if you've rebelled and lower if you've been particularly loyal. In commercial cities, there are taxes on market transactions, customs duties on goods passing through, and licensing fees for certain trades. There's also military service, with households required to provide warriors when needed. There's labour service for building projects, roads, bridges, fortifications, palaces. The burden is heavy, certainly heavier than most people bore under previous regimes, but it's distributed systematically rather than falling randomly on whatever communities happen to catch a tax collector's attention on a bad day. The Mongols prove remarkably good at identifying and utilising talent regardless of origin. A skilled administrator captured during the conquest of Khwarezm might find himself running a province in China. His language skills and administrative experience valued above considerations of ethnicity or past allegiances. A clever engineer gets pulled into military service designing siege equipment. A merchant with knowledge of distant markets becomes an advisor on trade policy. Chinese scholars get incorporated into the Mongol bureaucracy, bringing with them sophisticated record-keeping systems that make administration more efficient. There's a ruthless meritocracy at work that's occasionally refreshing compared to the rigid hereditary systems common in many medieval societies. Yes, being from a powerful Mongol family helps, but incompetence will still get you demoted or worse. A talented foreigner can rise to positions of genuine authority, though they'll always be watched more carefully than ethnic Mongols and always suspected if anything goes wrong. You meet a Chinese official named Yelu Chukai, a former Jin dynasty bureaucrat who now serves Gede Khan as a chief administrator. He's managed to convince the Mongols that systematic taxation generates more revenue than simply looting and destroying conquered territories, that a functioning economy produces wealth that can be taxed repeatedly, and that educated administrators are more valuable alive and working than dead. His influence has probably saved millions of lives by making conquest economically rational, rather than purely extractive. You're in Genghis Khan's final years now, and he's aging in the way warriors age when they've spent decades in the saddle, fighting campaigns, enduring wounds, and pushing their bodies past normal limits. His body carries the accumulated injuries of countless battles, old wounds that ache in cold weather, joints stiff from years of riding, and scars that tell stories he rarely bothers recounting anymore, because everyone who matters already knows them. He's in his 60s, which is genuinely old for this era, ancient for someone who's lived as violently as he has. The campaign against the Western Jia is grinding and exhausting, more a punishment expedition than a genuine conquest. They angered him by refusing to provide support for his war against Khwarezm, citing their own military commitments as an excuse. He hasn't forgotten. Now, years later, he's returned to make sure they understand the consequences of defying him, to demonstrate that agreements with the Khan are not suggestions but obligations backed by the full might of his army. You watch his army systematically dismantling the Western Jia state, destroying cities, eliminating leadership and erasing the kingdom with methodical thoroughness. It's not just about conquest. There are dozens of other kingdoms the Mongols could conquer with less effort. This is about sending a message to every tributary state, every ally, and every potential rebel. Keep your oaths or face annihilation. His health is failing, though he hides it as well as he can. There's a fall from a horse during a hunting trip that seems minor at first, but leaves him injured, possibly bleeding internally. The exact details are murky. Mongol sources are deliberately vague about the Khan's vulnerabilities, but you can see he's not recovering properly. Fever comes and goes. He has trouble eating and keeping down food. His advisors urge him to rest, to return to Mongolia, But he insists on seeing the campaign through. He continues directing operations from a litter when he can't ride anymore, still making decisions, still planning the Empire's future even as his own runs out. You're present during a war council where he discusses strategy for campaigns he won't live to see, conquests that will happen decades after his death. His mind remains sharp even as his body betrays him, and there's something both impressive and sad about watching him refuse to acknowledge his mortality. The question of succession occupies his remaining time and energy. His sons are grown men now, each commanding armies, each with their own supporters and ambitions, and each capable of tearing the Empire apart in a civil war if succession isn't handled carefully. The traditional Mongol approach would be to divide the Empire among them, giving each son a territory to rule independently. He's seen how that fragments power, creates opportunities for rivals, and turns unified strength into competing factions. Instead, he designates Ögedei as his primary successor, someone he thinks has the temperament to hold the Empire together. Not his eldest son, Yochi, whose paternity carries those quiet questions from Berta's captivity. Not Chagatai, who's strong but inflexible, too rigid to navigate the complex politics of ruling a multi-ethnic empire. Not Tolui, the youngest, who's brilliant but too young to command the respect of senior commanders. Ögedei, the third son, is competent without being threatening and diplomatic without being weak, someone his brothers might accept because he doesn't inspire the same jealousy or resentment. There are long conversations during these final weeks. You watch him talking with his sons, laying out his vision for continued expansion, warning them about specific threats, and sharing accumulated wisdom about warfare, governance, and the management of their conquered territories. He tells them that their strength lies in unity, that divided they'll be vulnerable to the civilizations they've subjugated, and that maintaining the empire will require cooperation even when it's difficult. Whether they listen is another question. You can see the tensions already present, Chagatai and Yochi barely speaking to each other, old grudges festering, each son calculating his own position, making plans that may or may not include supporting his designated successor. Genghis Khan sees it too, you think, and it worries him. But there's only so much he can control from beyond the grave. His death in 1227 is kept secret initially, following his explicit instructions. The army needs to complete the campaign against the Western Sea, and announcing the Khan's death might encourage rebellion or embolden enemies, so they carry his body back toward Mongolia in secret, maintaining the fiction that he's still alive and directing operations. Messengers continue riding in and out of camp, as if carrying his orders. Guards maintain watch over his tent as if he's resting inside. The Western Xia ruler and his family are lured into a meeting with Mongol commanders, where they're executed, their kingdom erased so thoroughly that its language and culture largely disappear from history. The funeral procession supposedly kills anyone who sees it, maintaining secrecy about the burial location. Whether this is true or propaganda is hard to say. Certainly some people along the route die, but whether through systematic execution or normal mortality inflated by legend is unclear. The burial site itself remains unknown to this day, hidden somewhere in the mountains of northern Mongolia, protected by isolation and deliberate obscurity. The empire he leaves behind is the largest contiguous land empire the world has ever seen, stretching from the Pacific Ocean to the Caspian Sea, from the frozen forests of Siberia to the borders of India. It's connected by those relay stations, secured by military garrisons, administered by a bureaucracy that blends Mongol oversight with local expertise, and enriched by trade that flows more freely than it has in centuries. The population under Mongol control numbers in the tens of millions, encompassing dozens of ethnic groups, multiple religions, and countless cultures now unified under a single political system. His descendants will expand it further, pushing the boundaries even beyond what he achieved. Ögedei will invade Eastern Europe, sending armies under Batu Khan that will terrify kingdoms from Poland to Hungary, crushing European armies at Legnica and Mohi, and advancing so far west that scouts reportedly reach the Adriatic Sea. Only Ögedei's death in 1241 pulls them back, as commanders return to Mongolia for the Kurultai to choose his successor, Minka will continue the expansion after securing his own succession through political manoeuvring and some bloodshed. Kublai will conquer the rest of China, overthrowing the Song dynasty and establishing the Yuan dynasty, becoming emperor of the Middle Kingdom, a development that would have seemed impossible when his grandfather was a hungry orphan stealing fish from streams. The Mongol domains will eventually encompass perhaps 25% of the world's land area, directly ruling or collecting tribute from regions stretching from Korea to Hungary and from Vietnam to Russia. But you're interested in the quieter legacies, the changes that persist beyond military conquest and political control, the religious tolerance, imperfect but genuine, that allows different faiths to coexist within the empire. It's not quite the modern concept of religious freedom. There are definitely hierarchies and definitely expectations about behaviour, but it's remarkably pluralistic for the medieval period. A Buddhist can trade with a Muslim, a Christian can serve alongside a shamanist in the army, and religious disputes are settled by civil authorities rather than through religious warfare. The meritocratic principles that let talented people rise regardless of birth leave marks on subsequent societies. The idea that competence should determine position, that hereditary nobility isn't automatically entitled to leadership, and that talent should be identified and promoted. These concepts influence political thinking in ways that outlast Mongol rule. When the empire fragments and eventually disappears, replaced by various successor states, some of these principles persist, embedded in administrative practices and cultural expectations. The trade networks that connect East and West remain active long after Mongol political unity dissolves, allowing exchange of goods, ideas, and technologies. The Silk Road reaches its peak under Mongol protection, and even as the empire fragments, the routes remain more accessible than they were before the conquests. Merchants continue travelling paths that Mongol armies secured, carrying not just physical goods but also knowledge, printing techniques, gunpowder formulas, mathematical concepts, and artistic styles. There's also the darker legacy that can't be ignored or minimised. The cities destroyed, the populations killed, the cultures erased. The Mongol conquest killed millions, by some estimates, perhaps 40 million people or more, though exact numbers are impossible to verify and hotly debated by historians. Entire cities were annihilated so completely that archaeologists still find the destruction layers in their ruins, thick bands of ash and bone marking the moment the Mongols arrived. The Khwarezmian Empire essentially ceased to exist, its major cities reduced to rubble, its population devastated. The irrigation systems in Central Asia and Persia suffered damage that took centuries to repair, turning productive agricultural land into semi-desert. Baghdad, when it finally falls to Hulagu in 1258, loses perhaps 1 million inhabitants. Its famed library is destroyed, and centuries of Islamic scholarship are lost forever. The Jin dynasty in northern China fights for decades before being destroyed, its territory depopulated by warfare, famine, and disease. The Song dynasty holds out longer, but eventually falls as well, its sophisticated culture absorbed and transformed by the Yuan dynasty. Russia fragments into competing principalities, many paying tribute to the Golden Horde for centuries, their political development altered by the experience of Mongol domination. You notice how the empire begins fragmenting even before it fully settles, centrifugal forces pulling it apart despite efforts to maintain unity. The various khanates develop their own characters, their own priorities, and their own relationships with the populations they rule. The Golden Horde in Russia becomes increasingly separate, its khans converting to Islam, adopting Persian administrative practices, and developing their own court culture. The Ilkhanate in Persia also converts to Islam, becoming essentially a Persian empire ruled by Mongol elites, who gradually assimilate into Persian culture. The Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia maintains nomadic traditions longer, but also fragments internally, splitting between eastern and western branches with different priorities and policies. The Yuan dynasty in China becomes more Chinese with each generation, with Kublai and his successors adopting Chinese administrative practices, Confucian ideology, and imperial ceremonies until they're essentially Chinese emperors who happen to be descended from Mongol conquerors. The trade networks prove more durable than political unity. even as the various khanates drift apart politically, pursuing independent foreign policies, sometimes even fighting each other, the Silk Road continues functioning at high levels. Merchants still travel routes that the Mongol conquest secured, carrying goods between regions that might be politically separate but remain economically connected. Ideas flow along these paths. Gunpowder technology spreads westward, eventually revolutionizing European warfare. Printing technology expands beyond China, though it won't reach Europe for another century. Mathematical concepts cross cultural boundaries. Arabic numerals become more widely used. Algebraic techniques spread, and astronomical observations get shared and refined through intercultural contact. You see elements of Mongol law and administration being adopted by successor states, particularly in Russia, where the influence persists longest. The census techniques get copied and refined. The postal system inspires later communication networks, including those established by Russian and Chinese empires. The idea of religious tolerance, however imperfectly implemented, plants seeds that will influence later thinking about governance, sovereignty, and the relationship between political and religious authority. The military innovations spread as well, though they're often resisted initially because adopting them means acknowledging that these barbarian conquerors understood something important about warfare. Other armies eventually study Mongol tactics, try to replicate their mobility and coordination, and adopt elements of their command structure. The composite bow design influences weapons development across Eurasia, though it's gradually superseded by crossbows and eventually firearms. The emphasis on cavalry mobility and tactical flexibility becomes doctrine in military academies that won't exist for centuries but will trace some of their thinking back to lessons learned fighting against or alongside Mongol forces. The idea of combined arms warfare, coordinating different types of units for maximum effect, owes something to Mongol practice, though it gets developed further by later military thinkers. You're sitting by a fire now, not in any specific time or place, but in the kind of moment that existed throughout the Mongol period and continues in diminished form today, after the day's work, before sleep, when people gather and talk quietly while flames die down to embers in the vast sky wheels overhead. The conversation meanders, touching on ordinary things that matter more than empire. Someone mentions weather patterns, noting how the clouds have been building differently lately, speculating about whether the rains will come early this year or late. Someone else mentions seeing unusual bird behaviour, cranes migrating in formations that seemed wrong for the season, which might mean something about coming weather patterns. These observations aren't idle chatter, they're survival information, the accumulated knowledge that keeps communities alive in environments that don't forgive mistakes. Someone tells a joke you don't quite catch, but the laughter suggests it's funnier in the original language, something about a merchant and a stubborn camel, the punchline relying on wordplay that doesn't translate well. The laughter is genuine though, the kind that comes from people who spend their days together and have developed their own rhythms of humour, their own internal references and running jokes. A woman is doing needlework by firelight, creating patterns in felt that will decorate her gear, transforming functional shelter into something beautiful. Her hands move with practiced precision, needle pulling thread through material, creating geometric designs that echo patterns used for generations. Someone asks about the design, and she explains it's a variation of a pattern her grandmother taught her, modified slightly to incorporate elements from a different tradition she learned from a neighbour who married in from another region. It's a small example of cultural synthesis happening at the most basic level. Children sleep nearby, bundled in furs despite the season being relatively warm, because desert nights get cold even in summer. They make the small sounds of dreams, soft murmurs, occasional movements, and the peaceful breathing of the deeply asleep. You think about how each of them carries forward the knowledge of their culture, learning through observation and participation how to ride, how to hunt, how to survive in this landscape, and how to maintain the intricate web of relationships and obligations that hold society together. They'll grow up in a world shaped by the empire. Perhaps they're living during its height, perhaps during its fragmentation, perhaps after it's dissolved into successor states. Their daily lives will still centre on herds and horses, weather and grass, and the practical demands of nomadic pastoralism that persist regardless of political structures. The skills they learn and teach their own children will be variations on skills practiced for millennia on these grasslands. The stars overhead are doing what stars have always done, wheeling across the sky in patterns that travellers and shamans read for meaning and navigation. The fire settles lower, sparks drifting up toward those distant lights, and someone adds another piece of fuel, argol, dried wood, whatever's available, keeping the warmth going a little longer. The action is automatic, performed without thought, part of the rhythm of evening that everyone knows. There's a comfort in routines that persist regardless of politics or empires. The animals still need tending, checking on horses that might have wandered during the day, ensuring sheep are safely corralled against predators, and making sure camels are properly hobbled. The seasons still cycle through their changes, bringing their own demands and opportunities. The grass grows according to patterns of rain and temperature, unconcerned with human affairs. The wind blows across the steppe, indifferent to who claims sovereignty over the land it crosses. You think about how history gets written by the dramatic moments, the battles, the conquests, the rise and fall of empires, and the decisions of khans and kings. But most of life happens in the spaces between those moments, in the ordinary work of feeding families and maintaining equipment, and teaching children, and telling stories around fires. The Mongol Empire conquered half the world, but most Mongols spent most of their time doing the same things their ancestors had done for generations. Managing herds, moving with seasons, and surviving in a landscape that didn't forgive mistakes. The conversation by the fire continues, voices low and comfortable, discussing tomorrow's plans, sharing observations about the condition of various animals, and debating the best route to the next grazing area. Someone mentions that the northern pastures should be recovering nicely, that the spring growth was good, and that they've had enough time to rest. Someone else counters that the southern route might be better, despite the longer distance, because there are better water sources, and less risk of encountering a rival group that's been aggressive lately. It's the kind of discussion that doesn't need resolution tonight, that serves more to maintain connection than to reach conclusions. Everyone knows that actual decisions will get made tomorrow based on weather, animal condition, and a dozen factors that can only be assessed when the time comes to move. The discussion is partly planning, partly social ritual, and partly just the pleasure of talking with people you know and trust. Someone begins singing a traditional song that predates the empire by centuries, and that will probably survive whatever comes after. The melody is simple, built to be remembered, and designed to carry across distances when herders are scattered across the grassland and want to hear human voices. It's a song about horses, naturally, praising the qualities of a particularly fine mare, using metaphors that compare her to natural phenomena, swift as wind, strong as mountains, beautiful as dawn, light on water. Others join in, harmonising in ways that suggest they've sung together many times before. The harmonies are complex, built on intervals that sound unusual to ears trained on different musical traditions, but are perfectly natural here. The song cycles through several verses, each describing different qualities of the legendary horse, before ending on a note that seems to hang in the air, sustained until breath runs out, then fading into the night. You're feeling sleep pulling at you. The combination of warmth and darkness and the hypnotic quality of firelight and voices making your eyelids heavy. Your body is tired in the good way that comes from physical work, from a day spent riding or walking or accomplishing something tangible. There's satisfaction in that kind of tiredness, the knowledge that you've earned your rest, that your body has done what it's designed to do. Outside the circle of firelight, the steppe stretches away into darkness, vast and indifferent and somehow comforting in its constancy. You can hear animals moving, the soft sounds of horses shifting position, sheep settling in for the night, and the occasional cry of some nocturnal predator in the distance. These sounds are familiar, expected, and part of the auditory landscape that tells you everything is as it should be. The fire burns lower, flames reducing to coals that glow orange and red, pulsing slightly as air moves across them. The conversation fragments into silence, people running out of things to say or simply running out of energy. They begin settling into sleeping positions, wrapping themselves in furs and felt, finding the familiar comfort of ground that's been their bed for weeks or months. Some people pray quietly before sleep, murmuring words to the eternal blue sky, making offerings, and acknowledging spirits and forces that inhabit this landscape. Others simply close their eyes, too tired for ritual, confident that their relationship with the divine doesn't require nightly maintenance. The camp develops that particular quality of collective rest, when most people are asleep but a few remain partially aware, maintaining a low-level vigilance that's become second nature. The wind picks up slightly, and the felt walls of the jar creak but hold, doing what they've been designed to do for centuries. The sound is actually comforting, a reminder that you're sheltered, protected from the elements by materials and techniques refined through generations of experience. Outside, the wind moves across the grassland, bending vegetation, carrying with it the smells of night, cooler air, moisture, and the complex organic sense of a living landscape. You close your eyes, and the last thing you're aware of is the sound of horses moving outside. Their presence a reminder that tomorrow will begin with animals to tend, distances to cover, and the endless practical work of staying alive in a beautiful, demanding landscape that shaped an empire and will outlast it. The horses represent wealth and mobility, survival and status, and connection to traditions that stretch back beyond memory. Sleep comes easily under the vast Mongolian sky, consciousness fading as your body relaxes into rest it's earned through the day's exertions. Your dreams, when they come, are fragmentary and disconnected. Images of horizons, the sensation of movement, faces around the fire, and the particular quality of light at dawn when frost catches early sun and transforms ordinary grassland into something magical. The fire fades to embers, then ashes, and the camp settles into the deepest part of night, that quiet period between midnight and dawn when even the most vigilant guardians struggle to stay alert. The stars continue their slow rotation, indifferent and eternal, bearing witness to yet another day's ending on the steppe, another cycle of life continuing as it has for millennia, as it will for millennia more, long after empires have dissolved, into legend and memory. The grass grows over the ruins of conquest, patient and persistent, reclaiming land that briefly saw different purposes. The wind continues its ancient work, shaping landscape, carrying seeds, and eroding mountains one grain at a time. The sky stretches overhead, that particular blue that becomes visible only as dawn approaches, signalling that soon another day will begin, bringing with it new challenges and opportunities, new moments of beauty and hardship, and new additions to the endless human story of surviving, thriving, and finding meaning in the midst of vast indifference. And you sleep peacefully beneath that eternal sky, part of a story larger than any one person, any one empire, or any one moment in the long sweep of time across these endless grasslands. You're sitting outside a cave entrance in what will one day be called France, but that name won't exist for another 30,000 years. The year is approximately 35,000 BCE, and you've just finished a meal of roasted ibex. The fire crackles beside you, sending occasional sparks upward into the darkness, and as your eyes follow those brief orange embers, they continue travelling until they meet something far more permanent. Stars. Not just a handful of stars, but thousands upon thousands of them, spread across the sky in a brilliance that would make any modern city dweller weep with disbelief. There's no light pollution here, no glow of distant towns or passing cars. The Milky Way stretches overhead like a river of cream poured across black stone, so bright you could almost read by it if reading were something you knew how to do. But you don't need reading. Your mind is already doing something far more fundamental. It's finding patterns. This isn't a conscious decision. Your brain, like every human brain that will follow yours through the millennia, is a pattern recognition machine. It's what keeps you alive. That rustle in the grass might be wind, or it might be a cave lion. That particular arrangement of broken branches might mean another human passed this way, or it might mean nothing at all. Your survival depends on sorting signal from noise, and you've gotten remarkably good at it. So when you look at the stars, your brain does what it does best. It connects dots. That cluster over there looks somewhat like the ibex you hunted earlier. See how those stars form the curve of horns? And that group to the east resembles the bear you saw last spring, though you'd never get close enough to one to confirm the details. You don't have names for these patterns yet, at least not names that will survive, but you recognize them. Night after night they're there, in the same positions relative to each other. This is remarkable, actually. Almost everything else in your world changes. The seasons shift. Animals migrate. Rivers flood and recede. Trees grow and fall. Even the moon transforms its face across each month, swelling from a sliver to a bright circle and back again. But these stars, these particular arrangements, they are constant. Or mostly constant anyway. You've noticed they do move across the sky each night, wheeling from east to west, but they maintain their relationships to each other. The ibex stars stay ibex-shaped. The bear stars remain bear-like. You don't know it yet, but you've just made one of the most important discoveries in human history. You've found something reliable in an unreliable world. Over the following nights and months you notice more. Those same star patterns appear in the east each evening and travel westward, eventually disappearing below the western horizon. If you stay awake long enough, and sometimes you do, whether by choice or because something has spooked the group and everyone's remaining alert, you see new patterns rise in the east to replace them. It's like watching a very slow parade, except this parade repeats itself with extraordinary precision. You begin to anticipate. You know that when certain stars appear just above the eastern horizon at dusk, the weather will soon turn colder. You've seen this correlation enough times that it's no longer a coincidence. When other stars dominate the night sky, the herds will be moving through the valley, and hunting will be good. This knowledge gets shared. Around fires, under those same stars, you and others discuss these observations. The sharing isn't formal education as future civilizations will understand it. There are no schools, no books, and no formal teachers. But knowledge passes anyway, through conversation and demonstration, through the simple act of pointing upward and helping others see what you see. A young member of your group, perhaps 10 or 11 years old, sits beside you one night. You point out the patterns you know, tracing invisible lines between stars with your finger. The child's eyes follow your hand, and you can see the moment of recognition. That same spark of understanding that lit your own mind years ago. The patterns aren't random. They mean something. They can be learned. Neither of you realizes it, but you're creating something that will outlast both your lives, both your descendants, and both your entire lineages stretching forward 10,000 years. You're creating tradition. You're building the foundation of astronomy. The stars wheel overhead, indifferent to your newfound attention. They've been there for billions of years before you, and they'll remain for billions more after you're gone. But in this moment, in the simple act of watching and wondering, you've joined a project that your species will continue for as long as it exists. You've started asking the question that will echo through every civilization that follows. What are those lights, and what do they mean? It's approximately 15,000 BCE now, and you're standing in what will eventually be known as Germany, watching the moon rise over a landscape of ice and scattered pine. The glaciers have been retreating for generations, but winter still brings a cold that can kill the unwary. You've survived 23 of these winters, which makes you remarkably old by the standards of your time, and you've learned something that younger people often miss. The sky keeps time. Not just any time, the perfect time. You discovered this gradually, the way most important things are discovered. One year, you noticed that the moon went through exactly 12 complete cycles, from new to full and back to new again before the seasons completed their circuit. Well, almost 12. It was actually a bit more than 12, but close enough that you could use it as a rough calendar. When the moon had cycled through its phases 12 times, you could expect the warm season to arrive soon. When it cycled through another 12, the cold would return. This was useful, but the moon alone wasn't quite reliable enough. Some years, counting 12 moons brought you to the season change right on schedule. Other years you'd be off by several weeks. It was frustrating, like trying to catch fish with a net that had inconsistent holes. But then you paid attention to the stars, specifically to which stars were visible just before dawn. You noticed that certain stars would appear on the eastern horizon just before the sun rose, and this appearance correlated even better with the seasons than the moon did. When you could see a particular bright star rising just before daybreak, you knew with certainty that the herds would arrive within days. When another star made its first pre-dawn appearance, you could prepare for the cold. You didn't know the physics behind this. You didn't know that Earth orbits the Sun, or that the stars' apparent positions shift gradually throughout the year because of this orbital motion. You didn't need to know the mechanism. You just needed to know it worked, and it did, with a reliability that bordered on the miraculous. Other patterns emerged as you watched. The moon's position against the background stars changed nightly, moving eastward through the same star patterns that the sun seemed to travel through during the year. The moon completed its journey through these patterns in about 29 days, one complete cycle from new moon to new moon. This realization helped you understand why the 12 lunar months didn't quite match up with the seasonal year. The moon and the sun were travelling along the same path through the stars, but at different speeds. You began marking these observations. On bones and antlers, you carved notches, not random decorations, but deliberate counts. 29 notches for a lunar month, 12 sets of these for a year, with additional marks to track the discrepancy. These weren't idle doodlings passed around a fire. They were data. They were records. They were humanity's first spreadsheets, carved into whatever material was hard enough to last. The precision of these records is startling. Modern archaeologists examining Ice Age artifacts have found counting systems that tracked lunar phases with remarkable accuracy. You weren't primitive in your thinking. You were sophisticated observers using the tools available to you. The fact that you lacked telescopes or mathematical notation didn't make you less intelligent. It made you more impressive, actually, because you figured out so much with so little. This timekeeping had immediate practical value. Knowing when seasons would change meant knowing when to move camp, when to hunt specific animals, and when to gather particular plants. A group that could predict these changes had significant advantages over a group that reacted to them as they occurred. You could prepare, you could plan, you could survive when others might not. But something else was happening too, something harder to quantify. By tracking time, you were developing a new relationship with the future. Instead of living entirely in the present moment, reacting to whatever each day brought, you were beginning to anticipate. You were building mental models of how the world worked, models that extended beyond immediate sensory experience. You were, in a real sense, beginning to think abstractly. The night sky became your most reliable reference. The ground beneath your feet changed with floods and fires and the slow grinding of glaciers. The plants and animals around you migrated and evolved. Even the climate shifted across generations. But those stars, those patterns in the sky, remained constant enough to build your life around. They were the one fixed reference in a fluid world. You didn't worship the stars exactly, though that would come later for other cultures. Your relationship with them was more practical than spiritual at this point. They were tools. They were the most accurate calendar you had, the most reliable clock and the best map for predicting the future. They were quite literally your guide to survival. As you stand there watching the moon rise, you feel a satisfaction that transcends mere utility. There's something deeply pleasing about understanding how the sky works. about being able to predict what will appear where and when. You've turned mystery into knowledge and chaos into pattern. You've looked at the universe and found it comprehensible. The stars continue their ancient dance, and you continue your watch, adding another night's observations to a lifetime of accumulated knowledge. You don't know that people will still be doing this same thing 15,000 years from now, using tools you can't imagine to ask questions you'd never think to pose. But you'd probably appreciate the continuity. You've started something after all. You've begun the long project of mapping the heavens, and that project has barely begun. You're standing on a ziggurat in ancient Babylon, and the year is approximately 1700 BCE. The structure beneath your feet rises in massive tiers above the Euphrates River valley, each level smaller than the one below, creating a stepped pyramid that serves as both temple and observatory. The air's warm, it's almost always warm here, and the sounds of the city have faded with the sunset. Now there's just you, the night, and your duty. You are a priest astronomer, which in this civilization means you're one of the most powerful people in the kingdom. Kings consult you before making important decisions. Farmers depend on your calculations to know when to plant. The entire empire runs according to calendars you and your colleagues maintain. This isn't symbolic power. This is real authority derived from real knowledge, and that knowledge comes from the sky. Your people have been watching the heavens systematically for centuries, keeping records that span generations. These aren't casual observations noted when someone happens to remember. This is rigorous, continuous monitoring, with each night sky carefully recorded on clay tablets that fill entire libraries. You've inherited these records, and you add to them nightly, continuing a scientific tradition that will outlast your civilization itself. Tonight, you're tracking Venus. The evening star, you call it, though you've noticed it also appears as the morning star at different times of year. What you don't yet realize is that these are the same object, a planet closer to the sun than Earth, though the concept of planets as worlds rather than wandering stars is still centuries away. What you do know is that Venus follows a complex pattern through the sky, appearing and disappearing with a regularity you've learned to predict. This predictability is everything in a world where so much is uncertain, where crops might fail, where diseases strike without warning, where enemies could attack at any time. The sky offers constancy. The fact that you can predict celestial events gives you a kind of power over chaos itself. When you announce that Venus will disappear from the evening sky in 5 days and reappear as the morning star in 83 days, and then it happens exactly as you've said, you're demonstrating mastery over the cosmos itself. Or at least that's how it appears to those who don't understand your methods. But you understand your methods, and they're not magic, they're mathematics. Your civilization has developed sophisticated arithmetic, including a base 60 counting system that will eventually give the world 60-second minutes and 60-minute hours. You use this mathematics to track celestial cycles, calculating the relationships between different astronomical periods with impressive precision. The moon has been especially well studied. Your predecessors discovered the Saros cycle, a period of approximately 18 years and 11 days, after which eclipses repeat in almost identical patterns. This means that if you record every eclipse for 18 years, you can predict eclipses for the next 18 years and the 18 after that. It's not perfect. Small variations accumulate over time, but it's remarkably accurate, and it makes you appear almost prophetic to those who don't know the mathematics behind your predictions. You've also been tracking the 5 visible planets, though you don't call them that yet. Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn wander among the fixed stars, each following its own complex path. Mercury never strays far from the sun, appearing briefly after sunset or before sunrise. Venus makes its more dramatic appearances, becoming the brightest object in the sky besides the sun and moon. Mars occasionally seems to move backward, a phenomenon called retrograde motion, that will puzzle astronomers for centuries. Jupiter and Saturn move more slowly, taking years to complete their journeys through the stars. These observations have practical applications. Your calendar, based on lunar months but adjusted to keep pace with the solar year, requires constant monitoring to remain accurate. You add extra months when necessary, a practice called intercalation, to prevent the calendar from drifting away from the seasons. This ensures that religious festivals occur at the appropriate times of year, that farmers plant at the optimal moment, and that the entire civilization stays synchronized with natural cycles. But there's more than practicality at work here. You've begun to see patterns within patterns, relationships between celestial events that suggest the universe operates according to comprehensible rules. When you calculate that Mars will appear in a certain position relative to certain stars on a certain date, and then it happens, you're not just predicting the future, you're glimpsing the underlying order of creation itself. Your culture has woven the sky into every aspect of life. The zodiac, those 12 patterns of stars through which the sun appears to travel during the year, has become a framework for understanding time and fate. Each month belongs to a different zodiac sign, and the position of planets within these signs is believed to influence earthly events. This is the beginning of astrology, which will later diverge from astronomy, but which, in your time, is inseparable from it. Both are attempts to find meaning in the sky, to understand how celestial patterns relate to terrestrial existence. You don't see a conflict between the spiritual and the mathematical. For you, calculating the precise moment of a lunar eclipse and believing that eclipse carries divine significance are complementary activities. The mathematics proves the divine order. The predictability of the heavens demonstrates that the universe is not chaotic, but rather follows laws established by the gods. Your calculations are, in a sense, a way of reading the gods' intentions. As the night deepens, you record your observations on a fresh clay tablet, pressing wedge-shaped marks into the soft surface with your reed stylus. Centuries from now, archaeologists will unearth tablets like this and marvel at their accuracy. They'll recognize genuine astronomical data recorded with scientific precision. They'll see that your civilization understood far more about celestial mechanics than history often credits you with knowing. But for now, you're simply doing your job. You're watching, recording, calculating, and slowly building a body of knowledge that will influence every civilization that follows. When Greek astronomers later develop their models of the cosmos, they'll build on Babylonian observations. When Islamic scholars preserve and expand astronomical knowledge during Europe's Dark Ages, they'll reference Babylonian mathematics. When modern astronomy finally emerges, it will carry forward traditions that began on ziggurats like the one beneath your feet. The stars wheel overhead, the same stars that Ice Age hunters watched, but you're seeing them differently now. You're measuring them, calculating their movements, and finding mathematical relationships in their patterns. You've transformed them from mysterious lights into data points in an increasingly sophisticated understanding of the cosmos. You've turned wonder into science, though you don't use that word yet. Above you the Milky Way glows, and somewhere within it, though you'll never know this, the light of your own sun is just one star among billions. But on this night, in this moment, you're doing the work that will eventually reveal even that humbling truth. You're watching, recording, and thinking, activities that will prove to be among humanity's most powerful tools for understanding the universe. You're standing on the deck of a Polynesian voyaging canoe, and the year is approximately 800 CE. The nearest land is 3 days behind you, and the nearest land ahead is perhaps 5 days away, though you won't know for certain until you see it. Around you the Pacific Ocean extends to every horizon, an expanse of water so vast that all the world's land could fit within it with room to spare, and you have no instruments, no compass, no sextant, and no GPS. You have something better. You have the stars, and you know how to read them. Your canoe is magnificent, 60 feet of a hull carved from breadfruit trees, with 2 hulls joined by a platform that provides stability in rough seas. The sail is woven from pandanus leaves, and it catches the trade winds that will carry you across hundreds of miles of open ocean. You're travelling with 30 other people, carrying plants and animals to establish on a new island, assuming you find it. This isn't exploration for exploration's sake. This is colonization, migration, the deliberate expansion of your people across a vast ocean. And you're navigating by methods that would seem impossible to many other cultures. You have no written charts. You've never written down any directions or drawn any maps. Everything you know about navigation, every technique, every star path, every wave pattern, exists in your memory and in the memories of the navigators who taught you. This knowledge was passed down orally, demonstrated at sea, and practiced until it became intuitive. What looks like magic to outsiders is actually a sophisticated science based on careful observation of natural phenomena. The stars are your primary tools. Before departing, you memorize star paths, specific stars that rise and set at consistent points on the horizon, creating paths across the sky that correspond to directions across the ocean. When you want to sail toward your destination island, you identify the appropriate star path and keep your canoe aligned with it. As each star rises in the east, travels across the sky, and sets in the west, you use it to maintain your course. When one star becomes too high to use effectively, you switch to the next star in the sequence. This continues all night, every night, for as many nights as the journey requires. During the day you have the sun, which rises and sets at predictable points depending on the season. You also have the swells, long-period waves generated by distant storms that travel across the ocean in consistent directions. You can feel these swells through the hull and sense their direction even when surface waves obscure them. By combining sun position with swell direction, you maintain your course during daylight hours, but the stars provide the most reliable guidance. You know dozens of stars by name, understand their rising and setting points, and can estimate your latitude by observing which stars pass directly overhead. The North Star, Polaris, is too far north to be useful in most of the Pacific, but other stars serve similar functions. The Southern Cross points south. Arcturus, which you call Hokulea, passes nearly overhead at Hawaii's latitude. When Hokulea is directly above you, you know you're at the correct latitude to find those islands. You've also memorized reference islands, small atolls and islands that lie between your starting point and destination. Even if you don't plan to stop at these references, knowing their positions helps you navigate. If you spot one of them, you can adjust your course accordingly. If you don't spot one you expected to see, you know you've drifted and can calculate the correction needed. The sophistication of this system is staggering. You're essentially maintaining dead reckoning across hundreds or thousands of miles of featureless ocean, updating your position constantly based on every available cue. You watch for clouds that form over distant islands, invisible below the horizon but revealed by the clouds they generate. You observe seabirds and know which species fly far from land and which stay close to shore. You note the colour of the water, the type of floating debris, and the temperature changes that indicate different currents. On clear nights, the navigation is almost relaxing. The stars are bright and obvious. The moon provides additional light and you can see the horizon clearly. But tonight clouds obscure much of the sky. This would panic a less experienced navigator, but you've sailed through worse conditions. You find gaps in the clouds, catch glimpses of familiar stars, and use those brief views to maintain your course. When stars aren't visible at all, you rely on the swells, on the wind's direction, and on subtle signs that others might miss entirely. Your people have been making journeys like this for over 1,000 years, spreading across the Pacific in waves of migration that populated islands from Hawaii to New Zealand to Easter Island. This represents one of humanity's greatest navigational achievements, settling thousands of islands scattered across the world's largest ocean, using nothing but observation, memory, and skill. Cultures with metal tools and written languages couldn't match what your people accomplished with wooden canoes and oral knowledge. The key was the stars' reliability. On an ocean without landmarks, where currents can push you off course and winds can shift unpredictably, the stars remained constant. They appeared in the same positions, followed the same paths, and maintained their same relationships to each other. This celestial constancy provided the reference frame you needed to navigate terrestrial uncertainty. Your navigation is astronomy in its most practical form. You don't care about the physical nature of stars. Whether they're distant suns or lights on a celestial sphere makes no difference to your work. What matters is their positions, their movements, and their usefulness as guides. You've developed an applied science of astronomy focused entirely on what works rather than why it works. Your theories about the cosmos might strike later astronomers as primitive, but your practical knowledge of celestial navigation is extraordinarily sophisticated. As dawn approaches, you spot something on the horizon, a cloud with a greenish tint at its base, reflecting vegetation on an island below. It's the reference atoll you expected to see, right where it should be. Your navigation has been accurate. You adjust your course slightly, compensating for the current that pushed you marginally east during the night, and continue toward your destination. Around you, people are waking, preparing food and tending to the plants and animals you're transporting. Children play on the platform between the hulls, too young to understand the precision required to find a tiny island in an enormous ocean. They'll learn, though. Some of them will become navigators themselves, memorizing the same star paths you know, learning to read the same subtle signs, and continuing traditions that stretch back through more generations than anyone can count. The sun rises, and the stars fade. Your nighttime navigation tools disappear, but you've already noted your position and set your daytime course. In a few days, if your calculations remain accurate, you'll sight your destination. A new island to settle, a new home for your people, found by following lights in the sky across an ocean that covers nearly a third of the planet. The stars didn't care about your journey. They would have shone just as brightly whether you were there to see them or not. But by learning to read them, by understanding their movements with enough precision to stake your life on that understanding, you've transformed them from merely beautiful lights into the most reliable tools humanity has ever found for exploring the world. You've proven that careful observation and rigorous mental training can overcome seemingly impossible challenges. You've shown that the sky is more than something to wonder at. It's something to use, to rely on, and to trust with your survival. And in doing so, you've continued the project begun by those Ice Age observers. The long, patient work of understanding what those lights are and what they can tell us about the world we inhabit. You're standing in the Library of Alexandria, and the year is approximately 200 BCE. The room around you contains hundreds of thousands of scrolls, the accumulated knowledge of the ancient world gathered from every culture the Hellenistic Empire has touched. But right now, you're not interested in poetry or philosophy. You're focused on a particular scroll that contains astronomical observations from Babylon, and you're trying to reconcile those observations with a new geometric model of the cosmos. You are, in the terminology of your time, a mathematician and natural philosopher, though later ages will call you an astronomer. Your name might be remembered. Perhaps you're Aristarchus or Eratosthenes or Hipparchus. Or it might be forgotten, lost among the thousands of scholars who worked in Alexandria during its golden age. But whether or not your individual name survives, the work you're doing will change humanity's relationship with the sky forever. You're not just observing the heavens anymore, you're measuring them. This represents a fundamental shift in approach. Earlier civilizations watched the sky and recorded what they saw, identifying patterns and using those patterns for practical purposes. You're doing something different. You're asking quantitative questions and demanding numerical answers. Not just where does the sun appear to move, but how large is the sun? Not just do the stars move, but how far away are they? Your culture has advantages that earlier observers lacked. Greek mathematics has developed geometric tools powerful enough to model celestial mechanics. Your understanding of circles, angles, and ratios allows you to make calculations that would have been impossible for the Babylonians despite their sophisticated arithmetic. You also have access to centuries of Babylonian observations, giving you data spanning longer periods than any single lifetime could provide. Consider Eratosthenes' famous calculation of Earth's circumference, performed right here in Alexandria roughly 50 years ago. He noticed that at noon, on the summer solstice, the sun was directly overhead in Syene, casting no shadow, while in Alexandria it cast a shadow corresponding to an angle of approximately 7 degrees. By measuring the distance between these cities and using basic geometry, he calculated Earth's circumference with remarkable accuracy. This wasn't just clever, it was revolutionary. He'd measured the size of the entire planet using nothing but shadows, angles, and reasoning. You're attempting something similarly audacious, calculating the distance to the moon. You know that during a lunar eclipse, Earth's shadow falls on the moon, and by carefully measuring the shadow's size relative to the moon's diameter, you can determine the ratio of distances. The mathematics is tricky. You need precise observations of eclipses, careful measurements of angles, and sophisticated geometric reasoning, but it's doable, and when you finish you'll have a number. The moon is approximately 60 Earth radii away. This is astonishing accuracy for observations made with naked eyes and simple measuring tools. You have no telescopes, no precision instruments, just calibrated sticks and circles divided into degrees. Yet you're determining cosmic distances, measuring the unmeasurable, pulling numbers from what had been pure mystery. Other scholars in Alexandria are tackling different questions. Aristarchus has proposed something radical. Perhaps Earth orbits the Sun rather than the reverse. His geometric arguments are compelling. If Earth circles the Sun, it explains certain observations about planetary motions more elegantly than the traditional model. But his idea faces resistance. If Earth moves, shouldn't we feel it? Shouldn't the stars shift position as Earth travels around its orbit? The lack of observable stellar parallax, the apparent shift in star positions caused by Earth's motion, seems to argue against a moving Earth. What Aristarchus doesn't know is that he's right, but the stars are far more distant than anyone imagines. The parallax exists, but it's too small to detect without telescopes. His correct theory will be largely forgotten, buried under the weight of common sense that insists the solid ground beneath our feet must be stationary. Truth sometimes loses to intuition, at least temporarily. You're also working on cataloguing stars with unprecedented precision. Your predecessor Hipparchus created a star catalogue that listed roughly 1,000 stars, noting their positions and relative brightnesses. You're expanding this work, adding more stars, refining the measurements, and developing a magnitude system to classify brightness. This might seem like mere bookkeeping, but it's crucial. To understand how the heavens change, you first need to know their normal state. Only with precise catalogues can you detect phenomena like novae, new stars that appear where none existed before, or track subtle changes in planetary positions. The geometric models you're developing represent humanity's first serious attempts at explaining celestial mechanics. You describe the cosmos as a series of nested spheres, each carrying different celestial objects all rotating around Earth at the centre. It's wrong in most details, but the approach is sound. create a mathematical model, test it against observations, and refine it when discrepancies appear. This is science, even if the specific conclusions will later be overturned. You're particularly interested in planetary motion. The 5 visible planets, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, wander among the stars in ways that simple circular motion can't explain. Mars occasionally appears to stop, move backward, then resume its normal direction. How can this be if planets move on simple circles? Your solution involves epicycles, small circles whose centers travel along larger circles. A planet moves along its epicycle while the epicycle's center moves along a larger circle around Earth. With the right combination of circles moving at the right speeds, you can match observed planetary motions quite well. The model is complicated, requiring multiple epicycles for some planets, but it works. It predicts where planets will appear in the sky months or years in advance. This model will dominate astronomy for over 1,000 years, not because people are stubborn or ignorant, but because it's genuinely useful. It predicts celestial phenomena accurately enough for navigation, calendar making, and other practical purposes. The fact that it's based on incorrect assumptions about Earth's centrality doesn't matter for prediction. A wrong model that works is more useful than no model at all, but something else is happening in your work that transcends any specific model or measurement. You're establishing the principle that the universe operates according to mathematical laws discoverable through reason and observation. The heavens aren't merely mysterious or divine, they're comprehensible. They follow rules. Those rules can be written down, calculated, and predicted. This idea, more than any particular discovery, is your culture's greatest contribution to astronomy. As evening falls and you finally leave the library, you walk out into the Mediterranean night. The stars are emerging, the same stars that Ice Age hunters watched, that Babylonian priests tracked, and that Polynesian navigators followed. But you see them differently now. You don't just observe them, you measure them. You don't merely note their patterns, you create mathematical models to explain those patterns. You've transformed them from objects of wonder into objects of study. The transformation isn't complete, of course. Many of your measurements are rough, many of your models are wrong, and many questions remain unanswerable with your current tools. But you've established something crucial. The project of understanding the cosmos through mathematics and systematic observation. You've shown that human reason can grapple with celestial phenomena, that the apparently unreachable can be measured, and that mysteries can become mathematics. Somewhere in your calculations and models, buried in geometric diagrams and numerical tables, lie the seeds of revelations that won't flower for centuries. Your work on stellar positions will eventually prove Earth moves. Your geometric techniques will help demonstrate the vast scale of the cosmos. Your insistence that observation must match theory will become the foundation of the scientific method. But tonight, you're simply satisfied to have added a few more measurements to humanity's growing understanding of the heavens. The stars shine on, indifferent to your calculations, but you've measured their positions with unprecedented precision. You've turned skyward mystery into earthly mathematics. You've continued the long journey from wonder to understanding, and that journey is far from over. You're on a rooftop in Padua, Italy, and the year is 1609. In your hands you hold an instrument that will change human understanding of the cosmos more profoundly than anything since the invention of mathematics itself. It's a tube roughly 3 feet long, fitted with carefully ground lenses at each end, capable of magnifying distant objects approximately 20 times. You call it a telescope, from Greek roots meaning far-seeing. And tonight you're about to turn it toward the sky for perhaps the 100th time, each session revealing something new that contradicts centuries of accepted truth. The device itself is barely a year old, at least in its current form. Dutch spectacle makers discovered that certain combinations of lenses could magnify distant objects, And when you heard about this, you immediately recognized its potential. You've spent months grinding lenses, testing configurations, and improving the design until you achieved magnifications far beyond what the Dutch achieved. Where they saw a novelty, you saw a revolution. Your colleagues at the University of Padua were initially skeptical. Some refused to even look through the device, insisting that anything seen through glass lenses must be an artifact or illusion rather than reality. Others looked but dismissed what they saw, unable to reconcile observations with their understanding of how the cosmos should work. But you've persisted, and your observations have become increasingly difficult to dismiss. Tonight, you're focusing on Jupiter. You've been watching this planet for weeks now, and what you've discovered is staggering. Jupiter has moons, at least 4 of them, visible as tiny points of light arranged in a line extending from the planet's bright disk. Night by night, you've watched these moons change position, orbiting Jupiter exactly as the moon orbits Earth. This is revolutionary because it proves that not everything in the heavens orbits Earth. Here is a celestial body with its own satellites, a miniature planetary system that demolishes the Earth-centered cosmos accepted since ancient times. You've been keeping detailed records, sketching Jupiter's moons in different positions each night, and calculating their orbital periods. The innermost moon completes its orbit in roughly 42 hours. The outermost takes about 16 days. The precision of their movements is beautiful. They're following the same mathematical laws that govern the moon's orbit around Earth, suggesting universal principles rather than special cases. But Jupiter's moons aren't your only discovery. The moon, Earth's moon, has been equally revelatory. Through your telescope, the smooth, perfect sphere described by ancient philosophers transforms into a rough, mountainous world. You see craters, valleys, and towering peaks that cast long shadows across lunar plains. You've even measured the height of some mountains by calculating shadow lengths, finding peaks that rival Earth's highest summits. The moon isn't a perfect celestial object made of quintessence, as Aristotle claimed. It's a world as physical and irregular as Earth itself. Venus has provided more evidence against Earth-centered models. Through your telescope, you've observed that Venus goes through phases like the moon, sometimes appearing as a crescent, sometimes as a gibbous shape, and sometimes nearly full. This only makes sense if Venus orbits the Sun, passing between us and the Sun when it appears as a crescent and moving beyond the Sun when it appears full. In an Earth-centered system where Venus orbits between Earth and the Sun, it should only ever appear as a crescent. The phases of Venus are direct evidence for a Sun-centered solar system. You've also been observing the Sun itself using projection methods to avoid damaging your eyes. The Sun, supposedly the most perfect celestial object, is marked with spots, dark blemishes that appear, change shape, and disappear over days or weeks. By tracking these spots, you've determined that the Sun rotates, completing one revolution approximately every 27 days. This rotation, combined with the imperfect nature of sunspots, further demolishes the idea of celestial perfection. The Milky Way has revealed its secret. To the naked eye, it appears as a hazy band of light across the sky. Through your telescope, it resolves into thousands upon thousands of individual stars, too distant and numerous to see separately without magnification. This suggests the universe contains far more stars than anyone imagined. Not the few thousand visible to the naked eye, but potentially millions or billions, extending far beyond what earlier astronomers thought possible. Each of these observations contradicts established doctrine. The Church's cosmology, based on Aristotle and Ptolemy, places Earth at the centre of a small, ordered universe with perfect celestial bodies moving on perfect circles. Your observations suggest a vastly larger universe with imperfect celestial bodies where Earth is not central. You're not trying to challenge religious authority. You're simply reporting what you see, but the implications are impossible to ignore. The resistance you face isn't entirely unreasonable. Your telescope is new technology, and its reliability isn't yet proven. How can anyone be certain that what appears in the telescope truly represents reality, rather than optical illusions created by lenses? Your response is pragmatic. The telescope accurately shows distant terrestrial objects, ships that are below the horizon, and buildings in distant cities. If it works reliably for earthly observations, why should celestial observations be different? You're also making your findings public, publishing your observations in language accessible to educated readers, not just in Latin for scholars. Your book, Sideris Nuncius, The Starry Messenger, spreads your discoveries across Europe within months. Other observers with telescopes confirm your findings. Jupiter's moons can be seen by anyone with adequate magnification. The phases of Venus are independently verified, and the moon's mountains are photographed with increasing detail as telescope. Technology improves. The cumulative weight of these observations forces a revolution in thought. The cosmos is not small, ordered, and geocentric. It's vast, perhaps infinite, with Earth as just one planet among several orbiting an ordinary star. This insight is simultaneously humbling and exhilarating. Humanity has been demoted from the center of creation, but in exchange we've discovered a far grander universe than anyone imagined. As you pack up your telescope for the night, you reflect on how one simple device, a tube with lenses, has demolished millennia of accepted truth. The ancient Greeks would have given anything for this technology. They had the mathematical sophistication to understand what you're seeing, but they lacked the tools to see it. The observations that would have resolved their debates about Earth's motion were always there in the sky, invisible only because human eyes couldn't detect them without help. This raises a humbling question. What else is in the sky that you can't see even with your telescope? Your instrument magnifies 20 times, which is impressive, but surely this isn't the limit of what's possible. Future observers with better telescopes will undoubtedly see things you're missing. How much larger is the universe than what you can see? How many more discoveries await merely better technology? You don't know it yet, but your telescope represents the first of many technological leaps that will progressively reveal the cosmos's true nature. Better lenses, then reflecting telescopes, then photography, then spectroscopy, then radio astronomy, then space-based telescopes free from atmospheric distortion. Each advancement will reveal new phenomena, answer old questions, and raise new mysteries. Your 17-inch telescope is primitive compared to what's coming, but it's sophisticated enough to begin the revolution. The stars shine overhead, now known to be distant suns rather than lights on a celestial sphere. The planets, visible as bright points to the naked eye, are revealed through your telescope as worlds. Jupiter with its cloud bands and moons, Saturn with its mysterious elongated shape. You can't quite resolve the rings with your current telescope, but you know something odd extends from the planet's sides, and Mars with hints of surface features. You've lived through one of history's great turning points, the moment when humanity first saw the cosmos as it truly is, rather than as we imagined it must be. The implications will take generations to fully understand, but the basic fact is clear. We are far smaller, and the universe far larger, than anyone dreamed. And that's wonderful, because it means there's so much more to discover, so many more mysteries waiting in the dark between the stars. You're working in a Cambridge office, and the year is approximately 1726. Papers cover your desk, calculations, diagrams, and observations from astronomers across Europe. You're attempting something that many colleagues consider impossible. You're trying to calculate the distance to a comet using nothing but geometric principles and observations from multiple locations. If you succeed, you'll prove that comets are distant celestial objects rather than atmospheric phenomena, and you'll demonstrate that mathematics can measure even the seemingly unmeasurable. Your name is Edmund Halley, and you've dedicated much of your career to understanding celestial mechanics. You've been fascinated by comets, those mysterious objects that appear unpredictably, blaze across the sky for weeks or months, then vanish. Aristotle believed they were atmospheric disturbances, weather phenomena rather than celestial objects. This view persisted for centuries, but you're convinced Aristotle was wrong. The evidence is in the geometry. You have observations of comets from different locations on Earth, measured carefully by skilled astronomers. If comets were atmospheric phenomena relatively close to Earth, observers at different locations should see them at noticeably different positions against the background stars. This is parallax, the same principle that makes nearby objects appear to shift when you close one eye and open the other. But cometary parallax, when measurable at all, is tiny, suggesting these objects are extremely distant. Moreover, you've been studying historical records of comet sightings, comparing their paths across the sky, their appearance, and their behaviour, and you've noticed something remarkable. Comets that appeared in 1531, 1607, and 1682 followed nearly identical paths. They appeared in similar regions of the sky, moved in similar directions, and brightened and faded in similar patterns. What if these weren't three different comets, but the same comet, returning periodically? The mathematics support this hypothesis. Using Newton's laws of motion and gravitation, which your friend Isaac published 40 years ago, you can calculate orbital paths for objects moving through the solar system. When you apply these calculations to the 1682 comet, assuming it's in a highly elliptical orbit around the Sun, you get an orbital period of roughly 75 to 76 years. Count back 76 years from 1682 and you reach 1607. Count back another 76 years and you reach 1531. The timing matches the historical sightings almost perfectly. This means you can make a prediction. If your hypothesis is correct, this comet should return around 1758 or 1759. You'll be long dead by then. You're already in your 70s. But the comet will either appear as predicted, confirming your calculations, or it won't, proving you wrong. Either way, the prediction is testable, which makes it scientific rather than mere speculation. What you're doing represents a new kind of astronomy. Earlier observers watched the sky and recorded what they saw. They identified patterns and made predictions based on those patterns, but their predictions were essentially extrapolations, assuming the future will resemble the past. You're doing something different. You're using physical laws, mathematical models, and theoretical understanding to predict phenomena that haven't been observed yet. You're not just recording the universe, you're calculating it. Newton's work made this possible. His laws of motion and universal gravitation provided for the first time a unified framework for understanding both celestial and terrestrial mechanics. The same force that pulls an apple downward pulls the moon toward Earth, and Earth toward the Sun. The same mathematical laws that describe projectile motion on Earth describe planetary orbits in the heavens. This unification is profound. It means the universe operates according to comprehensible universal principles rather than separate rules for different domains. You've applied these principles to various problems. You calculated the path of the 1682 comet, determining its orbital elements with unprecedented precision. You've worked on improving tables of planetary positions, incorporating perturbations, the subtle gravitational influences that planets exert on each other, causing small deviations from perfect elliptical orbits. You've studied the moon's motion, wrestling with the three-body problem, the mathematical challenge of precisely calculating how three gravitationally interacting objects move. The moon problem is particularly vexing. The moon's orbit is influenced not just by Earth, but also by the sun, and the combined gravitational effects create orbital irregularities that are devilishly difficult to calculate. Newton himself struggled with lunar motion, and the problem won't be fully solved for another century. But you've made progress, improving predictions enough that navigators can use your lunar tables to determine longitude at sea, a practical application of celestial mechanics that saves lives and enables exploration. You've also been thinking about stellar distances. The stars are clearly far more distant than planets. They show no measurable parallax even from observations made 6 months apart, when Earth is on opposite sides of its orbit around the Sun. This means stellar distances must be enormous compared to solar system scales. But how enormous? Can these distances be measured at all? You suspect they can, eventually, though not with current instruments. If telescopes become powerful enough and measurements precise enough, stellar parallax should become detectable. The math is straightforward. Measure a star's position in summer, measure it again in winter when Earth has moved to the opposite side of its orbit, and calculate the distance based on the apparent shift. The challenge is that even the nearest stars are so distant that their parallax is measured in fractions of an arc-second. Angles so small they require instruments far more precise than what's currently available. But you're confident that future astronomers will make these measurements. Technology improves, telescopes become more powerful, measurement techniques become more refined. What's impossible today becomes routine tomorrow. The stars' distances will eventually be known, and when that happens, humanity will finally understand the true scale of the cosmos. As you review your calculations one more time, checking for errors, you consider how far astronomy has come in just a few generations. When you were born, telescopes were relatively new, the heliocentric model was still controversial, and the physical laws governing celestial motion were unknown. Now, less than a century later, you're calculating comet orbits, predicting future appearances, and treating the heavens as a domain subject to the same mathematical laws that govern earthly phenomena. The transformation isn't complete. Many mysteries remain. The nature of stars is unknown. Are they distant suns, and if so, how far away and how large? The structure of the Milky Way is unclear. Is it a flat disk, a sphere, or something else entirely? The possibility of other galaxies hasn't even been seriously considered. Most astronomers assume all visible stars belong to one unified system, but the methodology is now established. You observe, you measure, you calculate, you predict, and you test. When predictions fail, you refine your models. When new phenomena are discovered, you incorporate them into your framework. This is science, and it's proving extraordinarily powerful for understanding nature. Your comet prediction, in particular, feels like a gamble against mortality itself. You're wagering that mathematics and physics can project forward decades into the future, that the universe is lawful enough, and that your understanding is complete enough to make predictions across timescales longer than human lifetimes. If you're right, and the comet returns when predicted, it will be one of science's great triumphs, a demonstration that human reason can grasp cosmic patterns and use them to predict the unpredictable. You won't live to see it, but you're content with that. You've done the work, you've made the calculations. The comet will either confirm your hypothesis or it won't, but either outcome advances knowledge. And that ultimately is what drives you, not personal glory or the satisfaction of being proven right, but the simple desire to understand how the universe works. The stars shine outside your window, distant and mysterious, but less mysterious than they were. Each generation peels back another layer of cosmic mystery, armed with better tools, better mathematics, and better understanding. Your generation has accomplished remarkable things, but you're certain future generations will accomplish more. The universe is vast, complex, and wonderful, and humanity has barely begun to explore it. You're standing outside the dome of the Mount Wilson Observatory in California, and the year is 1924. The sun set hours ago, and now the Milky Way stretches overhead in magnificent detail, visible despite the growing light pollution from Los Angeles in the valley below. Inside the dome behind you sits the Hooker telescope, 100 inches of reflecting mirror, the largest telescope in the world, capable of gathering more light and seeing fainter objects than any instrument in human history. And tonight, you've used it to make a discovery that will fundamentally change humanity's understanding of its place in the cosmos. Your name is Edwin Hubble, and you've been photographing spiral nebula. Those fuzzy, spiral-shaped objects scattered across the sky. Astronomers have debated their nature for years. Are they gas clouds within our own galaxy, or are they distant galaxies themselves, separate island universes beyond the Milky Way? The debate has been fierce with respected scientists on both sides, but you think you've finally settled it. You've been focusing on Andromeda, the largest and brightest of the spiral nebulae. Using the Hooker telescope's light-gathering power, you've been taking long-exposure photographs, images that accumulate light over hours, revealing details invisible to direct observation. And in these photographs you've identified individual stars within Andromeda, not just the bright blue-white stars that mark spiral arms, but specific types of variable stars called Cepheids. Cepheids are crucial because their brightness varies predictably, pulsing brighter and dimmer over periods ranging from days to months. More importantly, there's a direct relationship between a Cepheids period and its intrinsic brightness. Longer period Cepheids are inherently brighter than short period ones. This relationship was discovered by Henrietta Leavitt, working with Cepheids in the Magellanic Clouds, and it provides a method for measuring cosmic distances. Here's the beautiful logic. If you know a Cepheid's intrinsic brightness and can measure its apparent brightness, you can calculate its distance. It's like seeing a light bulb and determining how far away it is by how dim it appears. If you know it's a 100-watt bulb, you can tell whether it's 10 feet away or 100 feet away by its apparent brightness. The Cepheids you found in Andromeda have periods indicating they're extremely luminous stars, yet they appear very faint in your photographs. The only way to reconcile these facts is if Andromeda is extraordinarily distant, not thousands or tens of thousands of light years away, but nearly 1 million light years. This places it far beyond any reasonable estimate of the Milky Way's size. Andromeda isn't a gas cloud within our galaxy. It's a galaxy itself comparable in size to the Milky Way, containing hundreds of billions of stars. If Andromeda is a galaxy, then likely all spiral nebulae are galaxies. This means the universe contains not one galaxy, but countless millions of them, scattered through space at distances that dwarf the distances between stars within any single galaxy. The universe is vastly, almost incomprehensibly larger than anyone imagined. But you've made another discovery, even more startling. You've been measuring the spectra of galaxies, analysing the light they emit to determine which wavelengths are present. What you found is that nearly every galaxy shows a redshift, meaning their light is shifted toward longer, redder wavelengths compared to what it should be. And the more distant the galaxy, the greater the redshift. This redshift has a clear interpretation. These galaxies are moving away from us. The shift in wavelength is a Doppler effect, the same phenomenon that makes a train whistle's pitch drop as it passes you. When a light source moves away, its light is stretched to longer wavelengths, redshifted. When it approaches, the light is compressed to shorter wavelengths, blue-shifted. Moreover, you've noticed a relationship. The farther away a galaxy is, the faster it's receding. Double the distance, and the recession velocity doubles as well. This relationship, what will become known as Hubble's law, has profound implications. If all distant galaxies are moving away from us, and their recession velocity increases with distance, the universe itself must be expanding. This is difficult to grasp. You're not saying galaxies are moving through space away from us as if we're at the centre of an explosion. You're saying space itself is expanding, carrying galaxies along with it. It's like dots on an inflating balloon. As the balloon expands, all dots move away from each other, but no dot is at the centre of the expansion. Every observer in any galaxy would see all other galaxies receding, with more distant ones receding faster. This expansion suggests the universe has a history. If galaxies are currently moving apart, they must have been closer together in the past. Run the expansion backward, and you eventually reach a point where all matter was concentrated in an incredibly small, dense state. This is the beginning of what will later be called the Big Bang theory, the idea that the universe began in an extremely hot, dense state and has been expanding and cooling ever since. The implications cascade outward. If the universe is expanding and had a beginning, it has an age. You can estimate this age by calculating how long it would take galaxies to reach their current separations given their observed velocities. Your initial estimates suggest an age of a few billion years, which is troublingly young. Geologists already have evidence that Earth is older than that. But the principle is established. The universe isn't eternal and unchanging. It's dynamic and evolving with a definite history. As you stand beneath the stars, you realize you're witnessing something unprecedented in human history. Every previous generation believed the universe was static, unchanging in its large-scale structure. Oh, planets moved and comets appeared and stars occasionally exploded, but the overall universe, its size, its structure, its fundamental nature, was thought to be eternal. You've discovered this assumption is wrong. The universe is not static. It's expanding, cooling, and evolving. It had a beginning and will have a future different from its present state. This discovery comes from technology. The 100-inch telescope, photographic plates sensitive enough to capture faint light, and spectroscopes capable of analysing that light. None of this was available even 50 years ago. Your discovery was always waiting in the sky, visible in principle, but invisible in practice until instruments became sophisticated enough to detect it. How many more discoveries are out there, waiting for better technology? You think about the long chain of observations and insights that led to this moment. Ancient astronomers identifying celestial patterns, Babylonians calculating planetary positions, Greeks creating geometric models, telescopes revealing Jupiter's moons and Saturn's rings. Newton's laws enable orbital calculations. Photography allows long exposures that see deeper into space than eyes alone could. Spectroscopy reveals the physical properties of distant objects, each advance built on previous work, each generation seeing farther and understanding more deeply. And now you've pushed the frontier again. You've measured the universe and found it vaster than anyone thought. You've discovered that it's expanding, that it has a history, that it's not eternal. Future generations will push farther still, answering questions you haven't even thought to ask yet. Will they find the edge of the universe, or is it infinite? What happened in those first moments after the expansion began? Are there other universes beyond ours? You don't know, but you're confident they'll keep looking. The Hooker telescope dome closes for the night. Your photographic plates are secure, ready for detailed analysis tomorrow. The data is recorded, the measurements are made, and the conclusions are becoming inescapable. The universe is larger, stranger, and more wonderful than humanity ever imagined. And that, ultimately, is the most exciting thing you could possibly discover. Not that we understand everything, but there's so much more to explore. You're monitoring a radio telescope in northern England, and the year is 1965. The instrument you're using doesn't look like a traditional telescope. No dome, no eyepiece, just an array of horn-shaped antennas pointed at the sky, connected to sensitive radio receivers. You're not looking at the sky in visible light, but in radio waves. which pass through clouds and work during daytime, opening the heavens to observation 24 hours a day. Your name is irrelevant to this particular night, but the discovery you're about to confirm is not. You've been detecting a persistent background noise in your data, a faint radio signal that appears to come equally from all directions in the sky. At first, you thought it was instrumental error or perhaps radio interference from nearby cities, but extensive checks have ruled out these explanations. The signal is real, it's cosmic in origin, and it's uniform across the entire sky to within 1 part in 10,000. This uniform signal is extraordinary because it shouldn't exist. If it came from stars or galaxies, it would be stronger in some directions than others, concentrated in the Milky Way's plane, for instance, or showing bright spots where galaxies cluster. But this signal is almost perfectly isotropic, the same from every direction. It's like the universe has a temperature, and what you're detecting is thermal radiation from the cosmos itself. The signal's wavelength corresponds to extremely cold thermal radiation, about 3 degrees above absolute zero. This is puzzling until you remember recent theoretical work suggesting that if the universe began in a hot, dense state, the Big Bang, it would have cooled as it expanded. In its earliest moments, the universe would have been hot enough to glow brightly in visible light, even in ultraviolet and X-rays. But as it expanded, this radiation would have stretched to longer wavelengths, shifted by the expansion itself, until today it appears as faint radio waves. You're detecting the afterglow of the Big Bang itself, radiation that has travelled through space for nearly 14 billion years, cooling from temperatures of thousands of degrees to just a few degrees above absolute zero. This cosmic microwave background radiation is direct evidence that the universe had a hot beginning, that it's been expanding and cooling ever since, and that the Big Bang theory is correct. This discovery transforms cosmology from speculation to observational science. Before this, the Big Bang was one theory among several for the universe's origin. Now it's strongly supported by direct evidence, radiation that could only exist if the universe began in a hot, dense state. Alternative theories that proposed an eternal steady-state universe cannot explain this uniform background radiation. The evidence is overwhelming, but the cosmic microwave background isn't just confirmation of the Big Bang, it's a snapshot of the early universe, a window into conditions when the cosmos was just 380,000 years old. Before that time, the universe was too hot for atoms to form. Electrons and protons existed as a plasma, and photons scattered off these charged particles constantly, making the universe opaque. When the universe cooled enough for atoms to form, photons suddenly could travel freely. The radiation you're detecting comes from that moment of recombination when the universe became transparent. By studying this radiation in detail, measuring its temperature in different directions, looking for tiny variations in intensity, astronomers will learn about the universe's structure at that early time. Slightly denser regions in the primordial plasma will appear as slightly warmer spots in the microwave background. These density variations were the seeds that eventually grew into galaxies, clusters of galaxies, and the large-scale structure visible in the universe today. Over the following decades, increasingly sophisticated instruments will map the cosmic microwave background with extraordinary precision. Satellites like COBE, WMAP, and Planck will measure temperature variations as small as 1 part in 100,000, revealing detailed information about the universe's composition, age, and geometry. These measurements will determine that the universe is approximately 13.8 billion years old, that it's geometrically flat, and that it contains not just ordinary matter but also dark matter and dark energy, mysterious substances whose nature remains unknown but whose gravitational effects are undeniable. The cosmic microwave background will also provide evidence for cosmic inflation, a brief period of exponential expansion that occurred in the universe's first fraction of a second. Inflation explains why the universe is so uniform on large scales, why it's geometrically flat, and why certain types of irregularity appear in the density distribution of matter. Without inflation, the universe's observed properties would require extraordinarily fine-tuned initial conditions. With inflation, these properties emerge naturally from well-understood physics. As you examine the data streaming from the radio telescope, you're struck by how much can be learned from such a faint signal. This radiation is incredibly weak. The total energy from the cosmic microwave background hitting a person's body is far less than the energy from distant starlight, which itself is minimal. Yet this faint signal contains information about the universe's age, composition, geometry, and early history. It's as if the cosmos has left its signature written in radiation, waiting billions of years for technology to become sophisticated enough to read it. You think about the long chain of discoveries that led here. Hubble discovered galactic recession, implying the universe expands, extrapolating this expansion backward to a hot, dense beginning. Theoretical physicists are calculating what conditions would be like in the early universe, predicting that thermal radiation from that era should still be detectable. Engineers are developing radio astronomy, creating instruments sensitive enough to detect faint cosmic signals, and now the detection itself, confirming predictions and opening new avenues of research. The cosmic microwave background is also humbling. It shows that the matter we're familiar with, atoms, molecules, everything made of protons, neutrons and electrons, comprises only about 5% of the universe's total energy content. The rest is dark matter and dark energy, substances whose nature is completely unknown. We've mapped the universe, measured its age, determined its composition, and discovered that we don't understand 95% of what it contains. Yet this ignorance is exciting rather than discouraging. It means astronomy is far from finished. There are fundamental mysteries remaining, questions whose answers will require new physics, new observations, and perhaps revolutionary insights comparable to those that launched quantum mechanics or relativity. The universe is still surprising us, still revealing that reality is stranger and more wonderful than our theories predict. As dawn approaches and your observing shift ends, you prepare your preliminary report. The signal is real, it's cosmic, and it matches predictions for the cooled radiation from the Big Bang. Other observers will confirm it independently. That's already happening, actually, with similar detections reported by other teams. Soon this discovery will be announced publicly, and it will transform humanity's understanding of cosmic history. The stars fade as the sky brightens, but you know they're still there, still shining, their light mixing with the faint microwave glow from the universe's hot beginning. That glow has travelled for nearly 14 billion years to reach your antennas, carrying information about a time when no stars existed, when no galaxies had formed, and when the universe was just a hot, dense plasma beginning its long expansion toward the cool, structured cosmos we inhabit today. Somewhere in that ancient radiation, in its tiny temperature variations and subtle polarization patterns, lie answers to questions humanity hasn't yet learned to ask. Future astronomers will extract those answers, learning things about the universe's origin, structure, and fate that you can't even imagine. But tonight, you've contributed your part to that ongoing project, detecting the whisper from the beginning, confirming that the universe has a history, and opening a new window on cosmic time. You're lying on your back in a dark field, and the year is now. No specific year, really. This could be tonight, tomorrow night, or any clear night when you decide to look up rather than down, out rather than in. The grass beneath you is slightly damp with evening dew, the air is cool, and above you the sky blazes with stars. If you're far from cities, you can see the Milky Way, that same river of light that our ancestors saw, though you know now it's actually the combined light of billions of stars in our galaxy's disk. viewed edge-on from Earth's position within it. You can see planets too, though you need to know where to look and when. Venus might be brilliant in the west just after sunset. Jupiter could be high overhead, its moons invisible to your naked eyes, but there nonetheless, exactly as Galileo saw them. Mars might show its distinctive red-orange colour, dust storms in its thin atmosphere reflecting sunlight from 90 million miles away. And you can see stars, thousands of them with naked eyes, millions through modest telescopes and billions through instruments like Hubble or the James Webb Space Telescope. Each one is a sun, many hosting planets, some of those planets potentially harbouring life. The light reaching your eyes left those stars years or decades or centuries ago, making you a time traveller of sorts, seeing the universe not as it is but as it was. You know things those ancient observers couldn't have imagined. You know the stars are powered by nuclear fusion, converting hydrogen to helium in their cores, generating energy through Einstein's famous equation relating mass and energy. You know the universe is approximately 13.8 billion years old, formed in a hot Big Bang and expanding ever since. You know that galaxies cluster into groups and superclusters, forming a cosmic web of structure spanning billions of light years. You know the universe contains dark matter, invisible substance detected only through its gravitational effects, making up roughly 27% of the universe's total energy. You know that dark energy, even more mysterious, comprises about 68%, and it's causing the universe's expansion to accelerate. Distant galaxies are not just moving away, they're moving away faster over time, driven by this mysterious dark energy whose nature is one of physics' greatest unsolved problems. You know that many stars have planets, that exoplanets number in the thousands already discovered, and that more are found constantly. You know some of these worlds are roughly Earth-sized, orbiting their stars at distances where liquid water could exist. You know the chemistry of life, carbon-based molecules, water and energy, is common throughout the universe. You know that if life exists here, it probably exists elsewhere too, though whether it's common or rare, simple or complex, contemporary or extinct, remains unknown. Yet despite all this knowledge, you're lying in a field looking at stars exactly as humans have done for hundreds of thousands of years. The technology has changed dramatically. You might have a telescope beside you, or a smartphone app identifying constellations, or coordinates for satellites passing overhead, but the fundamental activity is unchanged. You're watching the sky, wondering about those lights, continuing a tradition older than civilization itself. The stars you're seeing are the same stars ancient observers saw, give or take a few supernovae and proper motion over millennia. The patterns are almost identical. If an Ice Age hunter or a Babylonian priest or a Polynesian navigator joined you in this field, you'd recognize the same constellations, point to the same bright stars, and share the same sense of wonder at the vastness above. What's different is understanding. You know what those lights are, how far away they are, what they're made of, how they formed, and how they'll die. You know the physics governing their behavior, the chemistry of their atmospheres, and the mechanics of their orbits. You've turned mystery into knowledge, but somehow the wonder remains undiminished. Perhaps it's even greater now, because you understand not just what you're seeing, but what it means. Billions of worlds scattered across incomprehensible distances, all governed by universal laws, all part of one vast interconnected cosmos. This knowledge was hard-won. It required countless observers spending countless nights recording positions, measuring angles, timing events, and noting correlations. It required mathematical genius to create models explaining observations. It required technological innovation to build instruments extending human senses into realms we can't perceive unaided. It required patience, the patience to make observations over lifetimes, to pursue answers across generations, and to accept that some questions wouldn't be answered in any individual lifetime. But mostly it required curiosity, that simple desire to understand, to know what those lights are and what they mean, has driven humanity's astronomical efforts from the beginning. We didn't need to understand the stars to survive. Early humans managed without knowing stellar distances or galactic structures. But we wanted to know anyway, and that wanting was enough to motivate millennia of effort. As you lie there, you might wonder what future observers will know that you don't. What discoveries await better instruments, deeper observations and more sophisticated theories? Will we find life on other worlds, or evidence that we're alone? Will we understand dark matter and dark energy, or will they remain mysterious? Will we discover the universe's ultimate fate, endless expansion, eventual collapse, or something stranger? Will we develop technologies allowing travel to other stars, or will the distances prove insurmountable? You don't know, and that's wonderful. It means astronomy's story isn't finished. There are still mysteries to solve, discoveries to make, and revolutions in understanding waiting to happen. The universe is vast and strange, and humanity has barely begun exploring it. What we've learned in our brief time as a species is impressive, but what remains to learn is surely greater still. The stars shine on, indifferent to human observation, following physical laws established billions of years ago in the universe's hot beginning. They'll continue shining long after humanity is gone, whether that's thousands, millions, or billions of years from now. But while we're here, while we have the capacity to wonder and observe and understand, we're part of something magnificent, the universe coming to know itself. Because that's what astronomy is ultimately. It's the cosmos developing awareness, asking questions about its own nature, and seeking answers to how and why it exists. We are the universe observing itself, matter and energy arranged in patterns complex enough to contemplate their own origins. When you look at stars and wonder about them, you're participating in something profound, the long patient work of understanding, of transforming mystery into knowledge, of finding humanity's place in the vast cosmic story. So when clear nights come, step outside, look up. You're carrying forward a tradition hundreds of thousands of years old, joining countless observers across time who've shared your curiosity. You're seeing light that travelled across space and time to reach your eyes, photons that began their journeys years or centuries ago from distant suns. You're witnessing a universe of almost incomprehensible scale and beauty, governed by elegant laws we've only partially understood. And in doing so, you're continuing the work those first curious humans began on African grasslands so long ago. The work of looking upward, wondering what those lights might be, and slowly, patiently, figuring it out. The journey isn't finished. The sky holds mysteries still, waiting for observers with new tools and new insights to reveal them. But tonight, you're part of that journey, connected across time to everyone who's ever wondered about the stars. Welcome to that ancient fellowship of star watchers. The universe is vast, beautiful, and comprehensible, and it's been waiting billions of years for minds capable of understanding it. You're one of those minds. Look up, wonder, and know that you're participating in one of humanity's greatest projects. The long, patient effort to understand how the universe works and our place within it. Sweet dreams beneath the stars. Let's start at the very beginning. Back when your biggest clothing decision was whether to drape that mammoth hide with the fur on the inside or outside. We're talking about roughly 170,000 years ago, give or take a few millennia, back when Fashion Week lasted about 4 seasons, literally. Your earliest ancestors had what you might call the ultimate minimalist wardrobe. Imagine waking up each morning and your only outfit choice being naked, or slightly less naked with some leaves strategically placed. It was like having a closet with just one item, and that item was whatever you could hunt, gather, or convince to. Stay put long enough to provide coverage. But here's where it gets interesting. Those early humans weren't just randomly throwing animal skins over their shoulders like they were playing prehistoric dress-up. They were actually solving problems. The same kind of problems you face today, just with higher stakes. Instead of, will this make me look professional in my Zoom meeting? They were dealing with, will this keep me from becoming a popsicle during the Ice Age? The first real breakthrough came when someone, let's call them the world's first fashion designer, figured out that you could actually shape these animal hides. Instead of just draping a deerskin over your shoulders like a furry cape, you could cut holes for your arms. Revolutionary stuff. This was probably the moment when clothing stopped being just about survival and started being about looking good while surviving. You can almost picture it. Some Paleolithic trendsetter walking around the camp showing off their new fitted mammoth hide jacket, while their neighbours were still wearing shapeless fur blankets. Oh, this old thing. They'd probably grunt in whatever passed for language back then. I just threw it together. It's vintage Pleistocene. The tools they used were beautifully simple. Sharp stones for cutting, bone needles for sewing. Yes, they had needles 40,000 years ago, which means they were probably dealing with the same frustrating experience of trying to thread a needle in dim light that you face today. Some things never change. But the really clever part was how they figured out different materials for different needs. Lighter skins for summer, thicker furs for winter, waterproof treatments for rainy seasons. They were essentially creating the world's first weather-appropriate wardrobes, long before anyone had invented weather forecasts to ignore. And let's not forget the accessories. Archaeological evidence shows they were making jewellery, decorative elements, even what appear to be the world's first buttons. Because apparently, even 100,000 years ago, humans looked at functional clothing and thought, this is nice, but how can we make it prettier? By the end of this era, your ancestors had essentially invented everything we still use in clothing today. Cutting, sewing, layering, accessorizing, and most importantly, the eternal human struggle of having a closet full of options and still feeling like you have nothing appropriate to wear to the clan's mammoth barbecue. Around 10,000 years ago, something remarkable happened that would forever change what you wore to bed. Humans discovered agriculture, which meant they could stop chasing their dinner around and start growing it instead. This was great news for many reasons, but particularly excellent news for your wardrobe. You see, when people settled down and started farming, they suddenly had time to think about things other than, where's my next meal coming from? Questions like, why am I wearing the same mammoth skin my great-grandfather wore? And surely there's got to be something softer than hide for undergarments? Enter plant fibres. Some brilliant early farmer looked at their fields of flax and thought, I bet I could turn this into something more comfortable than leather. And thus began humanity's long, beautiful relationship with textiles that don't require hunting large, dangerous animals. The process of turning plants into clothing was wonderfully complex and completely mind-boggling if you really think about it. Take flax, for instance. You had to harvest it, ret it, which is a fancy word for letting it rot in just the right way. Break it, scutch it, hackle it, and then finally spin it into thread. It was like the world's most complicated recipe, except instead of ending up with dinner, you ended up with linen underwear. But here's what's really charming about this period. People started specialising. Instead of everyone in the village making their own clothes, you had the person who was really good at spinning, the one who excelled at weaving, and the one who had a knack for dyeing things interesting colours. It was the beginning of the fashion industry, though they probably didn't call it that. More likely they called it, hey, can you make me something that doesn't itch? The invention of the loom was particularly revolutionary. Imagine being the first person to see fabric being created on one of these contraptions. It must have seemed like absolute magic. Threads going in one direction, threads going in the other, and somehow out comes cloth. It was like watching a 3D printer, except the technology was made of wood and required actual skill to operate. Cotton appeared on the scene around this time too, first in India and Pakistan. Cotton was like the miracle fabric of its day, softer than linen, more comfortable than wool, and it got better the more you washed it. Ancient peoples probably looked at cotton the way you look at moisture-wicking, stain-resistant, wrinkle-free fabrics today, like some kind of textile wizardry. Wool brought its own revolution. Sheep were basically walking sweater factories, and once people figured out how to shear them, hopefully without too much protest from the sheep, they had access to a renewable resource for warm, durable clothing. Plus, wool had this amazing property of keeping you warm even when wet, which made it the ancient equivalent of high-tech outdoor gear. The really interesting part of this agricultural clothing revolution was how it started creating social distinctions. The quality of your fabric began saying things about who you were. Fine linen suggested you had time and resources. Coarse wool meant you were practical and hard-working. Certain colours became associated with wealth, because the dyes were expensive or difficult to obtain. By the end of this period, you had gone from wearing whatever animal you could catch to having actual choices. Linen for hot weather, wool for cold, different weaves for different occasions. It was the birth of the seasonal wardrobe, and probably the birth of that familiar feeling of looking at your closet and sighing, "I need new clothes." As civilizations began to flourish around rivers like the Nile, Euphrates and Indus, clothing stopped being just about comfort and protection, and started becoming something much more interesting. A way to show the world exactly who you thought you were. The ancient Egyptians were perhaps the world's first fashion influencers, though their Instagram would have been painted on tomb walls. They took linen, remember that plant fibre we talked about, and elevated it to an art form. Egyptian linen was so fine and well made that other civilizations literally used it as currency. Imagine paying your mortgage with bed sheets, except these bed sheets were woven so skillfully they were nearly transparent. Egyptian fashion was all about clean lines, elegant draping and accessories that would make a modern jewellery designer weep with envy. The wealthy wore linen so fine it was practically see-through, which might seem impractical until you remember they lived in a desert. Their clothing was designed to be cool, comfortable and stunning, the ancient equivalent of athleisure, if athleisure came with golden collars and enough eyeliner to supply a rock band. But here's what's really delightful about Egyptian fashion. They invented so many things we still use today. Pleating? That was them. They could create permanent pleats in linen that would last for years. Makeup as a fashion accessory? Absolutely Egyptian. Both men and women wore elaborate eye makeup, not just for beauty, but for protection from the desert sun. They basically invented sunglasses, except theirs were painted on. Meanwhile, over in Mesopotamia, the Sumerians and Babylonians were having their own fashion moment. They were the first civilization to really embrace wool as a luxury item, creating incredibly elaborate garments with complex patterns and rich colours. Their clothing tended to be more structured than Egyptian fashion. Lots of layering, fringe and geometric designs that would look perfectly at home in a modern art museum. The Mesopotamians also gave us one of fashion's most enduring concepts, the idea that your clothes should match your job. Priests wore certain styles, rulers wore others, merchants had their look, and farmers had theirs. It was the beginning of dress codes, though thankfully more colourful than most modern office attire. Ancient Greece brought a completely different aesthetic to the table. Where Egyptians loved structure and Mesopotamians loved complexity, the Greeks fell in love with simplicity and the beauty of draped fabric. The chiton and himation weren't really sewn garments in the way we think of clothes today. They were essentially rectangles of fabric draped and pinned in elegant ways. Greek fashion was remarkably democratic, at least in terms of basic construction. Rich and poor wore essentially the same styles. The difference was in the quality of the fabric and the fineness of the weave. A wealthy Greek might wear a chiton made of the finest imported silk, while a farmer wore one made of rough wool, but the basic shape was the same. The Romans, never ones to let the Greeks outdo them in anything, took Greek fashion and made it more Roman, which is to say, more elaborate, more colourful, and with better marketing. The toga became the ultimate status symbol, though anyone who's ever tried to wear a bedsheet as clothing can appreciate what a feat it was to wear one with dignity. Roman fashion gave us the concept of seasonal collections, though they didn't call them that. They had different weights and styles for different times of year, different colours for different occasions, and an elaborate system of accessories that could take hours to put on properly. Getting dressed as a wealthy Roman was basically a full-time job. But perhaps the most important contribution of these ancient civilizations was the idea that clothing could be beautiful for its own sake. It didn't just have to keep you warm or cool or modest, it could be art that you wore. This was the beginning of fashion as we know it today, the moment when humans looked at perfectly functional clothing and asked, but is it fabulous? If you think getting dressed for work is complicated now, be grateful you weren't born into medieval nobility. The Middle Ages turned clothing into something resembling an engineering project, complete with structural supports, complex layering systems, and enough fabric to upholster a small castle. The medieval period began around 500 CE with what you might charitably call simple clothing. After the fall of Rome, fashion became much more practical. People wore basic tunics, simple dresses, and sturdy cloaks. It was the clothing equivalent of comfort food. Nothing fancy, but it got the job done. But as the centuries progressed and society became more structured, clothing became more structured too. By the High Middle Ages, getting dressed, especially if you were wealthy, required assistance, planning, and occasionally architectural knowledge. Let's start with the undergarments, because medieval people were surprisingly sophisticated about what went underneath. Women wore linen chemises that served as both underwear and protection for their expensive outer garments. Men wore brays, which were essentially linen shorts tied at the waist. These weren't just practical, they were essential, because medieval wool could be remarkably itchy. The layering system that developed during this period was like wearing your entire closet at once. Women might wear a chemise, then a tunic, then a surcoat, then a cloak, each layer serving a specific purpose. It was practical for the climate, certainly, but it also created endless opportunities for showing off different fabrics, colours and trims. Medieval fashion gave us some of the most impractical but gorgeous clothing innovations in history. Take the hennin, those tall pointed headdresses that look like traffic cones decorated by angels. They could be several feet tall and required careful navigation through doorways. Imagine trying to get into a car while wearing one. Actually, don't imagine that, it's too disturbing. The wealthy medieval Europeans were obsessed with sleeves. Not just any sleeves, but sleeves that defied logic and occasionally gravity. Some were so long they dragged on the ground. Others were so wide you could hide a small child in them. There were detachable sleeves, slashed sleeves that showed contrasting fabric underneath, and sleeves with so many buttons that getting dressed must have felt like assembling furniture. But here's what's really interesting about medieval fashion. It was incredibly regulated. Sumptuary laws dictated who could wear what colours, which fabrics, how much fur, even how long your shoes could be. Purple was reserved for royalty, certain furs were forbidden to merchants, and the length of your pointed shoes was directly proportional to your social status. These laws existed partly for economic reasons, keeping people from bankrupting themselves on clothing, but mostly to maintain social order. Your outfit was essentially your ID card, announcing your place in society to everyone you met. It was like wearing your LinkedIn profile, except more colourful and with better accessories. The medieval period also gave us some of fashion's most enduring mysteries, like the coat hardie, which fashion historians still can't quite figure out how to put on. The instructions have been lost to time, leaving modern costume designers to basically guess how these garments worked. It's like finding a recipe that just says, assemble ingredients fashionably. Trade during this period brought new fabrics and ideas from across the known world. Silk from Asia, fine wools from England, exotic dyes from everywhere in between. Medieval fashion was surprisingly international, though it travelled at the speed of horses and sailing ships rather than social media. By the end of the Middle Ages, clothing had become incredibly sophisticated. The fit was precise, the construction was complex, and the social meanings were elaborate. It was the foundation for everything that would come next. Though thankfully, later periods would be less interested in requiring engineering degrees to get dressed in the morning. The Renaissance didn't just give us incredible art, groundbreaking science, and revolutionary literature. It also gave us the idea that getting dressed in the morning should be a creative act worthy of Michelangelo himself. Starting around the 14th century in Italy and spreading across Europe like the world's most fashionable virus, the Renaissance brought a completely new attitude to clothing. Where medieval fashion had been about showing your place in the rigid social hierarchy, Renaissance fashion was about showing your wealth, your taste, your education, and your ability to afford really excellent tailors. The Italians led the charge, as they did with most Renaissance innovations. Italian city-states like Florence and Venice became fashion capitals, producing silks so luxurious that other Europeans would travel hundreds of miles just to shop. Italian fashion during this period was like wearing liquid sunlight, everything flowing, gleaming, and ridiculously beautiful. But it was the invention of new tailoring techniques that really revolutionized Renaissance clothing. Medieval garments had been relatively loose and flowing. Renaissance fashion introduced the revolutionary concept of clothes that actually fit your body. This required much more sophisticated pattern making, cutting, and sewing. Essentially, it required the invention of tailoring as we know it today. The doublet became the foundation of men's fashion, and it was a masterpiece of engineering disguised as clothing. A good doublet required dozens of pieces, careful padding to create the ideal masculine silhouette, and enough buttons to keep a small factory in business. Men's legs were covered in hose that fit like a second skin, which meant Renaissance men were probably in better shape than most modern gym enthusiasts, simply out of necessity. Women's fashion during the Renaissance was equally complex but in different ways. The gowns required internal structures that were basically wearable architecture. Farthingales created bell-shaped skirts that could span several feet in diameter. Corsets shaped the torso into the fashionable silhouette. Ruffs framed the face like fabric flowers. Getting dressed was like putting on a building. But here's what's really remarkable about Renaissance fashion: the sheer creativity and artistry involved. Fabrics were works of art in themselves: brocades with gold thread, velvets with cut patterns, silks with intricate designs. Garments were slashed to show contrasting fabrics underneath, creating patterns that changed as the wearer moved. It was like wearing a kaleidoscope. The Renaissance also gave us fashion's relationship with celebrity culture. What the nobility wore mattered enormously, and news of the latest court fashions spread across Europe through detailed letters and prints. When Henry VIII decided to favour a particular style of hat, hat makers across England suddenly got very busy. It was the 16th century equivalent of a red carpet fashion moment going viral. Colour became incredibly important during this period, partly because new dyes and techniques made a wider range of colours available, but also because different colours carried complex meanings. Red suggested wealth and power. Blue was associated with loyalty and virtue. Black became fashionable as the ultimate luxury colour because it was incredibly difficult to achieve a deep, rich black that wouldn't fade. The Renaissance also saw the rise of fashion as an international language. Styles spread from court to court, country to country, creating the first truly European fashion trends. A dress style that started in the Spanish court might appear in modified form in the French court 6 months later, then influence English fashion the following season. Perhaps most importantly, the Renaissance established the idea that fashion could be an art form in itself. Clothing wasn't just functional or even just beautiful. It could be creative, innovative, expressive. It could make statements about the wearer's values, education, and aesthetic sensibilities. This period laid the groundwork for everything that would follow in fashion history. The concept of seasonal changes, the importance of fit, the role of celebrity influence, the internationalization of style, all of these started during the Renaissance when Europeans decided that life was too short for boring clothes. As we move into the 1600s and 1700s, fashion entered what we might call its more is more phase. If Renaissance clothing was like wearing art, Baroque and Rococo fashion was like wearing an entire art museum, complete with guided tours and gift shop. The 17th century started with what fashion historians politely call elaborate clothing, but which anyone with modern sensibilities would recognise as completely over the top. Men wore doublets with so much padding they looked like they were wearing life preservers. Women's skirts became so wide that doorways had to be navigated sideways. It was the period when fashion designers apparently looked at practical clothing and asked, but how can we make this much more complicated? The court of Louis XIV at Versailles became the epicentre of European fashion, and Louis took the job seriously. He understood that fashion was politics, and he used clothing as a tool of power. The more elaborate and expensive your outfit, the higher your status at court. It was like a very expensive, very beautiful arms race. Except instead of weapons, people were competing with embroidered silk and precious gems. Men's fashion during this period was particularly fascinating because it was so unapologetically decorative. Men wore silk stockings, high-heeled shoes, yes, high heels were originally for men, elaborate wigs, and enough lace to stock a bridal shop. The modern idea that men's clothing should be simple and understated would have baffled a 17th century gentleman who saw his outfit as a canvas for artistic expression. The periwig, or powdered wig, became the ultimate status symbol for men. These weren't just hairpieces. They were architectural marvels that could cost as much as a house, and required daily maintenance by skilled professionals. Wealthy men would own multiple wigs for different occasions, like a very expensive hat collection that happened to be made of human hair. Women's fashion reached new heights of complexity during the Rococo period of the 18th century. The panniers, side hoops that made skirts extend horizontally, created silhouettes so wide that two women couldn't walk through a doorway at the same time. Court dresses required so much fabric that they were essentially wearable buildings, complete with structural engineering to keep everything upright. But the real showstopper was the hair. 18th century hairstyling was like topiary gardening, except on people's heads. Women's hairstyles could be several feet tall, decorated with ribbons, flowers, feathers, and sometimes entire miniature scenes. There are historical accounts of hairstyles that included model ships, miniature gardens, and even small cages with live birds. The cosmetics of this period were equally dramatic. Both men and women wore white face powder made from lead, which was probably not great for their health. Bright red rouge and beauty patches, small pieces of silk or velvet cut into shapes like stars or crescents and glued to the face. It was like wearing stickers, if stickers were considered the height of sophistication. The 18th century also saw the rise of fashion magazines and fashion dolls. Small dolls dressed in the latest styles that were sent between fashion capitals to spread new trends. These were the ancestors of modern fashion photography and social media influencers, though considerably smaller and requiring more delicate shipping arrangements. But perhaps the most interesting aspect of the 18th century fashion was how it reflected the philosophy of the time. The elaborate decoration, the emphasis on artifice over nature, the celebration of luxury and refinement. All of this reflected Enlightenment ideas about civilization, progress, and the power of human creativity to improve upon nature. Of course, all this fashion came with a price, both literally and figuratively. The cost of maintaining an 18th century wardrobe was astronomical, and the time required for dressing and grooming could take hours. Wealthy people essentially needed staff just to get dressed in the morning. By the end of the 18th century, this elaborate system was beginning to crack. The French Revolution put a sudden and violent end to the most extreme court fashions, and a new philosophy was emerging that valued simplicity, naturalness, and practicality over elaborate artifice. But before we move on to that revolutionary change, take a moment to appreciate the sheer audacity of the 18th century fashion. It was clothing that announced loudly and proudly that the wearer had so much money and leisure time that they could afford to dress like a walking work of art, even if it meant they couldn't sit down properly or fit through doorways. The late 18th and early 19th centuries brought political revolution across Europe and America, and fashion revolutions followed close behind. It was the period when people looked at those elaborate 18th century court costumes and said, you know what? Maybe wearing a small building on my head isn't the best way to show I'm in touch with the people. The French Revolution of 1789 didn't just change government, it completely transformed what people wore. It was the ultimate fashion do-over, motivated by actual fear for your life. The revolutionary period introduced what we might call democracy dress. Simpler, more practical clothing that suggested you were a hard-working citizen rather than a parasitic aristocrat. The sans-culotte, literally without knee breeches, got their name from rejecting the silk knee breeches worn by the upper classes in favour of practical long trousers. It was the first time in European history that pants became a political statement. Women's fashion underwent an equally dramatic transformation. The enormous panniers and elaborate hairstyles disappeared almost overnight, replaced by simple white muslin dresses inspired by classical Greek and Roman clothing. The empire waistline, which sat just below the bust, became fashionable, creating a silhouette that was both elegant and practical. This neoclassical style wasn't just about looking good, it was about embodying Enlightenment values. The simple, flowing lines were supposed to suggest virtue, reason, and natural beauty. Everything the old aristocratic style was not. It was like wearing your political philosophy. Napoleon Bonaparte, never one to miss an opportunity for drama, turned fashion into a tool of empire building. He established a court at the Tuileries that was almost as elaborate as the old royal court, but with better marketing. Napoleonic fashion was designed to suggest both luxury and military efficiency. Think Roman emperor meets modern general. The Empire period gave us some of fashion's most enduring silhouettes. The high-waisted dress became a classic that would return again and again in later decades. The military influence in men's fashion, all those brass buttons, frogging and structured shoulders, established a template for masculine dress that we still see today in everything from military uniforms to business suits. But perhaps the most interesting development of this period was how fashion became international in a completely new way. Napoleon's conquests spread French fashion across Europe, but also brought new influences back to Paris. Spanish mantillas, Russian furs, Egyptian motifs, after Napoleon's campaigns there. European fashion became a fusion cuisine of styles from across the continent and beyond. The Industrial Revolution was beginning to change how clothes were made too. While most garments were still hand-sewn, new machines could produce fabrics faster and more cheaply than ever before. Cotton, in particular, became much more affordable and available, democratizing fashion in ways that would have been impossible in earlier centuries. This period also saw the rise of the fashion press as we know it today. Fashion magazines like Journal des Dames et des Modes provided detailed illustrations and descriptions of the latest styles, spreading fashion trends faster than ever before. It was the beginning of fashion media, though their Instagram followers were measured in hundreds rather than millions. The Romantic movement that emerged in the early 19th century brought yet another fashion revolution. Where neoclassical style had been about reason and simplicity, Romantic fashion celebrated emotion, individualism, and dramatic effect. Sleeves got bigger, skirts got fuller, and everything got more decorative. By the 1820s and 1830s, women's fashion had swung back toward complexity, though in new ways. The crinoline, the structured underskirt that created a bell-shaped silhouette, was the great innovation of the period. It was like wearing a small tent, but an incredibly fashionable tent that allowed women to move more freely than the restrictive clothing of earlier periods. This revolutionary period established many of the principles that would guide fashion for the next century. The idea that clothing should reflect contemporary values, that fashion could be both beautiful and practical, and that style should be accessible to more than just the wealthy elite. It was the beginning of modern fashion as we know it today, even if the clothes themselves look pretty foreign to modern eyes. The Victorian era, roughly 1837 to 1901, was like fashion's adolescent phase. Everything was dramatic, complicated, and slightly embarrassing in retrospect, but also kind of impressive in its sheer ambition. Queen Victoria's reign coincided with the Industrial Revolution hitting its stride, which meant that for the first time in human history, the middle class could afford to dress almost as elaborately as the wealthy. This was wonderful news for textile manufacturers and absolutely terrible news for anyone who valued simplicity in clothing. The Victorian silhouette for women was essentially an exercise in architectural engineering. The goal was to create an hourglass figure so dramatic that it defied anatomy. This required corsets that could literally reshape the human torso, bustles that could support several yards of fabric, and an undergarment system so complex it came with its own instruction manual. The crinoline reached its peak during this period, creating skirts that could measure up to 6 feet in diameter. Imagine trying to navigate a Victorian parlour, wearing what was essentially a fabric geodesic dome around your waist. Doorways became tactical challenges. Sitting required careful planning. Getting into a carriage was like solving a geometry problem. But here's what's really remarkable about Victorian fashion: the sheer amount of work that went into every garment. A typical Victorian dress might have hundreds of buttons, miles of trim, intricate pleating, elaborate embroidery, and enough fabric to upholster several chairs. Each dress was essentially a masterpiece of textile craftsmanship, even if the overall effect was sometimes like wearing a curtain from a very expensive hotel. Men's fashion during the Victorian era was more restrained but equally complex in its own way. The modern business suit was invented during this period, though Victorian men's suits had more pieces than a Swiss watch. There were different coats for different times of day, different trousers for different occasions, and enough accessories to stock a small store. The Victorian obsession with propriety meant that clothing had to cover everything. Women's dresses had sleeves that covered the arms completely, skirts that touched the ground, and necklines that barely showed the collarbone. The amount of skin showing in proper Victorian dress was roughly equivalent to what you might see in a modern business meeting, except with more fabric and better posture. But the Victorians also invented the concept of specialised clothing for specific activities. Before this period, you basically had everyday clothes and fancy clothes. The Victorians created riding habits for horseback riding, walking dresses for afternoon strolls, tea gowns for informal entertaining, and ball gowns for formal occasions. They essentially invented the modern concept of having different outfits for different parts of your life. The Industrial Revolution made all of this possible by creating new fabrics, new dyes, and new manufacturing techniques. Aniline dyes produced colours that were brighter and more stable than anything previously available. The sewing machine, invented in the 1840s, revolutionised garment construction. Ready-to-wear clothing began to appear in stores, though it was still considered inferior to custom-made garments. Children's fashion during the Victorian era deserves special mention because it was particularly elaborate and often fairly impractical. Victorian children were essentially dressed as miniature adults, complete with all the restrictive undergarments and complex layering systems. Little girls wore corsets, little boys wore elaborate suits with knee breeches, and everyone wore clothing that would make modern parents weep at the laundry implications. The Victorian era also gave us the concept of mourning dress, elaborate rules about what to wear and for how long after someone died. Queen Victoria herself, after the death of Prince Albert in 1861, wore mourning dress for the rest of her life, which was another 40 years. The fashion industry essentially created a whole subcategory of clothing for grief, complete with degrees of mourning that determined how much black you had to wear and when you could start adding other colours back into your wardrobe. By the end of the Victorian era, fashion had reached a level of complexity that was becoming unsustainable. Getting dressed took hours. Maintaining a proper wardrobe required significant staff. The physical restrictions of the clothing were beginning to conflict with new ideas about women's roles and activities. The stage was set for a fashion revolution that would sweep away much of this elaborate system and replace it with something more practical, more modern, and significantly easier to put on in the morning. But before that happened, the Victorian era gave us some of fashion's most memorable and most photographed moments, even if many of those photographs required the subjects to stand very still for very long periods of time. As the 19th century drew to a close and the 20th century began, fashion underwent one of its most dramatic transformations. It was as if the entire industry looked at Victorian clothing and collectively asked, but what if we could actually move while wearing our clothes? The changes began gradually in the 1890s with what was called the New Woman movement. These were women who wanted to ride bicycles, play tennis, work outside the home, and generally participate in life without requiring architectural support garments. The fashion industry, sensing an opportunity, began creating clothes that acknowledged that women might want to use their bodies for something other than standing gracefully in parlours. The S-curve corset became popular in the early 1900s, which created a silhouette that thrust the chest forward and the hips back. While this might not sound like progress, it actually represented a move away from the tightest waist restriction of the Victorian era. It was like fashion's version of glasnost, a gradual loosening of restrictions. Paul Poiret, a French designer, became the revolutionary leader of fashion liberation. In 1906, he introduced designs that completely eliminated the corset, replacing the structured Victorian silhouette with flowing columnar dresses inspired by ancient Greece and the Orient. It was as if he took a pair of scissors to 100 years of fashion tradition and said, let's start over. Poiret's designs were radical for their time. High waistlines, narrow skirts, and no corsets. Women could actually breathe while wearing them, which was a refreshing change from Victorian dress. His Oriental-inspired designs, with their rich colours and exotic patterns, introduced European women to a completely different aesthetic philosophy. The hobble skirt, one of Poiret's most famous innovations, was both liberating and restricting at the same time. While it freed women from corsets and crinolines, it was so narrow at the ankles that walking required small, careful steps. It was like trading one set of restrictions for another, but at least the new restrictions didn't require structural engineering. World War I accelerated these fashion changes dramatically. With men away at war and women entering the workforce in unprecedented numbers, practical clothing became a necessity rather than a choice. The elaborate, time-consuming dress of the pre-war period was simply incompatible with working in factories, driving ambulances, or managing businesses. Hemlines began to rise, first just enough to show the ankle, then gradually higher. This might seem like a small change, but it was revolutionary. For the first time in Western fashion since ancient Greece, women's legs became visible in public. It was a seismic shift in social norms disguised as a fashion trend. The war also changed men's fashion, though more subtly. Military uniforms influenced civilian clothing, making men's suits more structured and functional. The three-piece suit became standardized during this period, establishing a template for men's business dress that would last for decades. Hair became shorter and simpler. The elaborate hairstyles of the Victorian era, which required hours of maintenance and multiple hairpieces, were replaced by more manageable styles. This was partly practical. Shorter hair was easier to maintain while working in factories or hospitals, but it was also symbolic of women's changing roles in society. The introduction of new synthetic fabrics during this period also revolutionized what people could wear. Rayon, the first commercially successful synthetic fibre, was developed in the early 1900s. While it wasn't perfect, early rayon had a tendency to shrink dramatically when washed. It offered an affordable alternative to silk and opened up new possibilities for garment design. By 1910, fashion magazines were already predicting that the new century would bring clothing that was more practical, more comfortable, and more suited to active lifestyles. They had no idea how right they were, or how dramatically the next decade would accelerate these changes. The period just before World War I represented a fascinating transition moment in fashion history. You could see both the old and the new existing simultaneously. Elaborate Edwardian gowns sharing space with Poiret's revolutionary designs, corseted ladies walking alongside the first women to embrace the new, natural silhouette. It was like watching fashion hold its breath before taking a giant leap into modernity. The restrictive, elaborate clothing of the past was still beautiful, still masterfully crafted, but it was beginning to look like a museum piece even as people were still wearing it. If the 1910s were about gradual liberation, the 1920s were about fashion doing the Charleston while wearing a headband and shouting "freedom" at the top of its lungs. The decade didn't just change what people wore, it completely revolutionised the relationship between clothing and identity. The flapper dress was the decade's signature achievement, and it was basically everything Victorian clothing wasn't. Short, straight, and shockingly simple, it hung loosely from the shoulders and ended daringly at the knee or even higher. Victorian ladies would have needed smelling salts just looking at it, which was precisely the point. What made the flapper dress so revolutionary wasn't just how it looked, but what it allowed women to do. You could dance in it, really dance, with energetic movements and spins. You could drive a car without your skirt getting caught in the door. You could cross your legs while sitting. These might seem like small freedoms, but they represented a complete transformation in how women could move through the world. The dropped waistline of 1920s dresses created a completely new silhouette that de-emphasised the female form in ways that would have shocked previous generations. Where Victorian fashion had been obsessed with creating an exaggerated hourglass figure, 1920s fashion celebrated a more boyish, androgynous look. It was as if fashion decided that women's bodies didn't need to be architectural projects after all. Hair got even shorter with the bob cut, which caused genuine social controversy. Women were literally receiving death threats for cutting their hair short. Imagine that. Getting violent mail because of your haircut. But the bob was more than just a hairstyle. It was a declaration of independence from the time-consuming beauty routines that had kept women tethered to their vanity tables for hours each day. Men's fashion during the 1920s became more relaxed and varied, though it was still more formal than what we consider normal today. The three-piece suit remained standard, but new fabrics and cuts made it more comfortable and practical. +4s for golf, sweater vests for casual wear, and the introduction of sportswear began to give men more options for different occasions. The 1920s also saw the rise of ready-to-wear fashion, becoming truly mainstream. Department stores expanded their clothing sections, and for the first time, middle-class people could buy fashionable clothing off the rack rather than having everything custom-made. It was the democratization of fashion, though the truly wealthy still preferred their bespoke tailors. Coco Chanel emerged as one of the decade's most influential designers, and her philosophy was revolutionary. Fashion should be comfortable, practical and elegant all at the same time. She introduced the concept of casual chic, the idea that you could look sophisticated while wearing simple, well-cut clothing. Her little black dress, introduced in 1926, was like fashion's version of the Model T Ford. Simple, elegant and versatile enough to be appropriate for almost any occasion. Chanel also liberated women from the tyranny of decorative accessories. Where Victorian fashion had required elaborate jewellery, hair ornaments and trim, Chanel's designs were based on the radical idea that sometimes less really was more. She made simplicity sophisticated, which was perhaps the decade's greatest fashion innovation. The influence of jazz music on fashion can't be overstated. The energetic, improvisational nature of jazz translated directly into clothing that moved with the body, sparkled under dance hall lights, and celebrated individual expression over conformity. Fashion became performative in a completely new way. Clothes were designed to look good in motion, not just in formal portraits. Evening wear during the 1920s was particularly spectacular. Beaded dresses that caught and reflected light, fringe that moved with every step, and metallic fabrics that turned the wearer into a walking disco ball. It was fashion designed for artificial lighting and energetic dancing, the first truly modern party clothes. The decade also introduced the concept of fashion seasons as we know them today. Magazines began showing spring collections and fall collections, and the idea that your wardrobe should change with the calendar became entrenched. It was the beginning of planned obsolescence in fashion, the idea that last season's clothes were somehow inadequate for this season's activities. By the end of the 1920s, fashion had been completely transformed. The elaborate, restrictive clothing of the Victorian era looked as foreign as medieval armour. Women had gained the freedom to move, dance, work and play in ways that their grandmothers never could have imagined. But the party couldn't last forever. The stock market crash of 1929 was about to change everything, including what people wore and how they thought about fashion. The carefree extravagance of the 1920s was about to run headlong into the practical realities of economic depression. The Great Depression hit fashion like a bucket of cold water thrown on a very fashionable party. Suddenly, The carefree extravagance of the 1920s seemed not just outdated, but almost offensive. The new motto became, "Make it last, make it count, and make it work for everything." The 1930s ushered in what we might call elegant practicality. Designers had to create clothing that was beautiful enough to maintain morale during difficult times, but practical enough to be worn for years without replacement. It was like solving a very sophisticated math problem where the variables were style, durability and budget. Hemlines dropped back down to mid-calf, partly for modesty but mostly because longer skirts meant more fabric, which meant the garment would last longer and provide better value. The silhouette became more fitted and feminine again, but in a sleeker, more streamlined way than the Victorian era. It was as if fashion had learned to be curvaceous without being cumbersome. The bias cut became the signature technique of the decade, thanks largely to designer Madeleine Vionnet. Cutting fabric on the bias, at a 45-degree angle to the grain, created garments that draped beautifully and moved with the body, using the fabric's natural stretch rather than fighting against it. It was an ingenious solution that created elegant, figure-flattering clothes without requiring elaborate construction or expensive materials. Hollywood became a major influence on fashion during this period, partly because movies provided an escape from economic hardship, but also because film stars had the resources to wear beautiful clothes when most people couldn't afford them. Magazines featured pages of Hollywood style on a depression budget, showing readers how to achieve movie star glamour with ingenuity and thrift. The concept of separates became popular during the 1930s. Blouses, skirts and jackets that could be mixed and matched to create different outfits from fewer pieces. It was the beginning of the modern concept of a wardrobe, as a coordinated system rather than a collection of individual dresses. You could buy one skirt and 3 blouses and suddenly have multiple outfits, which was revolutionary for people on tight budgets. Daywear became more casual and practical. Shirtwaist dresses, essentially button-up shirts extended into dress length, became a staple because they were comfortable, easy to launder, and appropriate for both work and casual social occasions. It was clothing designed for real life rather than for making fashion statements. Then came World War II, and fashion faced challenges that made the Depression look like a minor budget adjustment. Rationing affected everything: fabric, leather, metal for buttons and zippers, even elastic. The fashion industry had to completely reimagine what clothing could be when you couldn't get the materials you needed. The utility clothing program in Britain and similar initiatives in other countries created standardized designs that used minimal materials while still being attractive and functional. It was fashion by committee, designed by government regulations, but somehow it worked. The clothes were simple, well-cut and practical, the fashion equivalent of wartime efficiency. Hemlines rose again during the war, but this time it wasn't about freedom or rebellion. It was about fabric conservation. Every inch of fabric saved was fabric that could be used for military purposes. Women's skirts became shorter and narrower, not as a fashion statement, but as a patriotic duty. The make-do and mend philosophy became a virtue rather than a necessity. Fashion magazines published articles on how to refresh old clothes, how to make children's clothes from adult garments that were too worn to repair, and how to create accessories from household items. Creativity became more valuable than money in fashion for perhaps the first time in history. Women entering the workforce in unprecedented numbers needed clothes that could handle factory work, driving trucks, and operating machinery. This led to the widespread adoption of trousers for women, not as a fashion choice but as a practical necessity. Rosie the Riveter's uniform of practical pants and sensible shirts became an icon not just of women's capabilities, but of fashion's ability to adapt to changing social needs. Men's fashion was similarly affected by wartime needs. Civilian suits were simplified, no trouser cuffs, fewer pockets, narrower lapels to conserve fabric. The victory suit became a symbol of patriotic sacrifice, proving that even fashion could contribute to the war effort. But perhaps the most important development of this period was the psychological role that fashion played. During the darkest times of economic depression and global war, people still cared about looking good. Fashion became a form of resistance against despair, a way of maintaining dignity and hope when everything else was falling apart. The period also saw the rise of American fashion as a force independent of European influence. With Paris under German occupation, American designers had to develop their own aesthetic rather than copying French couture. This led to a distinctly American style that was more practical, more casual, and more democratic than traditional European fashion. By the mid-1940s, fashion had been tested by economic catastrophe and global war, and it had survived by becoming more practical, more creative, and more attuned to real people's needs. The stage was set for the post-war fashion explosion that would celebrate both the return of prosperity and the lessons learned during the lean years. In 1947, after years of fabric rationing, utility clothing, and making do with less, Christian Dior unveiled his new look, and fashion essentially fainted from sheer relief. Here finally was clothing that celebrated abundance, femininity, and the return of peacetime prosperity. The new look was everything wartime fashion wasn't. Full skirts that used yards and yards of fabric, tiny cinched waists that required foundational undergarments, and a silhouette that was unabashedly feminine and decorative. It was like fashion had been holding its breath for 6 years and finally exhaled in a whoosh of silk and satin. The reaction was immediate and intense. Women who had spent years in practical, simplified clothing fell in love with the romantic femininity of Dior's designs. But there was also controversy. Critics argued that the new look was a step backward for women's liberation, forcing them back into restrictive, impractical clothing just when they had proven they could do anything men could do. But the new look succeeded because it wasn't really about going backward. It was about having choices again. After years of being told what they couldn't wear due to rationing and wartime restrictions, women could choose to wear full skirts and fitted bodices if they wanted to. The key word was choose. The 1950s became the decade of the suburban dream, and fashion reflected this new lifestyle. Daywear was practical but pretty. Shirtwaist dresses, cardigans, and circle skirts that were perfect for driving to the grocery store, hosting coffee mornings, and chasing children around backyards. It was domestic fashion, but domestic with style. Evening wear during the 1950s was pure fantasy. Ball gowns with massive skirts that required crinolines or even small hoops, fitted bodices that showed off tiny waists, and enough fabric to upholster a sofa. It was clothing designed for a society that wanted to celebrate prosperity and femininity after years of austerity. The concept of teenage fashion emerged during this decade, driven by post-war prosperity and the new phenomenon of teenagers having their own spending money. For the first time in fashion history, young people had their own distinct style rather than just wearing simplified versions of adult clothing. Poodle skirts, saddle shoes, and letter sweaters became the uniform of American youth. Men's fashion during the 1950s was characterized by what we might call confident conformity. The grey flannel suit became the uniform of the suburban businessman, but it was worn with a confidence that reflected post-war optimism. Casual wear became more important as suburbs created more opportunities for relaxed socializing. Barbecues, lawn parties, and family gatherings that required clothing that was nice but not formal. The influence of Hollywood continued to grow during this period, but now it was supplemented by the new medium of television. Fashion became more immediately accessible as people could see the latest styles every week in their living rooms. TV stars influenced fashion in ways that movie stars never could because they appeared more regularly and seemed more accessible. Ready-to-wear fashion came into its own during the 1950s. Department stores expanded their fashion offerings, and the quality of mass-produced clothing improved dramatically. For the first time, you could buy clothes off the rack that were almost as well made as custom garments, and significantly less expensive. The decade also saw the beginning of fashion's relationship with technology. New synthetic fabrics like nylon, polyester, and acrylic offered properties that natural fibres couldn't match. Wrinkle resistance, easy care, and durability. The wash-and-wear garment became the holy grail of 1950s fashion, promising busy housewives that they could look good without spending hours on clothing maintenance. Youth culture began to challenge the adult fashion establishment during this period. The greaser style for young men, leather jackets, white t-shirts and jeans, was specifically designed to shock adults and declare independence from their values. It was the beginning of fashion as generational rebellion, a theme that would become central to fashion for decades to come. By the end of the 1950s, fashion had established many of the patterns that would define modern clothing. The importance of youth markets, the role of celebrity influence, the democratization of style through ready-to-wear, and the constant tension between practicality and fantasy. All of these became permanent features of the fashion landscape. But beneath the surface of 1950s conformity and prosperity, changes were brewing. The civil rights movement was gaining momentum. Women were beginning to question their prescribed roles, and young people were starting to challenge authority in ways that their clothing choices reflected. The stage was set for the fashion revolution of the 1960s. The 1960s didn't just change fashion, it grabbed fashion by the shoulders, spun it around 3 times, and sent it dancing off in directions nobody had ever imagined. It was the decade when fashion stopped being something that happened to you and became something you used to express exactly who you were, or at least who you wanted to be. The decade started innocently enough. Jackie Kennedy became First Lady in 1961, and her elegant, sophisticated style set the tone for early 1960s fashion. The pillbox hat, A-line dresses, and understated elegance of the Jackie look represented a refined evolution of 1950s style. It was fashion for grown-ups who wanted to look modern but not revolutionary. But then came the youth explosion. The baby boomers were reaching their teens and 20s, and they had money, attitudes, and absolutely no interest in dressing like their parents. Fashion suddenly had to serve two completely different markets: the adults who wanted sophisticated elegance, and the young people who wanted something entirely new. Mary Quant in London created the miniskirt around 1965, and it was like dropping a fashion bomb. Hemlines that had been creeping up gradually throughout the early 1960s suddenly jumped to mid-thigh, creating a silhouette that was shocking, liberating, and completely different from anything women had worn before. It wasn't just shorter. It was a completely different philosophy of what women's clothing could be. The miniskirt represented more than just a fashion choice. It was a declaration of independence. Young women were rejecting the idea that their clothing should be modest, practical, and approved by their elders. They wanted fashion that was fun, sexy, and expressive of their own values, rather than society's expectations. London became the fashion capital of the world for young people, overtaking Paris for the first time in centuries. Carnaby Street and the King's Road became pilgrimage destinations for anyone who wanted to be fashionable. British designers like Mary Quant, Twiggy, who was both model and designer, and later Zandra Rhodes created a distinctly British aesthetic that was playful, irreverent, and completely modern. The shift dress became the decade's signature garment, simple, straight, and perfect, for showing off legs in the new shorter lengths. It was the opposite of the fitted, structured dresses of the 1950s, where 1950s fashion had emphasised the waist and hips. 1960s fashion ignored traditional body shaping altogether in favour of a more geometric architectural approach. Mod fashion brought us geometric patterns, bold colours, and a futuristic aesthetic that seemed to come from another planet. Op art patterns that created optical illusions when the wearer moved, space-age silver and white colour schemes, and designs that looked like they belonged in a science fiction movie. Fashion became experimental in ways it had never been before. The influence of youth culture created entirely new categories of clothing. The poor boy sweater, go-go boots, and peasant dresses were all designed specifically for young people, rather than being adaptations of adult styles. It was the first time in fashion history that adults started copying young people's clothing rather than the other way around. Men's fashion underwent its own revolution during the 1960s. The conservative business suit remained standard for work, but casual wear became much more adventurous. The peacock revolution brought bright colours, bold patterns, and more fitted silhouettes to men's clothing. Hair got longer, pants got tighter, and for the first time since the 18th century, men's fashion became unabashedly decorative. The hippie movement that emerged in the mid to late 1960s brought yet another fashion revolution. Where mod fashion had been about the future, hippie fashion looked to the past and to other cultures for inspiration. Indian prints, peasant dresses, fringe, embroidery, and natural fabrics created a bohemian aesthetic that rejected both mainstream fashion and the space-age futurism of mod style. Hippie fashion also introduced the concept of vintage and second-hand clothing as fashion choices rather than economic necessities. Shopping at thrift stores and wearing your grandmother's clothes became ways of rejecting consumer culture, while creating individual style. It was fashion as philosophy, not just appearance. The decade also saw the rise of fashion as political statement. The miniskirt was feminist for some women and anti-feminist for others. Long hair on men was a rejection of military and corporate values. Dashikis and afros became expressions of black pride and cultural identity. What you wore became a way of announcing your politics to the world. Unisex fashion emerged as gender roles began to be questioned. The same jeans, t-shirts and work shirts could be worn by men or women, creating a shared fashion vocabulary that had never existed before. It was the beginning of the breakdown of strict gender distinctions in clothing that continues today. By 1970, fashion had been completely transformed. The idea that there was one correct way to dress for your age, class and gender had been shattered. Personal expression had become more important than social conformity. Fashion had become democratic, diverse and individual in ways that would have been impossible just 10 years earlier. If the 1960s had been about breaking the rules, the 1970s were about celebrating the fact that there were no rules left to break. Fashion entered its most experimental, diverse and frankly weird decade, where you could dress like a Victorian Gothic romantic, a disco dancing queen, or a back-to-the-land hippie, and all three looks were equally fashionable. The decade started with hippie fashion still going strong, but it quickly evolved into something more sophisticated and wearable. The peasant dress became the maxi dress, flowing and romantic but made in beautiful fabrics and elegant cuts. It was hippie philosophy dressed up for dinner parties. Bohemian style during the 1970s wasn't just about rejecting mainstream fashion, it was about creating an entirely alternative aesthetic. Flowing fabrics, earth tones, natural fibres, and handcrafted details created a look that celebrated individuality and artistic sensibility. It was fashion for people who saw themselves as creative souls rather than consumers. But the 1970s also gave us disco fashion, which was bohemian's glittery party-loving cousin. Metallics, sequins, tight pants, and shirts with enormous collars created a look that was specifically designed for dancing under flashing lights. Disco fashion was about transformation, putting on your sparkly clothes and becoming someone more glamorous, more exciting, more alive. The decade's silhouettes were revolutionary in their diversity. You could wear a flowing maxi dress that covered you from neck to ankle, or shorts so short they were barely there, or anything in between. Fashion had finally accepted that different people wanted to show different amounts of skin, and that was perfectly fine. Platform shoes became the decade's most distinctive accessory, and they were essentially architecture for your feet. Some platforms were 6 inches high or more, turning walking into a performance art piece, and making everyone several inches taller than nature intended. They were impractical, occasionally dangerous, and absolutely fabulous. The influence of different decades became a major theme in the 1970s fashion. There was a revival of 1930s and 1940s styles, flowing dresses, dramatic shoulders, and vintage glamour. But there was also a fascination with the Victorian era, high necklines, long sleeves, and romantic details. Fashion became historical, drawing inspiration from the past while creating something entirely new. Punk fashion emerged in the mid-1970s as a deliberate rejection of both mainstream fashion and hippie idealism. Ripped clothes, safety pins, aggressive makeup, and deliberately ugly combinations created a look that was designed to shock and challenge. Punk fashion was about anger, rebellion, and the rejection of beauty as a social value. But punk was also incredibly creative and influential. The DIY aesthetic, making your own clothes, customizing store-bought items, and creating unique looks from whatever materials you could find, introduced new ideas about what fashion could be. It didn't have to be expensive, professionally made, or even particularly attractive. It just had to express something authentic about the person wearing it. Men's fashion during the 1970s became more adventurous than it had been since the 18th century. Wide lapels, bright colours, bold patterns, and fitted silhouettes created a look that was unabashedly decorative. The three-piece suit remained standard for business, but casual wear became an opportunity for self-expression rather than conformity. The decade also saw the rise of designer jeans as a fashion category. What had been basic workwear became a luxury item, with different brands offering different cuts, washes, and styling details. It was the democratization of fashion through denim. Everyone could afford jeans, but designer jeans offered a way to be fashionable within that democratic framework. Athletic wear began to influence fashion during the 1970s, driven by new interest in fitness and health. Jogging suits, tennis dresses, and exercise clothes began appearing in non-athletic contexts. It was the beginning of the athleisure trend that would eventually take over casual fashion completely. The concept of lifestyle dressing became important during this decade. Instead of having one fashion identity, people could dress like surfers, executives, artists, or athletes, depending on their mood or the occasion. Fashion became fluid and situational rather than fixed and hierarchical. By the end of the 1970s, fashion had become incredibly diverse and individualistic. The idea that everyone should dress alike had been completely abandoned in favour of a philosophy that celebrated personal expression and cultural diversity. It set the stage for the 1980s, which would take this individualism and turn it into performance art. The 1980s looked at fashion and said, "You know what this needs? More of everything. More colour, more texture, more volume, more accessories, more attitude." It was the decade when subtlety went into hiding and didn't emerge until sometime in the mid-1990s. Power dressing became the decade's signature concept, driven by women entering corporate environments in unprecedented numbers. The power suit, with massive shoulder pads that could double as small aircraft wings, was designed to help women compete in male-dominated workplaces by literally making them look bigger and more imposing. It was fashion as armour, designed for corporate warfare. The shoulder pads of the 1980s deserve their own chapter in fashion history. Starting as modest additions to create a more structured silhouette, they grew throughout the decade until they reached proportions that challenged doorway architecture. By the late 1980s, shoulder pads had become so enormous that they looked like fashion's interpretation of American football gear. But power dressing wasn't just about looking tough, it was about looking expensive. The 1980s celebrated wealth in ways that previous decades had considered vulgar. Designer labels became status symbols, worn prominently on the outside of clothing rather than hidden discreetly inside. It was the decade when fashion became about broadcasting your success to anyone within visual range. The influence of television, particularly shows like Dynasty and Dallas, created a fashion aesthetic that was pure fantasy. Evening wear featured massive quantities of sequins, beads, and metallic fabrics. Hair got bigger, jewellery got more elaborate, and makeup became more dramatic. It was fashion designed to be seen from the back row of a theatre, except people wore it to dinner. Casual wear during the 1980s was equally excessive. Athletic wear became street fashion, but not the simple athletic wear of previous decades. This was athletic wear designed by fashion designers who apparently thought that exercise clothes should be suitable for Las Vegas showrooms. Neon colours, metallic fabrics, and geometric patterns created workout clothes that were more about making fashion statements than actual working out. The decade also saw the rise of youth fashion as a commercial force independent of adult fashion. MTV launched in 1981, and suddenly young people had a visual reference for how musicians dressed. Fashion became faster, more immediate, and more tied to popular culture than ever before. What you wore became a way of showing which bands you liked, which movies you'd seen, and which cultural tribes you belonged to. Punk fashion evolved during the 1980s into new wave style, which took punk's rebellious aesthetic and made it more wearable and commercially viable. The result was fashion that was edgy and artistic but didn't require safety pins or deliberate ugliness. It was rebellion with better production values. The preppy look also became fashionable during the 1980s, driven partly by nostalgia for simpler times and partly by the popularity of films like The Breakfast Club. Preppy fashion represented security, tradition and belonging to established social institutions, everything that punk and new wave fashion rejected. But perhaps the most interesting aspect of 1980s fashion was how it embraced artificial materials and construction. Synthetic fabrics, structured silhouettes, and obviously manufactured looks became desirable rather than apologetic. It was the first decade when fashion celebrated the fact that clothes were human-made rather than trying to mimic natural forms and materials. Hair became a fashion accessory in its own right during the 1980s. The bigger, the more elaborate, the better. Hairspray became an essential fashion tool, and hairstyles required architecture and engineering to maintain their structural integrity. It was like wearing sculpture on your head, except the sculpture was made of your own hair and industrial-strength styling products. Colour during the 1980s was intense and often clashing. Electric blue, hot pink, acid green and metallic silver were combined in ways that would have been considered garish in any other decade. Fashion became fluorescent, glittery, and deliberately artificial. It was like wearing a neon sign, which was exactly the point. The decade also introduced the concept of mix and match dressing taken to extremes. Different patterns, textures, and colours were combined in ways that created visual chaos, but somehow worked because everyone was doing it. It was fashion democracy through excess. If everyone was wearing too much of everything, then no one looked out of place. By 1990, fashion had reached such heights of excess that the only possible response was a complete reaction in the opposite direction. The 1980s had been so much about more that the 1990s would inevitably be about less. But before that happened, the 1980s had established some important principles. Fashion could be fun, experimental, and completely divorced from practical considerations while still being socially acceptable and commercially successful. As the 1990s dawned, fashion looked at the excess of the 1980s and said, you know what, maybe we went a little overboard with those shoulder pads. The decade began with what fashion historians call the minimalist reaction, a complete swing away from the more is more philosophy that had dominated the previous decade. Calvin Klein became the poster child for this new minimalism. creating clothes that were clean, simple, and almost architectural in their purity. His designs celebrated negative space, neutral colours, and the beauty of perfect proportions. It was fashion that whispered rather than shouted, and after a decade of shouting, whispering felt revolutionary. But the 1990s quickly proved that it wasn't going to settle for just one fashion philosophy. Grunge fashion emerged from the Pacific Northwest music scene, bringing thrift store aesthetics into mainstream fashion. Flannel shirts, ripped jeans, and the deliberate anti-fashion aesthetic of bands like Nirvana created a look that celebrated not caring about fashion, which paradoxically became a major fashion trend. Marc Ecko, Calvin Klein, and other designers took grunge influences and refined them into something more wearable for people who wanted to look casually rebellious without actually shopping at thrift stores. It was rebellion with better fit and higher quality fabrics, the gentrification of anti-fashion. The decade also saw the rise of streetwear as a legitimate fashion category. What people actually wore on the street, sneakers, hoodies, baseball caps, and athletic wear, became influences on high fashion rather than just copying high fashion. It was the democratization of fashion influence flowing from the bottom up rather than trickling down from the top. Hip-hop culture became a major influence on mainstream fashion during the 1990s, bringing oversized clothing, athletic wear, and bold logos into general fashion consciousness. The aesthetic celebrated comfort, movement, and cultural identity in ways that traditional fashion had never considered. It was fashion that acknowledged that people wanted to look good while actually living their lives. The supermodel phenomenon reached its peak during the 1990s, creating fashion celebrities who were famous for wearing clothes rather than for any other talent. Models like Naomi Campbell, Cindy Crawford, and Kate Moss became household names, and their personal styles influenced fashion as much as the designers they wore. Technology began to influence fashion in new ways during the 1990s. New synthetic fabrics offered performance characteristics that had never been available before. Moisture wicking, UV protection, and temperature regulation. Fashion began to acknowledge that clothes could be both beautiful and functional in ways that previous generations had never imagined. The internet emerged as a fashion force during the mid to late 1990s, though its full impact wouldn't be felt until the following decade. Online shopping began to change how people bought clothes, and fashion websites started to influence how people thought about style and trends. As we moved into the 2000s, fashion became increasingly fast-paced and diverse. The concept of seasonal collections began to break down as designers offered more frequent releases. Fast fashion retailers could take a trend from the runway to the store in weeks rather than months, democratizing fashion but also accelerating its pace in ways that were sometimes overwhelming. The 2000s brought their own aesthetic revolutions: the rise of casual Friday that gradually expanded to casual everyday, the influence of reality television on fashion, and the beginning of social media's impact on how people thought about personal style. Looking back over this entire journey from animal skins to Instagram-worthy outfits, what's remarkable is how consistent certain human impulses have remained. People have always wanted to look good, express their identity through their appearance, and use clothing to navigate social situations. The materials, techniques, and social contexts have changed dramatically, but the fundamental human relationship with clothing has remained surprisingly constant. Fashion has always been about solving problems: protection from the elements, social signalling, personal expression, and cultural belonging. The solutions have evolved from mammoth hides to moisture-wicking synthetics, but the problems have remained recognisably human throughout history. So here you are, at the end of this journey through fashion history, probably wearing the culmination of 170,000 years of human creativity and ingenuity. That comfortable t-shirt you're wearing? It represents the development of cotton cultivation, textile manufacturing, the invention of knitting machines, the creation of synthetic dyes, and centuries of refinement in garment construction. Those jeans you might have on represent the California gold rush, the needs of working people for durable clothing, the influence of American casual culture on global fashion, and the transformation of workwear into fashion statements. Even your socks, yes, your socks, represent innovations in knitting, synthetic fibres, and foot comfort that would have amazed our ancestors. The amazing thing is that you got dressed this morning in about 10 minutes, choosing from options that represent the best of human textile technology and fashion design, and you probably didn't think about any of this history. You just wanted to put on something comfortable, appropriate for your day, and maybe something that made you feel like yourself. That's the real triumph of fashion history, not the elaborate court dress or the revolutionary designs. but the fact that good clothing has become so accessible and unremarkable that we take it for granted. Your closet contains options that would have been unimaginable luxuries to most humans throughout history. Fabrics that are soft, durable, and easy to care for. Colours that won't fade after one washing. Clothes that fit your body and your lifestyle. Seasonal options that keep you comfortable in any weather. The freedom to choose clothing that expresses your personality rather than just your social class or economic status. Even your most casual outfit represents solutions to problems that occupied human minds for millennia. How do you create fabric that breathes but also protects? How do you make colours that last? How do you construct garments that move with the body without falling apart? How do you mass-produce clothing while maintaining quality and individual choice? The fashion industry today grapples with new challenges that our ancestors never had to consider. Environmental sustainability, ethical manufacturing, the pace of trend cycles, and the psychological effects of constant fashion messaging through social media. But these are the kinds of problems that come with success, not failure. As you drift off to sleep tonight in your comfortable pyjamas, which, by the way, are a relatively recent invention that would have puzzled medieval people who slept in their day clothes, or nothing at all, you're participating in the latest chapter of this ongoing human story. Fashion continues to evolve. Sustainable materials are being developed from everything from mushroom roots to recycled ocean plastic. Smart fabrics can monitor your health, regulate your temperature, or even charge your phone. 3D printing is beginning to create custom-fitted garments. Virtual reality is changing how we shop for clothes. The same human creativity that turned animal skins into haute couture continues to push fashion into territories we can barely imagine. But whatever comes next in fashion, it will still be serving those same basic human needs that drove our ancestors to start wearing clothes in the first place. Protection, comfort, beauty, and the eternal desire to wake up in the morning and put on something that makes us feel like the best version of ourselves. Sweet dreams, and may you always have something wonderful to wear. Imagine standing in a medieval village at twilight, when the sun has just dipped below the horizon and the world exists in that peculiar in-between light where shapes become uncertain. The forge fire glows orange in the blacksmith's shop, smoke rises from thatched roofs, and somewhere a dog barks at something you cannot see. This is the world where the idea of witches took root, not as a sudden invention, but as a slow accumulation of older beliefs mixing with newer fears, like sediment settling at the bottom of a river over centuries, long before anyone spoke of witches. In the way we understand them now, people believed in magic as naturally as they believed in weather. If you lived in ancient Rome or Greece, you might visit a local wise woman for a love charm, or pay someone to curse your business rival. Magic was simply another tool, morally neutral, available to anyone willing to learn the formulas and make the proper offerings to the right gods. But these were small magics, personal and local. The witch hunts that would eventually sweep across Europe and leap the Atlantic to America required something more, a complete reorganization of how people understood evil itself. Christianity brought with it a new cosmology, a universe divided between absolute good and absolute evil, with very little room for the comfortable grey areas where ancient magic had lived. The old gods and spirits who had been neutral or even helpful became, in Christian theology, demons pretending to be something else. That helpful household spirit your grandmother left bread for. Now it was a devil in disguise, trying to steal your soul. This transformation happened slowly over centuries. A monk working by candlelight in a 6th century scriptorium had different concerns than a village priest in the 12th century, who in turn understood the world differently than the inquisitors of the 15th century. Each generation added layers to the concept, like a pearl forming around a grain of sand. By the medieval period, educated theologians had begun constructing elaborate theories about how demons operated in the world. They wrote thick books debating whether demons could physically transport people through the air, whether they could take physical form, and whether contracts with the devil needed to be written in blood, or if a verbal agreement sufficed. These debates were conducted with the same seriousness that modern lawyers bring to contract law, because to these thinkers, demonic interaction was absolutely real. But here's something interesting. For most of the Middle Ages, while scholars were writing these elaborate theories, actual accusations of witchcraft were relatively rare. The Church was actually more likely to prosecute people for claiming that witches existed and could harm others. The official position, recorded in a document called the Canon Episcopi, was that belief in witches flying through the night sky was foolish superstition. If you claimed your neighbour could transform into an animal and curse your cow, you might be the one in trouble for believing such nonsense. This creates a curious paradox. The intellectual framework for witch hunting was being constructed while the authorities simultaneously denied that such things were possible. It's like building a detailed blueprint for a machine while insisting the machine could never actually work. The village experience was different from the scholarly one. In small communities where everyone knew everyone else's business, where your survival might depend on your neighbours helping with the harvest or lending you seed grain during a bad year, there was always a need to explain misfortune. Why did your child die when your neighbours thrived? Why did your crops fail while hers flourished? Why did you feel a sudden pain in your leg after arguing with that old woman at the well? Every community had people on its margins. The elderly widow with no family, the strange hermit living at the forest's edge, the woman whose medicinal knowledge seemed a little too effective, and the midwife who knew too much about birth and death. These people were useful. You needed healers after all, and someone had to help birth babies and prepare the dead. But usefulness and suspicion have always been uneasy neighbours. The word witch itself comes from the Old English wix, which simply meant someone who practiced magic or divination. But language is a living thing, and as centuries passed, the word accumulated darker meanings, gathering fear the way wool gathers burrs. In many villages, there were what we might call cunning folk, people, usually women, but sometimes men, who knew. Herbal remedies could help you find lost objects, might tell your fortune, or provided charms to protect your livestock. They operated in a strange social space, valued but feared, necessary but suspicious. You might visit one when your child has a fever, but you wouldn't necessarily want to sit next to them in church. These cunning folk had accumulated practical knowledge passed down through generations. They knew which plants eased pain, which herbs brought down fever, which fungi were poison, and which were medicine. In a world without doctors, without pharmacies, without any formal medical care, this knowledge was essential. But knowledge that seems magical when you don't understand it can easily become frightening when circumstances turn dark. The medieval world was also one of intimate familiarity with death and suffering. Childhood diseases that we now prevent with simple vaccines killed regularly. Infections from minor injuries could prove fatal. Childbirth was dangerous for both mother and baby. Crops failed. Livestock died. And because the actual causes of these tragedies were invisible, bacteria, viruses, genetic conditions, environmental factors, people needed explanations that made sense within their worldview. If your neighbour insulted you on Tuesday and your best cow died on Wednesday, the connection seemed obvious. Not because you were stupid or superstitious, but because you lived in a world where cause and effect weren't clearly understood, where coincidence and correlation were indistinguishable, and where everyone around you believed that malevolent will could produce tangible harm. Picture Europe in the 14th and 15th centuries, and you're looking at a world being fundamentally remade by forces that seemed, to the people living through them, like the end times themselves. The Black Death arrived in 1347 and killed somewhere between a third and half of Europe's entire population over the next few years. Imagine watching half the people in your town die in a matter of months, their bodies covered in black swellings, coughing blood, delirious with fever. Imagine the smell of mass graves, the silence where children's voices used to be, and the empty houses with doors standing open because no one was left to close them. Survivors emerged into a transformed world. Labour was suddenly scarce and valuable. The old social order, where peasants knew their place and noblemen knew theirs, began to crack. The church, which had promised protection and salvation, had proved unable to stop the dying. Everyone wanted explanations, and disease caused by bacteria spread by fleas on rats wasn't available as an answer. Into this traumatized, destabilized world came a rising anxiety about heresy and spiritual corruption. The church was fighting battles on multiple fronts, against Muslim expansion in the east, against internal reform movements that questioned papal authority, and against the lingering presence of non-Christian traditions in rural areas that had been nominally converted centuries earlier but still practiced old rituals under a thin veneer of Christianity. The Spanish Reconquista had created anxiety about religious and cultural purity. The Cathars had been brutally suppressed. The Waldensians were being hunted. Jewish communities faced increasing persecution. Europe was becoming obsessed with finding and eliminating religious contamination, like someone with severe anxiety constantly checking for dirt that might not actually be there. The printing press arrived in the mid-15th century, and suddenly, ideas could spread faster than ever before. This wasn't just good news. It also meant that fears, accusations, and theories about evil could circulate and reinforce themselves across vast distances. A wild accusation in one region could be printed, distributed, and inspire similar accusations hundreds of miles away. In 1484, Pope Innocent VIII issued a papal bull acknowledging the existence of witches and authorizing inquisitors to prosecute them. This was a significant shift from earlier church positions. The official stance had moved from believing in witches is superstitious nonsense to witches are real and must be destroyed. Two Dominican inquisitors, Heinrich Kramer and Jacob Sprenger, took this authorization and ran with it. In 1487 they published the Malleus Maleficarum, the Hammer of Witches, which would become the most influential guide to witch hunting ever written. It was essentially an instruction manual for identifying, interrogating and prosecuting witches, complete with theological justification and practical advice. The Malleus is a deeply strange document if you read it today. It contains elaborate arguments about why women are more susceptible to demonic corruption than men. Spoiler, the authors believed women were intellectually and morally weaker. It describes in detail how to conduct interrogations and torture sessions. It explains what questions to ask, how to interpret answers, and why denials of guilt should be treated as confirmations of guilt. One particularly dark innovation in the Malleus was its approach to evidence. Traditional legal systems required clear proof of harm, but witch hunters argued that witchcraft was a secret crime that left no visible evidence. Therefore, rumour, reputation, and spectral evidence, claims that the accused person's spirit or demon had appeared to the accuser, could be acceptable in court. This essentially meant that accusations themselves became evidence, creating a system where defending yourself was nearly impossible. The book was reprinted dozens of times and became standard reading for judges and inquisitors across Europe. It's darkly ironic that one of the first bestsellers created by printing press technology was an instruction manual for persecution, but we should be careful not to imagine this as solely a top-down phenomenon with authorities forcing witch trials on reluctant populations. The reality was more complex and more disturbing. Communities often initiated accusations themselves, bringing suspects to authorities and demanding action. The witch hunts worked because they tapped into existing tensions, fears and conflicts within communities. Economic anxiety played a role. As medieval economies began transforming into early capitalism, traditional social safety nets were fraying. The woman begging at your door, whom you turned away because you had little yourself, might later be accused of cursing you out of revenge. Guilt, fear, and self-justification could blend into accusations that protected you from having to examine your own moral choices. Religious anxiety also intensified during the Reformation. As Christianity fractured into competing versions of truth, everyone became more concerned about spiritual contamination. Catholics accused Protestants of being in league with the devil. Protestants returned the favour. Communities that had lived with religious ambiguity for centuries suddenly demanded clarity and purity, and anyone who didn't fit the approved model became suspect. The Little Ice Age, a period of cooling temperatures that began in the 14th century and lasted into the 19th, contributed to agricultural failures, famines, and social stress. When your crops failed year after year, when summer never quite arrived, and when winter seemed endless, it was easy to believe that someone had cursed the weather itself. Climate change has always created scapegoats. The earliest organised witch trials began in the Alps, in the border regions between Switzerland, France, and Italy, in the early 15th century. These mountainous areas, where small communities lived in relative isolation, became laboratories for developing witch-hunting practices that would later spread across Europe. The trials in Valais, Switzerland, in the 1420s and 1430s, established patterns that would be repeated for centuries. Accusations typically started with someone explaining their misfortune, illness, death, or crop failure, by pointing to a recent interaction with a suspect neighbour. Under interrogation, which often included torture, the accused might confess to meeting with the devil, flying through the night sky to secret gatherings, or causing harm through supernatural means. Here's where these early trials developed something particularly insidious. Once you confessed to being a witch, you were expected to name other witches who had attended these secret meetings. This created a cascade effect, where one accusation could bloom into dozens. Torture made people say whatever they thought might stop the pain, including implicating friends, neighbours, and family members. It was a system that fed on itself, growing larger with each new name extracted from a person in agony. The accused in these early trials were predominantly older women, often widows, usually poor, but not always. Sometimes the accusations reached people with property, with status, and with connections. This created a strange dynamic. Witch hunting could destabilise social hierarchies, allowing the powerless to strike at the powerful through accusation, but it also reinforced existing power structures by primarily targeting the most vulnerable. Imagine being a woman in your 60s, widowed, living alone in a small cottage at the edge of a village. You've survived plague, famine, and the deaths of most people you loved. You know herbs and healing because you've had to. When you walk through the village, younger people sometimes cross themselves. Children dare each other to knock on your door. One day, a neighbour's child falls ill. The neighbour remembers that you muttered something when she refused to sell you eggs last week. She tells her husband. He tells the village elder. Someone mentions that another child died 3 years ago after your shadow supposedly fell across their doorway. Others remember unexplained accidents, mysterious illnesses, and strange sounds in the night. Before you quite understand what's happening, you're being dragged before a magistrate. People you've known your entire life testify against you. Their faces a mixture of fear and what looks almost like relief. They're afraid of you, yes, but perhaps also afraid of their own doubts, their own uncharitable thoughts, and their own failures to embody Christian love. Projecting evil onto you makes their own compromises more bearable. The interrogation begins gently. You're asked simple questions. Do you attend church regularly? Do you know the Lord's Prayer? Have you ever been angry with your neighbours? Have you ever wished harm on anyone? These seem like reasonable questions until you realise that everyone has been angry. Everyone has wished harm, and admitting these universal human feelings becomes evidence of demonic inclination. You try to defend yourself, but your very defensiveness is taken as proof of guilt. Wouldn't an innocent person accept God's judgment without protest? If you continue to protest your innocence, torture might be applied, not out of cruelty, the authorities would insist, but out of necessity. Your body is already corrupted by the devil, they believe, so pain applied to it is medicinal, designed to force out the truth that the devil has hidden. The logic is circular and perfect. Resistance proves guilt, confession proves guilt, and there's no path that leads to innocence once the process begins. In Trier, Germany, between 1581 and 1593, witch trials resulted in the execution of around 368 people. The Prince Archbishop who authorised these trials was himself later accused of being too lenient on witches. This is the Alice in Wonderland logic of witch hunting. Moderation becomes suspicious, mercy becomes evidence of conspiracy, and the only way to prove you're not sympathetic to witches is to find and burn more of them. In Bamberg, Germany, between Distossas, 1626 and 1631, perhaps 600 people were executed as witches. The witch hunting became so extensive that special buildings were constructed to handle the volume of interrogations and executions. The Drudenhaus, witch house, in Bamberg was essentially a torture factory, processing accusations with bureaucratic efficiency, but not everywhere succumbed to this panic. Some regions remained relatively untouched by witch trials. Some magistrates simply refused to prosecute. Some communities resisted the pressure to identify witches among their neighbours. This variability is important to remember. Witch hunting wasn't an inevitable feature of the period, but a specific phenomenon that required particular conditions to flourish. Where witch hunting took hold, it often followed patterns of social stress. A bad harvest, an outbreak of disease, a military threat, economic disruption. These created anxiety that sought an outlet in accusation, communities that maintained stronger social bonds, better conflict resolution mechanisms, or more sceptical authorities often avoided the worst excesses. The executions themselves varied. In some regions, convicted witches were strangled before being burned, which was considered merciful. In others, they were burned alive. Some were hanged, some were drowned. The methods reflected local custom and the severity of the supposed crime. Those who confessed and repented might receive quicker deaths. Those who maintained their innocence to the end were often subjected to the harshest punishments. What's haunting about reading trial records is how ordinary everything seems. The scribe carefully records the date, the accused's name, and the charges. Witnesses testify in matter-of-fact tones about supernatural events. Yes, the accused appeared in my bedroom as a spirit. Yes, I saw her flying. Yes, she caused my cow's milk to dry up. The The supernatural was treated as simply another category of evidence, like eyewitness testimony in a theft case. You might think that the Renaissance, with its revival of classical learning, its emphasis on humanism, and its scientific curiosity would have ended witch hunting. Instead, the 16th and 17th centuries saw witch trials intensify and spread. The same intellectual ferment that produced great art and early science also produced increasingly elaborate theories about demonic intervention. This period saw some of the most educated minds in Europe writing extensively about witchcraft. King James VI of Scotland, later James III of England, wrote Demonology, a philosophical exploration of witchcraft that treated demonic intervention as a subject worthy of royal scholarly attention. Jean Bodin, one of France's great legal theorists and political philosophers, wrote De la démonomanie des sorciers, arguing that witchcraft prosecutions should be more severe, and that judicial mercy toward accused witches was itself a form of heresy. These weren't ignorant peasants spreading superstition. These were the intellectual elite of their age, applying the full force of their learning to the question of how demons operated in the world. It's a reminder that intelligence and education don't automatically protect against systematic errors in thinking, especially when those errors are embedded in your culture's fundamental assumptions about reality. The Renaissance also saw the witch. Hunts spread northward into Scandinavia and eastward into Poland and Russia. Each region adapted witch hunting to its own cultural context. In Scandinavia, accusations often involved harmful magic against ships and sailors, unsurprising in seafaring cultures where storms at sea could mean death and financial ruin. In Eastern Europe, beliefs in vampires and werewolves sometimes merge with witchcraft accusations, creating local variations on the theme of malevolent supernatural power. England developed its own distinctive approach to witch hunting. English law didn't allow torture except in cases of treason, which meant that confessions had to be obtained through other means: lengthy interrogations, sleep deprivation, isolation, and psychological pressure. The accusations in England also tended to focus more on maleficium, actual harmful magic, rather than the elaborate sabbaths and demon worship that dominated continental trials. The most famous English witch hunter was Matthew Hopkins, who operated during the English Civil War in the 1640s. He called himself the Witchfinder General, though no one had actually appointed him to any such position, and travelled through East Anglia finding witches with disturbing efficiency. His methods were technically legal, no torture officially, but involved tactics like forced walking, keeping suspects awake and moving for days until they became delirious, pricking, searching for spots on the body that didn't bleed or feel pain, supposedly marks made by the devil, and the swimming test, binding suspects and throwing them in water to see if they floated, which would prove guilt, or sank, which would prove innocence but might also result in drowning. Hopkins operated for only about 2 years, but in that time was responsible for perhaps 300 executions. What's particularly notable about his career is how it illustrates the entrepreneurial aspect of witch hunting. Hopkins charged fees to towns for his services, creating a financial incentive to find witches. This economic dimension of witch hunting is often overlooked. Fear was genuine, but it also became a business. Meanwhile, in Scotland, witch trials took on particular intensity. Scottish law allowed torture, and Scottish Presbyterianism's emphasis on rooting out sin created an environment where witch hunting flourished. Between 1563 and 1736, somewhere between 2,500 and 4,000 people were executed as witches in Scotland, an extraordinarily high number for a relatively small population. The North Berwick witch trials of 1590-91, involving accusations that a coven of witches had tried to murder King James VI by raising storms at sea, show how witch trials could become entangled with politics. The accused included both peasants and members of the nobility. Confessions extracted under torture described elaborate rituals and plots that conveniently implicated the king's political enemies. Whether the king genuinely believed in the supernatural threat or cynically used witch accusations to eliminate opposition, the result was the same: executions that reinforced royal power while purging potential threats. But amid all this persecution, sceptical voices were emerging. Reginald Scott's The Discovery of Witchcraft, published in 1584, systematically argued against the reality of witchcraft, suggesting that supposed witches were either victims of delusion, mental illness, or malicious accusation. King James was so offended by Scott's book that he ordered copies burned, but the book survived, and its arguments would eventually contribute to the decline of witch hunting. In the Holy Roman Empire, where the 30 Years' War, 1618 to 1648, was tearing the region apart along religious lines, witch hunting reached some of its most extreme manifestations. In Würzburg, Prince Bishop Philipp Adolf von Ehrenberg presided over trials that executed around 900 people between 1626 and 1631. The victims included children as young as 7, members of the nobility, and eventually people so clearly innocent by any rational standard that the trial's absurdity became undeniable even to contemporaries. The Würzburg trials included the creation of detailed records, including a chilling document listing children aged 4 to 14 who were accused of having intercourse with demons. Reading such records centuries later produces a kind of vertigo. These were real children whose names were carefully recorded, who were tortured and killed based on accusations that couldn't possibly have been true. What makes the Renaissance witch hunts particularly tragic is that they occurred during a period of genuine intellectual advancement. The same century that saw the publication of the Malleus Maleficarum also saw Columbus reaching the Americas. The same period that saw thousands burned as witches also saw the development of movable type printing, advances in medicine, and the beginning of modern astronomy. Humanity's capacity for both brilliance and barbarity has never been more evident than in these contradictions. Now we cross the Atlantic to a small coastal settlement in Massachusetts, where, in 1692, some of the most famous witch trials in history would unfold in a community that had fled Europe partly to escape religious persecution, only to recreate it in new and devastating forms. Salem Village in the late 17th century was not a happy place. It was a frontier community living in the shadow of ongoing conflicts with Native Americans. King William's War had brought violence close to home, with raids and captivity narratives creating constant anxiety. The village was also experiencing internal tensions, disputes over land, arguments about the local minister's salary, factional conflicts between farming families and merchant families, and a general sense that the younger generation was abandoning the purity of their parents' faith. Into this tense environment came a peculiar episode in the household of Reverend Samuel Parris. In January 1692, his 9-year-old daughter Betty and 11-year-old niece Abigail began having strange fits, screaming, throwing objects, contorting their bodies, and speaking nonsense. A local doctor, unable to find physical causes, suggested they might be bewitched, an explanation that made sense within the worldview of Puritan Massachusetts, where Satan was seen as constantly working to corrupt God's chosen people. The girls, when pressed to name their tormentors, eventually accused 3 women: Tituba, an enslaved woman in the Parris household, Sarah Good, a homeless beggar, and Sarah Osborne, an elderly woman who rarely attended church. These first 3 accused fit the traditional profile of suspected witches: marginal, vulnerable, and easy to believe ill of. What happened next transformed a local episode into a colony-wide crisis. Under interrogation, Tituba, perhaps hoping to avoid the worst punishment, perhaps pressured by her enslaver, perhaps caught up in the theological expectations of her interrogators, confessed not just to practicing witchcraft but to participating in a conspiracy of witches operating throughout Massachusetts. She described meetings with the devil, signing a book, and the involvement of other women she couldn't quite name or describe. This confession, instead of ending the episode, expanded it. If Tituba was telling the truth, then witchcraft was a real and immediate threat. If there was a conspiracy, then more witches must be identified. The girls continued having fits, and began making additional accusations. Other young women and girls in the community began having similar symptoms. It was like a stone thrown into still water, creating ripples that spread outward until they reached far beyond Salem Village. As accusations multiplied, the profile of the accused changed. The first victims had been marginal figures, but soon accusations were reaching respectable church members, property owners, and even a former minister. Rebecca Nurse, a 71-year-old woman known for her piety, was accused and eventually hanged despite strong community support and an initial jury acquittal that was overturned when the girls had fresh fits in the courtroom. These Salem trials proceeded in a legal environment that would seem surreal by modern standards. Spectral evidence, testimony that the accused's spectre or spirit had appeared to the witness, was accepted as valid. This created an impossible situation. How do you defend yourself against claims that your spirit was doing things you weren't aware of? The legal system essentially prosecuted people for their presumed supernatural actions rather than anything they had actually done. Giles Corey, an 80-year-old farmer who refused to enter a plea to the charges against him, was subjected to pressing, heavy stones placed on his chest until he either agreed to plead or died. According to legend, his only words during 2 days of this torture were, "More weight." He died without pleading, which under English law meant his property couldn't be confiscated and would pass to his heirs. His death, meant to compel testimony, instead became a silent protest against the proceedings. By the summer of 1692, Salem's jails were overflowing with accused witches. Women who were pregnant were spared execution until after giving birth, creating the grim spectacle of women giving birth in chains, knowing they would be hanged once recovered. Children as young as 4 were accused and imprisoned. One of the accused, Sarah Good, was hanged, while her infant daughter, born in prison, died shortly after. Sarah Good's final words from the gallows, addressed to the minister urging her to confess, were reported as, "You're a liar. I am no more a witch than you are a wizard, and if you take away my life, God will give you blood to drink." By September, however, the accusations had reached so far up the social hierarchy that they were becoming untenable. When the girls accused the wife of Governor Phipps, when respected ministers began questioning the proceedings, and when juries started refusing to convict despite spectral evidence, the machinery of prosecution began to slow. The crucial shift came when prominent ministers, led by Increase Mather, argued that spectral evidence shouldn't be allowed in court. His statement, "It were better that 10 suspected witches should escape than that one innocent person should be condemned," represented a dramatic reversal of the logic that had driven the trials. Without spectral evidence, most cases collapsed. By October 1692, Governor Phipps dissolved the special court that had been handling witchcraft cases. Remaining prisoners were gradually released, many after posting bond. Of those who had been executed, 19 hanged, 1 pressed to death, none would receive official pardons for centuries. The community, having looked into an abyss of its own making, collectively decided to stop looking and move on. What's particularly haunting about Salem is how quickly the episode ended once authorities decided it should end. The same community that had been gripped by witch-hunting fever in summer was releasing prisoners by fall. This rapid reversal suggests that the trials had never been inevitable, that different choices by authorities could have prevented most or all of the deaths. The 20 people who died did so not because witchcraft belief made their deaths unavoidable, but because specific individuals in positions of authority made specific decisions to allow the prosecutions to proceed. The aftermath saw a slow, incomplete process of acknowledgement. Some of the accusers later apologised. Anne Putnam, one of the main accusers, eventually made a public apology in church, blaming Satan for deluding her. Samuel Sewell, one of the judges, publicly confessed error. But these apologies couldn't restore the dead or heal the community's wounds. Salem spent generations living with the knowledge of what it had done. By the early 18th century, witch trials were becoming increasingly rare across Europe and the colonies. This decline wasn't the result of a single cause, but rather a convergence of factors: intellectual shifts, legal reforms, religious changes, and perhaps simply exhaustion with decades of persecution. The scientific revolution was transforming how educated Europeans understood causation. When you can see microorganisms through a microscope, when you understand that disease is caused by infection rather than malevolent will, and when you can predict planetary motion through mathematics, the supernatural explanation for misfortune becomes less necessary. Not everyone accepted these new ideas immediately, but they were available as alternative frameworks for understanding the world. The Enlightenment brought increased skepticism toward traditional authorities and supernatural claims. Philosophers like Voltaire openly mocked witch trials as superstitious barbarism. This mockery created social pressure on authorities who continued prosecuting witches. They risked being seen as backward and credulous by the intellectual fashions of their time. Legal reforms also played a role. New evidentiary standards made it harder to obtain convictions based solely on confessional reputation. The use of torture in judicial proceedings gradually declined across Europe, partly from humanitarian concerns but also from growing recognition that torture produced unreliable evidence. When authorities couldn't extract confessions through pain, witch prosecutions became much harder to pursue. Religious changes mattered too, as Protestant and Catholic churches settled into coexistence after the devastating religious wars of the 16th and 17th centuries. The intense focus on spiritual purity that had fueled witch hunting began to ease, Communities that had spent generations fighting over correct doctrine were exhausted by conflict, and more interested in stability than in rooting out hidden evil. Economic development created new social structures that reduced the importance of tight-knit village communities where witch accusations had flourished. As people moved to cities, as markets expanded, and as individuals became less dependent on immediate neighbours for survival, the social conditions that had made witch accusations useful for managing interpersonal conflict began to dissolve. The last, execution for witchcraft in England, occurred in 1684. Scotland's last execution was in 1727. In France, the last execution was in 1745. The Holy Roman Empire ended witch trials in 1775. These dates mark not sudden transformations but gradual recognition that witch prosecutions no longer made sense within changing legal, intellectual and social frameworks. Poland's last witch trial occurred in 1793, notably late compared to Western Europe. This timing reminds us that change happened unevenly across the continent, reflecting different social and political conditions. Remote or conservative regions maintained beliefs that urban centres had abandoned, but the legal end of witch trials didn't mean the end of witchcraft belief. Folk beliefs about magical harm, protective charms, and supernatural causation persisted in rural areas well into the 20th century. People stopped bringing witchcraft accusations to courts, but they didn't necessarily stop believing that some neighbours had dangerous powers. The change was partly about belief, but more about what kind of claims the legal system was willing to take seriously. In some communities, informal persecution continued even after formal trials ended. Someone suspected of witchcraft might face social ostracism, property damage, or violence without any legal proceedings. These extra-legal actions were harder to track than official trials, but they represent continuity in belief even as legal structures changed. The Witchcraft Act of 1735 in Great Britain marked a significant shift in official attitudes. This law repealed previous witchcraft statutes not because it accepted that witchcraft was real, but because it made pretending to practice witchcraft or accusing others of it into a crime. The law essentially said, witchcraft doesn't exist, and claiming it does is either fraud or slander. This represented a complete reversal of earlier legal frameworks that had treated witchcraft as a real crime requiring prosecution. Yet even as educated opinion turned against witch trials, folk practices related to protection from witchcraft persisted. People continued to use horseshoes over doors, to bury objects in thresholds, and to employ counter-magic against suspected harm. The formal legal apparatus of witch hunting disappeared, but the underlying anxiety about malevolent magic took longer to fade. What finally killed witch hunting wasn't necessarily that people stopped believing in magic, but that they stopped believing. The legal system should be involved in policing it. Private beliefs about supernatural harm persisted even as public institutions refused to prosecute based on those beliefs. This separation between personal belief and official action represents a significant evolution in how modern societies handle religious and supernatural claims. The memory of the witch hunts did important cultural work in the centuries that followed. For Enlightenment thinkers, witch trials became an example of what happens when superstition and religious enthusiasm override reason. For later generations, witch hunts served as a warning about mob psychology, about the dangers of accusations that are impossible to disprove, and about how fear can transform neighbours into executioners. As you pull your blanket tighter and perhaps refill your tea, consider that the witch trials, distant as they seem, have left marks on our world that remain visible if you know where to look. The English language preserves traces of this history in phrases we use without thinking about their origins. Witch hunt has become a standard metaphor for baseless persecution, used by everyone from corporate executives defending against accusations to politicians claiming unfair treatment. The phrase captures something essential about the dynamic. Accusations that build on themselves, where defending yourself only makes you look more guilty, and where the process itself becomes punishment. Modern legal protections against certain types of prosecution developed partly in reaction to the witch trials. The principle that accusation alone isn't evidence, the right to confront your accusers, the requirement for physical proof of crime, and protections against self-incrimination. These evolved partly from recognition of how easily witch trial dynamics could produce unjust convictions. When we say innocent until proven guilty, we're embracing a standard that witch trials spectacularly violated. The trials also left their mark on how we think about women's social power. The overwhelming majority of accused witches were women, and the accusations often centred on behaviours that challenged patriarchal norms: female independence, female knowledge, female sexuality, and female anger. The witch trials were, among other things, a mechanism for policing gender boundaries, for punishing women who didn't fit prescribed roles. This gendered aspect of witch hunting has made the witch a powerful symbol in modern feminist thought. The witch, reimagined not as an evil figure but as a woman who refused to conform and who possessed knowledge and power that threatened established structures, has become an icon of resistance. Halloween decorations featuring witches on broomsticks carry echoes of centuries of persecution, transformed into something playful but retaining a shadow of their darker origins. In Salem, the trials have become central to the town's identity in ways, both thoughtful and commercial. Museums and memorial sites preserve the history while tourism capitalizes on it. Walking through modern Salem, you pass witchcraft shops selling crystals and tarot cards next to historical markers explaining that actual witchcraft never occurred. The town wrestles with how to honour victims while acknowledging that its most famous historical episode was built on delusion and injustice. Arthur Miller's 1953 play, The Crucible, used Salem as an allegory for McCarthyist anti-communist investigations demonstrating how witch trial dynamics could recur in modern contexts. Miller recognised that the essential pattern, accusations that are hard to disprove, social pressure to name accomplices, and personal and political motivations disguised as ideological purity, wasn't limited to the 17th century. The play ensured that Salem would remain in cultural memory not just as a historical curiosity, but as a cautionary tale. Modern accusations of witchcraft still occur in some parts of the world, particularly in regions where traditional beliefs remain. Strong and legal systems are weak. In some African and Asian communities, witchcraft accusations can lead to violence, exile, or death. These contemporary witch hunts follow patterns eerily similar to European and American historical trials. Accusations against vulnerable individuals, confessions extracted through pressure or violence, and community scapegoating of marginal people. International human rights organisations now track and work to prevent witch accusations in these regions, recognising that the dynamics that produced the European witch hunts haven't disappeared. They've just moved to different cultural contexts. The underlying human tendencies that made witch hunting possible, the need to explain misfortune, the usefulness of scapegoats, the power of accusations that are difficult to disprove, remain present in human communities everywhere. Psychology has provided frameworks for understanding what happened during historical witch trials. Mass hysteria, conversion disorder, confirmation bias, the psychology of torture and confession, and group dynamics in small communities. These concepts help explain how intelligent, decent people could participate in or support witch prosecutions. Understanding these mechanisms doesn't make the history less troubling, but it does make it more comprehensible as something that emerged from ordinary human psychology under particular social conditions. The witch trials also offer insights into how societies handle invisible threats. Whether the threat is witchcraft, communism, terrorism, or viral contagion, communities face similar challenges: how to respond to genuine danger without succumbing to panic, how to protect the vulnerable while maintaining security, and how to distinguish between reasonable precaution and destructive paranoia. The witch trials represent an extreme case of getting this balance catastrophically wrong. Descendants of accused witches have worked to clear their ancestors' names, often facing bureaucratic obstacles centuries after the original accusations. In 2001, Massachusetts formally exonerated 5 women executed during the Salem trials, who had never received official pardons. In 2022, the last of the Salem witches received exoneration, 330 years after her execution. These late acknowledgements can't undo historical harm, but they represent official recognition that injustice occurred. The Wiccan religious movement, which emerged in the mid-20th century, reclaimed the word witch as a positive identity, creating a contemporary witchcraft practice that has nothing to do with demonic pacts or malevolent magic. Modern Wiccans practice what they describe as nature-based spirituality, often emphasizing healing, harmony, and connection to seasonal cycles. Whether there's any historical connection between contemporary Wicca and the practices of people accused during witch trials is debatable, but the reclamation of the term represents a fascinating cultural transformation. Academia continues studying witch trials from multiple angles: social history examining community dynamics, gender studies analysing the persecution of women, legal history tracking changes in evidentiary standards, religious history exploring theological developments, and medical history investigating possible explanations for symptoms attributed to bewitchment. Each discipline finds different aspects of the witch trials relevant to its concerns, suggesting that these events touched on fundamental aspects of human social organisation. The total number of people executed during the European and American witch trials is difficult to determine precisely. Estimates range from 40,000 to 100,000 over roughly 3 centuries, with perhaps another 100,000 to 200,000 formally accused but not executed. These numbers are horrifying but also important to keep in perspective. Witch hunting was terrible, but it wasn't the largest source of mortality in this period. War, disease, famine, and ordinary crime killed far more people. The witch trials matter not because of their scale relative to other tragedies, but because of what they reveal about how communities can turn on their own members. Regional variations in witch hunting intensity remain puzzling to historians. Why did some areas execute thousands while neighbouring regions executed almost none? Why did witch hunting peak at different times in different places? These questions don't have simple answers. Local political situations, religious tensions, economic stress, individual authorities' attitudes, and the presence or absence of sceptical voices, all these factors interacted in complex ways that produced dramatically different outcomes in seemingly similar communities. The witch trials also demonstrate how quickly social norms can shift. Communities that executed witches one year sometimes reversed course the next, releasing prisoners and questioning what they had done. This rapid change suggests that witch hunting wasn't an inevitable expression of period belief systems, but rather a particular dynamic that required specific conditions to sustain itself. When those conditions changed, when authorities withdrew support, when sceptical voices gained influence, when communities exhausted themselves, the prosecutions could end quickly. Outside your window, the night continues its ancient routine, indifferent to human fears and accusations. The darkness that once held demons and witches now holds only the ordinary mysteries of sleeping cities and distant stars. The history of witches is, ultimately, a history of how people understand evil and suffering. When bad things happened, and bad things happened constantly in the pre-modern world, people needed explanations. The witch provided an answer that was simultaneously comforting and terrifying. Suffering had a cause, that cause was identifiable, and eliminating the cause could restore safety. But this explanation required believing that some of your neighbours were secretly working to harm you, that ordinary people could make pacts with supernatural evil, and that the appearance of normalcy could hide malevolent intent. Once you accepted these premises, the logic of witch hunting followed almost inevitably. If witches exist and can harm you, failing to identify and eliminate them becomes its own form of guilt. What we've lost in losing belief in witches as real supernatural threats is perhaps a certain sense that the universe is morally ordered in simple ways, that bad things happen because bad people cause them, and that eliminating bad people can eliminate bad outcomes. What we've gained is the more difficult but more accurate understanding that suffering often has no villain, that random chance and impersonal forces shape our lives as much as human agency, and that sometimes there's no one to blame when tragedy strikes. The people who participated in witch trials, accusers, witnesses, judges, executioners, were not, for the most part, cruel or unusual. They were ordinary people operating within belief systems that made sense in their cultural context, responding to genuine fears with methods that their society endorsed. This is both comforting and disturbing. Comforting, because it means witch hunting wasn't the result of individual evil, but of systemic failures of reasoning and institutional checks. Disturbing because it suggests that ordinary people, people like us, can participate in terrible things when the right conditions align. Modern individuals reading about witch trials often wonder, would I have gone along? Would I have accused my neighbours, testified against them, or stood in the crowd watching executions? The uncomfortable truth is that most of us probably would have, not because we're bad people, but because social pressure, cultural assumptions, and the architecture of our beliefs shape behaviour in ways that are very difficult to resist individually. The heroes of witch trial history are often those who said no, when everyone around them was saying yes, the judges who refused to convict despite community pressure, the neighbours who testified in favour of accused witches despite the risk to their own reputations. The ministers questioned whether spectral evidence should be trusted. These individuals demonstrated that resistance was possible, that going along wasn't inevitable, and that individual choice retained meaning even within oppressive systems. But celebrating these resistors shouldn't let the rest of us off the hook too. Easily, for every person who resisted, hundreds participated or stood silently by. The witch trials happened not because a few evil people forced them on reluctant communities, but because communities largely supported them, saw them as necessary and participated willingly. Any honest reckoning with this history requires acknowledging that most people, most of the time, go along with what their society tells them is right and necessary. The lesson isn't that we should feel guilty for what our ancestors did. Collective. Guilt across centuries makes no sense. The lesson is that we should examine our own certainties, our own communities' scapegoats, and our own participation in systems that might look unjust to future generations. What beliefs do we hold now that will seem as obviously wrong in 300 years as witch hunting seems to us? The witch trials teach us to be suspicious of accusations that are impossible to disprove, of evidence that consists mainly of reputation and rumour, of legal systems that treat confession as the only path to mercy, and of communities that need enemies to maintain cohesion. They teach us that fear is a terrible foundation for justice, that panic makes people capable of cruelty they'd normally reject, and that the difference between civilization and barbarism is thinner than we'd like to believe. They also teach us something about the endurance of human communities despite terrible mistakes. Salem didn't disappear after 1692. Würzburg recovered from its trials. Communities that burned witches went on to become peaceful towns where people lived ordinary lives, raised children, tended gardens, and mostly forgot what their ancestors had done. Humans are remarkably good at moving on, at forgetting, at rebuilding normal life after extraordinary cruelty. Whether this resilience is admirable or troubling depends on your perspective. It's admirable that communities can recover from collective madness. It's troubling that they can do well enough that the lessons might not be learned, that future generations might be susceptible to similar dynamics because the memory has faded. The physical traces of witch trials are mostly gone. A few memorial stones, some preserved documents, and historical markers in places where executions occurred. The dead left no graves to visit, their bodies having been burned or buried without ceremony in many cases. The absence of physical memorials makes the history feel more distant, easier to dismiss as something that happened long ago and couldn't happen now. But the absence of memorials also means we carry this history internally as a story we tell about human nature and social dynamics rather than as a specific place we can visit and leave behind. The witch trials exist now primarily as a cautionary tale, as a metaphor, as a warning, and perhaps that's the form in which they're most useful. As you prepare for sleep, consider that the same darkness that once held such terror for our ancestors now holds a kind of peace. The night is no longer populated with demons and malevolent spirits. The shadows in the corner of your room are just shadows, the creaking of the house is just wood settling, and the neighbour who seems strange is just someone with different habits and preferences. This demystification of the night, this taming of darkness through understanding represents one of modernity's genuine gifts. We've lost the enchanted universe where magic was real and spirits walked among us, but we've gained a world where random misfortune doesn't require malevolent explanation, where your neighbour's eccentricity doesn't make them dangerous, and where difference doesn't equal threat. The last person executed for witchcraft died centuries ago. The last official witch trial ended long before anyone now living was born. The machinery of persecution that operated for so long has been dismantled, its methods discredited, and its assumptions rejected. This is progress worth acknowledging, even as we remain alert to how similar dynamics might manifest in different forms. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep, you can do so without fear that someone might accuse you of impossible crimes, that your midnight dreams might be used as evidence against you, or that your spirit might be claimed to have left your sleeping body to harm your neighbours. These fears, which once seemed perfectly reasonable to millions of people, have been consigned to history, but history is never as distant as we imagine. The human tendencies that produced witch trials, the need to explain suffering, the comfort of identifying enemies, the power of accusations, the danger of certainty, remain with us. The forms change, but the patterns persist, appearing in different contexts with different vocabularies, but recognisable structures. The witch trials remind us that civilization is an achievement requiring constant maintenance, that justice is fragile, and that mercy must be chosen again and again. They remind us to be sceptical of our own certainties, compassionate toward those accused, careful about how we explain misfortune, and humble about how much we truly know. They also remind us that individuals matter, that choices matter, and that resistance is possible even when it's difficult. The people who spoke up for accused witches, who questioned the proceedings, who refused to participate in persecution despite pressure. These individuals demonstrated that we're not helpless before social forces, that moral courage remains meaningful, even when it's uncommon. As your eyes grow heavy and the room around you softens into the gentle blur of approaching sleep, you might spare a thought for all those accused of impossible things, for communities torn apart by fear, and for the slow, uneven progress toward more just and rational ways of handling misfortune and difference. The story of witches, from belief through persecution to the fading of the trials, is ultimately a story about learning. Humanity learned, slowly and at terrible cost, that supernatural explanations for misfortune were unnecessary, that accusations required evidence, that difference didn't equal danger, and that mercy was stronger than fear. These lessons weren't learned perfectly or completely. They weren't learned everywhere simultaneously. They had to be learned again and again, sometimes forgotten and relearned. But they were learned, and the world became, in this respect at least, a gentler place. Sleep now, in your safe, comfortable bed, in your room that holds no demons, in your community that doesn't burn witches. Sleep, knowing that the darkness outside your window is just the absence of light, that your strange dreams are just your brain processing information, and that your difficult neighbour is just a person with different views and habits. The witch trials are over. Their lessons remain, and that combination, the end of one horror, the preservation of its lessons, represents one of history's quiet victories, the kind that doesn't announce itself with trumpets and celebrations, but simply makes ordinary life possible for ordinary people. Tomorrow you'll wake to a world where witches exist only in Halloween decorations and fantasy novels, where history has become story, and where the fears that once seemed so reasonable now seem incomprehensible. And that change from reasonable fear to incomprehensible superstition represents not just the passage of time, but the slow, uneven, precious growth of human understanding. Rest well, knowing that this particular darkness has been illuminated, that this particular fear has been named and understood, and that this particular mistake is now preserved as a cautionary tale rather than repeated as a tragic practice. The night holds only night, the darkness holds only darkness, and that in its own quiet way is something close to grace. Sleep well. The witch trials are history, and morning always comes. Aaron Burr was born on February 6, 1756, in Newark, New Jersey, into a renowned family that promised a life full of amazing chances. His maternal grandfather was Jonathan Edwards, a well-known theologian, and his father was the College of New Jersey's second president. When Burr was only 2 years old, both of his parents died, first his father, then his mother, leaving him and his sister orphans and reared by fabulous relatives. Such sorrow at a young age could have crushed a less hardy personality, but it fostered Burr's independence and desire to identify himself beyond parental expectations. Burr showed extraordinary intelligence in his early teens. He enrolled at the College of New Jersey and demonstrated an interest in classical studies and debate. His peers described him as intense, charismatic, yet a little distant. While many future statesmen focused solely on speech, Burr quietly mastered logic and moral philosophy, gaining insights that would eventually guide him through the maze of political power. He wasn't just a bookish prodigy, he also enjoyed socializing and made friends with students who noticed his quick wit. However, he kept his deeper intentions private. Burr graduated at the premature age of 16 and first pursued theology. He studied with several pastors, attempting to balance his intellectual rigor and spiritual fervor. However, he regarded organized religion as excessively limiting, and he was wary of accepting dogmas without proof. His restless intellect wanted a vocation that provided both challenge and the prospect of global success. After studying with Dr. Joseph Bellamy, he gave up on the idea of becoming a minister. Law appeared more substantial and open-ended, a field in which ingenuity and compelling argument might change fortunes in an instant. But first, destiny beckoned him to an entirely different arena: the war. The American colonies were drawing closer to open conflict with Britain. In 1775, Burr was attracted by the thunder of muskets and the swirl of patriotic discourse. At the age of 19, he joined Benedict Arnold's expedition to Quebec. a perilous journey across the Maine woods aimed at undermining British power in Canada. The arduous march tested every ounce of Burr's fortitude. Many men faltered in frigid temperatures, but Burr persevered, demonstrating a tenaciousness that pleased his superiors. Although the campaign failed to seize Quebec, Burr established a reputation for bravery in the face of adversity. He was even reported to have carried wounded General Richard Montgomery off the field, though the exact specifics are unclear. Throughout the Revolution, Burr distinguished himself in the Continental Army. He temporarily served as an aide to General George Washington, but the two disagreed. Washington's quiet character clashed with Burr's more daring attitude. Burr thought the commander-in-chief to be overly cautious, afraid to undertake dramatic movements that he believed would hasten the end of the war. Burr's military career was unaffected by his resignation from Washington's staff. He continued to serve in various positions, eventually commanding a unit at the Battle of Monmouth in 1778. Harsh surroundings and never-ending demands weighed on him, and in 1779, health issues caused him to leave active duty. Still, by the time the guns went silent, Burr had demonstrated that he was neither a timid thinker nor a man of words. After experiencing both wartime heroism and the sting of near-constant friction, Burr redirected his energy into the law. Post-war America was brimming with chances for ambitious young men, and Burr was eager to take them. He studied in the offices of well-known lawyers in New York, soon establishing himself as bright, detail-oriented, and practical. By 1782, he had married Theodosia Prevost, a widow with academic interests that suited his desire for discourse. Their connection would quietly shape Burr's worldview. Theodosia supported his legal profession and gave emotional stability, which was sometimes lacking in a post-war milieu of flux. Before relocating to New York City, Burr practiced law in Albany after receiving his bar admission in 1782. His legal knowledge, combined with an unassuming charm, made him an effective advocate. He took on high-profile cases, representing both wealthy merchants and underdogs, and created fascinating narratives that wowed juries. Burr's legal accomplishment paved the groundwork for his political career. The nascent republic needed voices that understood both the law and the delicate balance of power. Burr believed he could shape that dynamic to his advantage, and, he reasoned, the nation's as well. With the war's echoes still vivid in public memory, Burr set out on a voyage that would take him to the pinnacles of American politics as well as its lowest depths. By the late 1780s, New York's political scene had changed, with various factions competing for power in the new United States. Aaron Burr navigated a sea of alliances, making subtle contacts behind the scenes. He had little regard for grand ideological speeches. He viewed politics as focused on practical arrangements and mutual benefit. Some co-workers appreciated his focus on results, while others called him opportunistic. Burr's strategy propelled him forward quickly. In 1789, he first entered formal office when Governor George Clinton appointed him as the state's Attorney General. Burr took the role seriously, prosecuting crimes and enhancing the legal system. Political gossip, not legal progress, kept him in the spotlight. Burr kept his opinions on the federal constitution to himself, seldom engaging in the intense conflicts between Federalists and Anti-Federalists. Such behaviour kept him mysterious, a friend to both sides yet loyal to neither. The strategy was wise, though controversial among purists seeking unwavering loyalty to one camp. Burr's increasing popularity led to his election to the Senate in 1791, where he defeated incumbent Philip Schuyler. Hamilton was alarmed by Burr's rise, seeing it as a direct threat. Hamilton supported strong financial systems for the nation, such as a federal bank and centralised fiscal policy. Burr questioned Hamilton's concentration of authority without directly opposing these actions. Burr acknowledged states' rights to an extent, but emphasised personal liberty, especially his own. The animosity between the two men grew gradually, hidden behind the formality of legislative procedures. Burr gained recognition in the Senate for his subtle and effective speeches. He seldom gave long speeches, favouring quick points to sway undecided members. He built cross-party coalitions, confusing colleagues who insisted on taking sides in the Federalist-Republican divide. Burr's coalition-building skills terrified Hamilton further. Burr returned to New York when not in session, expanding his legal practice and maintaining contacts that kept him a prominent figure in city politics. His personal life changed significantly. Burr was left distraught after the death of his wife, Theodosia Prevost, in 1794. They had a daughter, Theodosia, born in 1783. Burr concentrated his emotional energy on her education. He thought women's intellectual abilities were undervalued, so he took charge of her studies, exposing her to literature, geography, and philosophy. Burr's father-daughter relationship was a key influence in his life, shaping his progressive views on women's roles, which were rare among his peers. In the late 1790s, Burr's political fortunes varied. Prominent politicians overshadowed him in 1797, and he lost his Senate re-election. He leveraged his network in New York's Tammany Hall, which was evolving into a powerful political machine. Burr's early involvement with Tammany focused on grassroots organizing, despite the group's later association with corruption. He understood that mobilizing regular voters, instead of seeking approval from elites, was essential for gaining power. This focus on widespread involvement distinguished him from many Federalists who viewed democracy as a fragile issue best managed by property-owning elites. As the 1800 election neared, Burr's ties with Democratic Republicans, especially Thomas Jefferson, strengthened. The Federalists were falling apart, and John Adams' administration had lost its appeal. Burr quietly secured Jefferson's electoral votes in New York, orchestrating a surprising upset through the city's crucial vote bloc. Burr was in line for the vice presidency, but an unusual constitutional quirk arose. Jefferson and Burr tied in the Electoral College. Hamilton intervened in a lengthy House debate, convincing Federalists to support Jefferson over Burr. Hamilton disliked Jefferson's politics but loathed Burr more, seeing him as unprincipled and unscrupulous. Jefferson won the presidency and Burr became vice president, but the affair left a lasting impact. Burr felt betrayed, believing Hamilton's actions damaged his reputation. The idea of honour, crucial in early American politics, ultimately resulted in a disastrous conflict. Burr played the second man, uncertain of his influence in Jefferson's administration. The vice presidency then was not a route to fame. Burr presides over the Senate but plays a minimal role in executive decisions. Jefferson was wary of Burr's ambition and maintained distance from him. Burr, as presiding officer of the Senate chamber, showed remarkable fairness, earning praise from his ideological opponents. The larger stage cooled. Rumours of a governor's run in New York or other high positions fueled Burr's ambition. Aaron Burr, vice president from 1801 to 1805, viewed his formal duties as limited. After defeating the Federalists, Thomas Jefferson excluded Burr from the main group that influenced policy. The president chose a cabinet that matched his vision, allowing Burr to preside over the Senate with notable calmness and fairness. For an ambitious man, being a polite referee during legislative sessions felt oppressive. Burr's resentment grew gradually. He invested great effort in ensuring Jefferson's success, but gained little in political rewards. Jefferson's circle, influenced by Madison and others, opposed Burr's flexible partnerships. They viewed him as a political chameleon, prioritizing personal gain over intellectual beliefs. Burr viewed unwavering partisanship as unwise. He believed the Republic prospered when leaders worked together across factions. The ideological divide deepened. In 1804, Burr aimed for the New York governorship, believing this influential role would restore his national prominence. The race was full of intrigue. Burr faced tough competition from Morgan Lewis, supported by DeWitt Clinton, the notable nephew of Governor George Clinton, and Alexander Hamilton's group. Hamilton stood prominently against Burr's candidacy. Hamilton portrayed Burr as a power-hungry individual who found it difficult to manage a municipal council, let alone a state. Burr was appalled. Burr lost the race significantly. It felt worse than a political failure. It seemed like a personal betrayal by Hamilton. Rumours emerged that Hamilton made negative remarks about Burr at private dinners, describing him as morally corrupt. Burr worried they had irreparably damaged his reputation. Burr saw a duel as the sole means to restore his honour in that era. Though it may seem odd now, for many Americans in the 18th century, a man's honour was like vital currency, essential for engaging in public life. Burr challenged Hamilton to a duel in the summer of 1804. The men negotiated details through intermediaries, adhering to the conventions of the time. On July 11th, 1804, they met at Weehawken, New Jersey, a secluded spot on the Palisades above the Hudson River. Some versions suggest that Hamilton meant to throw away his shot, indicating he would intentionally miss, hoping Burr would do the same. Burr later claimed he thought Hamilton was aiming to kill. As the smoke cleared, a bullet hit Hamilton in the abdomen, killing him. Burr, unharmed, turned into a fugitive in the public's eye. Hamilton's death the following day ignited widespread condemnation. Burr faced murder indictments in New York and New Jersey, but the charges were never pursued. The tragedy overshadowed any detailed reasoning for their hostility. The public largely backed Hamilton. The Federalist Papers lauded him as a brilliant politician, hindered by a vain rival. Burr's political prospects fell apart. Jefferson explicitly barred him from any further participation in the government. Newspapers labelled him a murderer. Even those who once admired his intelligence or heroism had distanced themselves. Burr completed his vice presidency, eager to salvage what he could, yet the duel loomed over the painful conclusion. At the final Senate session, he delivered a heartfelt goodbye message that brought some senators to tears. Yet, dignity in language could not erase the mark of Hamilton's death. Burr found himself adrift after his departure from office in 1805. He was left without a public office, consistent support or a good reputation. He tried to manage his increasing debts. Some suggested he return to practice, but the incident left high-profile clients wary. Some believed he could move to Europe for a new beginning. Burr adopted a bold strategy, exploring the American frontier for new political opportunities. He journeyed west, connecting with frontier leaders and exploring the Ohio and Mississippi valleys. The Louisiana Purchase opened vast territories, igniting talks of new states or possibly independent nations from Spanish lands. Burr's motives are still up for debate. Some believe he aimed to occupy these regions legally, while others claim he sought to incite revolt and create a new empire. Burr, always enigmatic, revealed little about his ultimate goal. He built connections with influential frontiersmen like General James Wilkinson, the governor of the Louisiana Territory and a U.S. Army officer. Burr recognized the potential in leading a private expedition to benefit from the southwestern frontier. Whispers circulated back east. Was the disgraced former vice president scheming against the United States? Federal officials found cryptic notes suggesting suspicious motives. Jefferson, not a friend of Burr, had to carry out an investigation. A dramatic legal spectacle was poised to challenge the nation's views on treason and explore the limits of personal ambition. Burr moved ahead, sure of his cleverness, oblivious that his next step would thrust him from political exile into a web of conspiracy trials that endangered his life. Between 1805 and 1807, Aaron Burr traversed the western border with a covert agenda. He spent time near the Ohio River, negotiating for land and speaking with militia officials. Burr's critics said he planned to conquer Spanish land along the southwestern border and establish a new empire, with himself at the helm. Others said he planned to push several western states or territories to capitulate from the Union, establishing a breakaway republic. Burr spoke cryptically, addressing great undertakings and confiding only in close pals. To some, his words evoked visions of fame and money. To others, they smelled of blatant treachery. James Wilkinson, a U.S. Army officer, governor of the Louisiana Territory, and known double dealer, was at the centre of his scam. Burr and Wilkinson communicated encoded messages about army movements, resources, and potential alliances. Burr expected Wilkinson's help to gather recruits for an expedition. It is unclear whether the expedition's goal was to liberate Spanish-ruled Mexico or to seize American land. Regardless, Burr's plan to use armed force for personal gain crossed a dangerous boundary. President Thomas Jefferson urged authorities to closely monitor the situation after hearing increasingly disturbing rumours. In October 1806, Burr assembled a small fleet on the Ohio River, laden with men, provisions, and dubious intentions. He led them south toward the Mississippi. Public concern grew. If Burr actually intended to hit Spanish territory, it could spark an international crisis. If he collaborated against the United States, it was sheer treason. The disaster peaked when Wilkinson, always eager to rescue himself, disavowed Burr and sent dispatches to Jefferson depicting Burr as a conspirator. Burr quickly discovered that law enforcement was onto him. Burr was caught in January 1807 in what is now Alabama, having been deceived by individuals he had formerly considered supporters. He had just a small band of supporters left, the rest having dispersed when the expedition lost pace. Under protection, he endured a perilous journey back east to face charges. The journey was humiliating. He had been honoured as a military hero and vice president, but now he was paraded around dusty frontier communities as a criminal suspect. When he finally arrived in Richmond, Virginia, he was indicted for treason and high misdemeanour. The subsequent trial of Aaron Burr in 1807 was a national spectacle. The Constitution defines treason as waging war against the United States or assisting its enemies, and it requires 2 witnesses to the same overt act. In the prosecution against Burr, the government struggled to provide direct evidence that he had really fought in the war. They had reams of letters hinting at mischief and testimonies from turncoat collaborators, but no clear evidence of a definite plan to break off territory or confront US forces. Chief Justice John Azay, as a circuit judge, Marshall insisted on strict adherence to the constitutional requirements for treason. Marshall's stance infuriated President Jefferson, who saw Burr's culpability as evident and demanded speedy retribution. The trial's drama captivated the young nation. Every day, scores of people, lawyers and journalists jammed the courtroom. Burr, with his typical cool attitude, served nearly as co-counsel in his defense, meticulously scrutinizing witnesses and evidence. He mocked the concept that frontier gatherings or ambiguous conversation constituted treason. At most, he contended. He could have been planning an expedition against Spanish possessions in the event of war, hardly a crime if no war had been declared. What's the verdict? The jury acquitted Burr of treason due to inadequate proof of an overt act. They also cleared him of a misdemeanour charge for mounting an unlawful military mission. Public opinion remained mixed, with many believing Burr was guilty in spirit if not in form. Jefferson was furious, fearing that clever legal techniques and Marshall's federalist leanings had protected Burr. However, the outcome stood, leaving Burr free, but permanently soiled. Following the trial, Burr's money and reputation were in shambles. Friends disappeared, credit was non-existent, and trust in any source was low. A fresh Western expansion plan was out of the question. His every step would be examined. Burr, facing near certain ostracism, chose to depart to Europe in 1808. He had an audacious plan. Perhaps foreign powers, such as Britain or France, could find value in his strategic mind and sponsor a fresh voyage to the Americas. If that fails, he may become a permanent exile, moving from one European capital to another. Embarking on a ship under an assumed identity, the once vibrant politician plummeted into what appeared to be irreversible obscurity, leaving behind a country that would remember him only as a duelist and an alleged traitor. Aaron Burr travelled to Europe in 1808 in search of a fresh start or a financial boost to help him achieve his goals. He travelled around England, France and other countries, meeting politicians, bankers and explorers. The charismatic man who negotiated New York's political environment attempted to persuade Europeans that he could make a significant difference in the Americas with their assistance. The times had changed. European powers were engaged in the Napoleonic Wars, focusing on conflicts in Europe rather than transatlantic strategies. Burr's imprecise and impractical plans garnered only courteous nods and dubious stares. Expatriates in London suspected Burr of plotting a war between the United States and Spain to take Spanish possessions. British intelligence tracked Burr, wary of potential partnerships. Burr's finances decreased, requiring him to rely on loans from acquaintances or limited assistance from old American friends. The former vice president resided in run-down rented apartments, writing letters to potential donors who no longer saw him as a useful ally. His famed ability with words was insufficient to deter creditors. Burr relocated his activities to Paris in 1810, hoping to find a more welcoming atmosphere under Napoleon's rule. He encountered bureaucratic obstacles and disinterest there as well. The French had interests in Spain and were not interested in supporting a renegade American proposal. Burr's demands for an audience frequently went unanswered for long periods. The French authorities occasionally restricted his movements, suspecting him of espionage or subversion. Burr voiced frustration in his diaries about the difficulties of being a stateless traveller, without a purpose. He attempted to maintain his dignity by referring to himself in social circles as Colonel Burr, or the American traveller, omitting his scandalous history. He had some success delivering Revolutionary War or early American politics anecdotes at dinner gatherings. The man who had duelled with Hamilton, risked the death penalty for treason, and was now pursuing crazy adventures drew the attention of some Parisian intellectuals. Fascination rarely led to genuine support. Burr, no longer attacked by American media, faced a bitter irony. In Europe, he was less infamous, but also less significant. Burr's name was hardly spoken in the United States, except in cautionary tales of ambition gone bad. The War of the 1812 overshadowed his legacy. America faced fresh war with Britain, but Burr remained helpless abroad. By 1812, he was nearly bankrupt, relying on the generosity of a few devoted friends or new acquaintances who liked his talk enough to take him to dinner on occasion. He felt the burden of returning to America. Will he get rearrested? Will creditors pursue him? Is it possible to reconstruct a life? Burr decided to come home in 1812 because he saw no future in Europe. The return was humiliating. He adopted an alias to avoid exposure. When he arrived in Boston in 1812, he discovered a transformed nation. The second conflict with Britain tested America's might. The Federalist Party, which could have offered him stability, was in disarray. The Republican faction, led by Madison, had little interest in a person deemed toxic. Reclaiming a tiny political position seemed hopeless. Burr was enticed to New York City, where he was once regarded as a legal powerhouse. He quietly resumed practicing law and maintained a low profile. Despite initial skepticism in the legal community, his abilities finally attracted enough clients to keep him afloat. The era of extravagant balls, sophisticated dinner parties, and daring political moves has passed. Burr's existence was restricted to an office, a modest living arrangement, and occasional social gatherings with a few acquaintances who tolerated his ruined reputation. In 1813, his daughter Theodosia went missing at sea, causing personal anguish. She set sail from South Carolina to New York, but her ship disappeared. The cause, pirates, a storm, or mechanical breakdown, was unknown. Burr was saddened after losing the one person who had always trusted in him, despite the scandals. His diaries from this period reveal intense anguish and a sense of universal unfairness. He lost his wife years ago, abandoned his political career, and now his daughter has vanished. Burr drifted through duties in the 1810s, surviving but troubled. Occasionally, acquaintances spotted flashes of his previous charm, sly humour, and acute mind capable of dissecting a legal case. It was as if he had subdued a formidable force. The press scarcely mentioned him, merely reporting the occasional lawsuit or article. As the War of 1812 ended and the country entered the era of good feelings, Burr stayed on the sidelines, a reminder of a more turbulent era. Burr's attention switched to urgent problems as new leaders defined the Republic's future, leaving him unsure whether he could redeem his tarnished reputation. Aaron Burr, a lawyer in New York in the 1820s, lived in obscurity and had few illusions. His survival abilities remained good. He handled a continuous flow of legal cases, including contract disputes, estate matters, and occasionally criminal defense. Elder residents in the city's quiet corners remembered his flashy youth, while younger residents considered him a footnote to the Hamilton duel or a cautionary tale. When an enthusiastic journalist attempted to interview him about those exciting occurrences, Burr, while cordial, remained evasive or imprecise. Burr maintained a sense of old optimism, believing that fate may yet surprise him. He prioritized personal interactions, developing friendships with progressive minds in the community. These included academics, voting rights activists, and women's rights pioneers. Some thought it strange that the former conspirator mixed with them, but Burr relished having robust debates about social changes. He was the father who advocated for Theodosia's education, feeling society undervalued women's contributions. Years passed, and Burr would occasionally fly upstate for work or to see friends. The Erie Canal's development in the 1820s demonstrated New York's commercial advancement, placing him behind. Younger politicians, such as DeWitt Clinton, emerged as the city's lights, overshadowing Burr's legacy. He walked by the new canal locks, surveying the mass of workers and business people, privately realizing that these infrastructure accomplishments defined a future he had aspired to influence as a politician. He was consistently unable to establish financial stability. Debts accumulated, forcing Burr to seek clients relentlessly. His previously raw charisma had faded, but in brief contacts with clients or local clerks, that disarming aspect still flared. He did not marry again. Rumours of covert liaisons circulated, but none evolved into a bond that matched Theodosia's unwavering loyalty. Burr told a close friend that he felt older than his years, as if the burdens of scandal, exile, and heartache had aged him prematurely. Burr married Eliza Jumel in 1833, a wealthy widow who was thought to be America's richest lady. Observers suggested that it was a convenient marriage, with both partners pursuing financial or social advantage. The union rapidly became contentious. Jumel expressed concern about Burr's excessive spending and his possible grandiosity. They split up within a year, resulting in a contentious divorce that harmed his public image even further. The fiasco demonstrated how Burr's personal life, long concealed by the political issues, had created new talk with no true atonement. The national stage had progressed. Andrew Jackson was a populist president who frequently cited the founders but rarely recognised Burr. John Quincy Adams, Henry Clay and Daniel Webster were significant contributors in shaping policy regarding the Bank of the United States, tariffs and westward development. Burr's era of duels and conspiracies appeared antiquated in an America enthralled by new frontiers and industrial expansion. He read articles about inventions such as the Reaper and cotton gin, recognising that the country was headed toward a future in which his personal political style would be less important. By the mid-1830s, Burr's health had deteriorated. Time had worn him down, and each winter brought merciless cold. He carried on with his everyday responsibilities, but the old spark was mostly lost. He took solace in reading classics from his Princeton days, occasionally making notes in the margins about power's illusions or destiny's frailty. A few visitors, drawn to his memories of the founding era, found him open but curiously distant. He can now say Hamilton's name without venom, as if recalling a tragedy he hardly remembers. Aaron Burr had a stroke in 1836. He was crippled on one side and confined to a boarding home on Staten Island. His youth was full of promise, and his middle years caused national turmoil. In brief periods of awareness, he apparently displayed neither sorrow nor contrition, only a stoic acceptance of fate's will. He died on September 14th, 1836, at the age of 80. The event hardly warranted front-page coverage. America was obsessed with economic debates, scarcely commemorating the death of one of its most divisive early leaders. Burr's death was announced to those who cherished his memory. Several tributes praised his intelligence, service in the Revolution, and advocacy for women's education. There were numerous references to Hamilton's duel and the treason trial. Relatives planned a quiet burial, but turnout was sparse, overshadowed by the bustling city that had moved on. The former vice president quietly fled the stage, leaving a legacy marked by scandal, brilliance, and suspicion about squandered opportunities. Long after Aaron Burr's death, his story continued to cast a conflicting shadow over American memory. On the one hand, he was a Revolutionary War hero who fought alongside the Patriots to achieve independence. He was also a progressive lawyer, among the first to advocate for expanded roles for women, particularly in education. However, the infamous episodes, like the deadly duel with Alexander Hamilton, the treason trial, and the questionable frontier deals, overshadowed these virtues. Each generation that reviewed Burr's life discovered a new perspective, transforming him into everything from a sad anti-hero to a cautionary tale of uncontrolled ambition. Throughout the 19th century, historians rejected Burr as the man who assassinated Hamilton, an unforgivable deed in a pantheon that extolled the founding generation's genius. Hamilton's star rose posthumously, while Burr fell more into contempt. Rivalries over economic measures, such as the National Bank, faded in importance, but the allure of human conflict persisted in the popular culture. Dueling had already lost social acceptance, making Burr appear antiquated. Schoolchildren were taught simplified versions. Hamilton, the noble statesman, succumbed to Burr, the dishonest opportunist. However, some contrarian thinkers discovered complexities in Burr's record. They emphasised that he was among the first politicians to use modern campaign organisation strategies, garnering grassroots support rather than relying solely on elites. They pointed out that Burr's efforts to ensure equitable education for his daughter Theodosia demonstrated progressive tendencies. The question persisted: how could a man with such promise become so despised? These questions prompted a re-evaluation of the founding period, revealing that the distinctions between hero and villain were never as clear as textbooks suggested. In the early 20th century, authors and dramatists discovered a treasure trove in Burr's life: the romance with Theodosia's mother, the agony of Theodosia's disappearance, and the cloak and dagger atmosphere of the purported southwestern conspiracy. Fictional works depicted a broken soul who, hated by Jefferson and maligned by Hamilton, went to desperate lengths to save an epic destiny. Audiences absorbed these stories, partially realizing they were reading gossip rather than history. Meanwhile, academic historians amassed additional evidence from archives, portraying Burr as neither completely wicked nor wholly misunderstood, just extremely ambitious in an era of unbreakable connections. Then came increased attention in the 20th century, as historians shifted their focus to the roles that the individuals performed outside of traditional narratives. Burr's covert promotion of women's education drew more notice. Researchers investigated correspondence between Burr and his daughter, discovering emotional depth and intellectual synergy that was unusual for that paternal time. These glimpses complicated the typical condemnation. Some researchers argued that Burr's notion of personal dignity was more associated with old-world aristocratic traditions, contradicting the emerging American expectation of free moral democracy. This encounter could have fueled the Hamilton duel and the eventual disaster. For modern viewers, perhaps the most compelling aspect of Burr's story is the conflict between personal ambition and national unity. He rose to the position of vice president, only to let hatred drive him to a fatal encounter. He soared again, envisioning new horizons in the southwest, only to fall into a maze of accused treason. The recurring theme is self-sabotage, a gifted mind undermined by circumstance and personality. That dynamic resonates in an America still plagued by figures who cross moral boundaries in pursuit of personal goals. In historical memory, Burr stands out among the founders. George Washington, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, and Alexander Hamilton are honoured with monuments and coinage. Burr's physical memorials are limited, an occasional plaque, a brief remark in an old churchyard. Nonetheless, his ghost lingers in the shadows of the founding story, telling us that the line between brilliance and destruction, loyalty and betrayal, can be unsettlingly narrow. The story also highlights how personal grievances can impact political outcomes in an era when the limits of Republican rule are still being tested. Finally, Burr's biography leads us to consider the complexity of ambition. He contributed to the revolution, championed revolutionary ideas about women's duties, and advocated for new types of political strategy. The killing bullet at Weehawken, however, overshadows all else, as do the conspiratorial rumours that landed him in a treason trial. As time passes, readers may ponder whether Burr was merely ahead of his time in terms of moral judgments, or if he was a cautionary character whose appetites and instincts led him wrong. Whatever the outcome, one fact remains: Aaron Burr embodies the turbulent junction of personal ambition and a maturing American republic. His biography, tinged with brilliance and tormented with sorrow, has us wondering about his exact place in the tapestry of the nation's foundation era.